Hey champs of Examsnet, welcome to the question series of Examsnet. I hope this series of detailed explanation is helping you a lot. Let's start this session here. In this session, we are going to solve the paper for JEE Mains 25th July Shift 1. So let's begin. The first question is the total number of functions f such that 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 such that f of 1 plus f of 2 is equal to f of 3 is equal to. So a function is given here which is f. It is going from this set to this set. So let us consider this set as set A and let us consider this set as set B. So now let us look through this set by making a Venn diagram. Consider this as set A and consider this as set B. In set A, we have the elements 1, 2, 3, and 4. In set B, we have the elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. And this is the function that is going from set A to B. So here, no restriction is given for the function. Okay. Nothing is given about the function that whether the function is 1, 1 or on 2. Okay. So it is just given that there is a function which goes from A to B. And if it is a function, then it means that every element of A will be mapped with each or unique element of B. Okay. If one element also remains, means if one element is not mapped, then it will not be a function. It means that every element of A should be mapped with an element in B. All right. So the condition is given here, which is f of 1 plus f of 2 is equal to f of 3. It means that in order to get f of 3, we need to get two numbers whose sum will be equal to what? F of 3. Okay. So firstly, let us understand this concept. In place of f of 3, if we keep 2, right? Then if f of 3 will be 2, then in the left hand side, we have to keep two numbers whose sum should be equal to 2. And what are the elements? Elements are starting from 1. So we can keep 1 plus 1. Okay, this is the minimum value that we can keep to get 2. Similarly, if we put f of 3 is equal to 3, right? Then the numbers will be what? 1 plus 2 or 2 plus 1. So these are the two possible cases. But there is a number which we cannot put in the place of f of 3. See, we cannot put 1 here. We have f of 1 plus f of 2 is equal to f of 3. So if we put 1 in the place of f of 3, it means we want two numbers whose sum will be equal to 1. But you can see that it is not possible because the elements are starting from 1. Okay. And if we want to get 1, the minimum sum that we can do is we can add 1 plus 2. Okay. We cannot add 1 plus 0 because 0 is not an element that is present in the set. So it means that in the place of f of 3, we cannot put 1. Okay. So this is a basic restriction here. Now, the value that we can keep in f of 3 is 2. So let us see, when we keep 2, then the numbers will be 1 plus 1. There is only this single case to get 2 in the place of f of 3. Okay. And you can see that the condition is given for f of 1, f of 2 and f of 3. But you can see in set A, another element is there which is 4. So let us write f of 4. And for f of 4, no restriction is given, right? So it means that for f of 4, the number can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. All right. This 4 can be mapped with any of these numbers. Okay. So for 4, we have 6 choices because no such condition is given for f of 4. The condition is only given for f of 1, f of 2 and f of 3. And what is the condition? Sum of f of 1 and f of 2 should be equal to what? F of 3, right? So when we put 2 in place of f of 3, then the numbers will be 1 plus 1. So this is case 1. In this case, we have only one possible number, that is 1 plus 1. All right. Now let us talk about second case. In second case, we can put 3 in place of f of 3. So when we put 3 in place of f of 3, the two numbers whose sum will be 3 will be what? 1 plus 2 or 2 plus 1. Both will give 3. And again for f of 4, we will have 6 choices because there is no condition given for f of 4. Means 4 can be mapped with any of the 6 numbers. So 4 have 6 choices. This is case 2. Now, next case will be case 3 when f of 3 will be 4. So when f of 3 will be 4, then f of 1 and f of 2 can be 2 plus 2. We know that 2 plus 2 gives 4, or 1 plus 3, or 3 plus 1. So these are the possible conditions when we get sum as 4, right? And again for f of 4, we will have 6 choices. Now, next case will be when f of 3 will be equal to 5. So when f of 3 will be equal to 5, then the numbers will be 2 plus 3, because 2 plus 3 gives 5, 3 plus 2, 1 plus 4, or 4 plus 1. In every case, we get 5. And again, for f of 4, we have 6 choices, right? So this is case number 4. Now the last case remains, in which f of 3 will be what? F of 3 will be 6. Okay, so if we have f of 3 is equal to 6, then the two digits that will come in the place of f of 1 and f of 2, which gives us the sum is equal to 6. So what are the two digits from 1 to 5 whose sum will be equal to 6? The two digits can be 3 plus 3. The two digits can be 4 plus 2, 2 plus 4, 1 plus 5, or 5 plus 1. So these are the possible digits that we can put in place of f of 1 and f of 2 to get the sum equal to 6. Okay. So in all these cases, the sum will be equal to 6. And again, this is the column for f of 4. For f of 4, we have 6 choices. All right. This is fifth case. Now let us see, in the first case, we have only one way to write the numbers in place of f of 1 and f of 2. Okay. So one way. And for f of 4, we have 6 choices. So for case 1, we have 1 into 6 possible ways or possible number of things that can be mapped from A to B. Now, if we talk about case 2, there are 2 ways. And again, for f of 4, we have 6 choices. So plus 2 into 6. Similarly, for case 3, we have 3 ways, 1, 2, and 3. So 3 into 6. Similarly, for case 4, we have 4 rows here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. It means there are 4 ways to write the value in the place of f of 1 and f of 2, right? So 4 into 6. Again, for f of 4, the choices are 6. That is why, since we have 4 rows here and each row have the choices for f of 4, 6. So 4 rows will have 4 into 6 choices. Plus case 5 consists of 5 rows and each row have 6 choices for f of 4. So 5 into 6. You can see that here 6 is common. So let us take 6 common. What will remain? 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. You can see that this is the series which is indicating the sum of first 5 natural numbers. So here we will use the formula to find the sum. What is the formula? N into n plus 1 upon 2. Okay. So here we have 6. Now what is the formula again? N into n plus 1 upon 2. What is n? Total number of numbers. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have total 5 numbers. It means that n is 5. So the formula is n into, means 5 into n plus 1 upon 2. N plus 1 will be 5 plus 1, 6 upon 2, right? So this will be cancelled. So we have 6 into 5 into 3. So it will be 6 into 5 is 30 and 30 into 3 is 90. So this is the possible value of all the number of functions, right? So for this question, the correct answer is 90, which is option B here. So in this question, all you have to do is you have to just use some basic concept to map or element from A to B. Okay. And one more question comes in mind, that why we have written f of 4 here. Okay. Because the condition is given for f of 1, f of 2, and f of 3 only. But since f is a function from A to B, it means that every element of A should be mapped with a unique element in B. Okay. If one element is also not mapped, then it will not be considered as function, but it is clearly given that it is a function. It means that every element of set A will be mapped with set B, right? That is why we have to include f of 4 also. And in this question, no restriction is given about the function, that whether the function is 1, 1 or onto. Okay, so easily f of 4 can be mapped with any of the element in B. That is why f of 4 have 6 choices. So I hope you are clear with this question, and the correct answer is 90 here. Next question is, if alpha, beta, gamma and delta are the roots of the equation x power 4 plus x cube plus x square plus x plus 1 is equal to 0, then alpha power 2021 plus beta power 2021 plus gamma power 2021 plus delta power 2021 is equal to. This is a very easy question. And the first thing that you need to identify is that this question comes from complex number. There is a hint. You can see equation is given here. This equation is the hint to identify that this question comes from complex number. The equation is in the form 1 plus x square plus x cube plus x power 4 is equal to 0. All right. You can see that this is basically forming a series, and this is a series of GP. And since there is a sum of all the elements, it means that we will use the formula for sum of a GP. Do you know what is the formula for sum of a GP? The formula is Sn is equal to A into 1 minus R power n divided by 1 minus R. What is A? A is the first element. Here, what is first element? 1. So A is equal to 1. What is R? R will be considered as the variable. So R is X here, right? And what is N? N will be the total number of elements. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 elements. So N is equal to 5. So when we use this formula, this will be equal to what? 1 into 1 minus R power 5 means X power 5 divided by 1 minus R. What is R? X. This is equal to 0. Now, if we talk about the numerator part, 1 into 1 minus x power 5 will be 1 minus x power 5. And the numerator will be equal to 0 only if this denominator will not be equal to 0. So the condition is, if the numerator, which is 1 minus x power 5, will be equal to 0, only when 1 minus x will not be equal to 0. It means that if numerator will be equal to 0, then there is only one possible condition for numerator to be equal to 0, which is denominator will not be equal to 0. So we can say that 1 minus x to the power 5 is equal to 0 if and only if 1 minus x will not be equal to 0. Okay. So we are considering numerator is equal to 0 and denominator is not equal to 0. Okay. Because you can see that if numerator will be equal to 0 and denominator will be not equal to 0, then this will be a not defined value. That is why numerator is 0, then denominator cannot be equal to 0. All right. So when numerator is 0, we have 1 is equal to x power 5. It means x power 5 is equal to 1. And since this value 1 minus x cannot be equal to 0, so x can never be equal to 1. See how? If 1 minus x is equal to 0, then obviously we have 1 is equal to x. But this condition is not valid. It means this is not correct for this particular expression. It means that 1 minus x is not equal to 0. It means x can never be equal to 1. All right. So this is a restriction. So we can say that x power 5 is equal to 1 only if x is not equal to 1. Now here, what is x power 5 is equal to 1? It is the fifth roots of unity except 1. The equation that is given here, this equation is like fifth roots of unity except 1. Means that the equation is representing 4/5 of unity except 1, right? Repeating again, the equation here is like fifth roots of unity except 1. It simply means that the given equation is representing 4/5 roots of unity except 1. Now, what are the 4 roots given here? Alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. It means that this equation have 4 roots. And what are the 4 roots? Alpha, beta, gamma, and delta, such that none of them is equal to 1. All right. Now we have to understand a very, very important concept. The concept is, if we have a form which is 1, alpha, alpha square, alpha cube, so on up to alpha power n minus 1. If all these terms are nth roots of unity, then their sum is always equals to 0. Okay. But if for each element we raise a power p, okay, so if for each element we raise a power p, then in this case, what happens is, in this case, the sum will be equal to 0 only if p is not a multiple of n. And the sum of these values will be equal to n if p is a multiple of n. So this is the concept that we have to use here, right? Now what we have is, we have to find alpha power 2021, beta power 2021, and the sum up to delta power 2021. So let us write first these elements in the form of this concept. Okay. So here we have 1 plus alpha plus beta plus gamma plus delta. Okay. These are the elements. Now let us raise the power 2021. So we have raised the power 2021 since we have to find the value of the sum of all these roots and whose power is 2021. Now you can see that this form is in the same form as the concept. Here what is the value of p? P is the power. So here p is 2021. All right. And you can see that all these numbers are what? 1, alpha, beta, gamma and delta are 5 fifth power of unity. That is why here n will be equal to 5. Okay. Or in simple words, you can see that there are 5 elements which are 5 fifth power of unity. That is why n is equal to 5. Okay. So if p is equal to 2021 and n is equal to 5, it is very clear that p is not a multiple of 5, right? 2021 is not a multiple of 5. So if p is not a multiple of n, then the sum is always equals to 0. It means that its sum will be 0 by using this concept straight away, right? But we have to find the sum of these 4 values only, okay? Right? In the question, we only have to find the sum of these 4 values, okay? So the sum will be what? This 1 will go to the right hand side, so it will be -1. So we can write alpha power 2021 plus beta power 2021 plus gamma power 2021 plus delta power 2021 will be equal to -1. See, 1 power 2021 will be 1 only, and when this 1 will go to the right hand side, it will be negative. So sum of all these values is equal to -1. So for this question, the correct answer is -1. See, it was a very interesting question because this question highlights the importance of this concept, that how important this concept is. And it also enables us to think about identifying that the question comes from complex number. Okay, here the equation was a short hint for you. By looking at the equation, you can simply identify that this question comes from complex number. So I hope you are clear with this question. And the correct option for this question is option B, which is -1. Next question is, for n belongs to natural number, let Sn is equal to z belongs to C such that mod of z minus 3 plus 2i is equal to n by 4. And Tn is equal to z belongs to C such that mod of z minus 2 plus 3i is equal to 1 by n. Then the number of elements in the set n belongs to natural numbers such that Sn intersection Tn is equal to phi is. This question is a bonus question because there are some details which are not given here. So let us understand the concept here. Okay. We have two different set, Sn and Tn. So if we talk about the first set, Sn, what is Sn? Here Sn is a set which is made by z belongs to C. Z means complex number, and we know that z is equal to x plus iy. So Sn is the set of all those complex numbers which are sitting on this circle with the varying values of n. Here we have the right hand side as n by 4, means this is the radius. So depending on the different values of n, we have different sizes of circle. Okay, if the values of n will be less, the circle will be small. Similarly, if the values of n will be more, then the circle will be large. Okay. Now here the equation of the circle is given, which is mod of z minus 3 plus 2i is equals to n by 4. So if we take minus common here, it will be mod of z minus. We have taken common. So 3 minus 2i is equal to n by 4. Now this 3 minus 2i is in the form of x plus iy. So when we compare these values, we have x is equal to 3 and y is equal to minus 2. And this part basically represents the center of the circle. Okay. Since this is the equation of first circle, so this will be the center of first circle. So let us consider this as C1. And if we talk about n by 4, n by 4 is the radius of the circle. Okay. So it is R1. Now we have the center, which is 3 comma minus 2. Okay. So let us do one thing. Let us draw a circle first for the radius. Okay. N by 4 and center 3 and minus 2. So consider this as the coordinate axis. We have the point 3 comma minus 2. So we know that this is x-axis and this is y-axis. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on, right? Minus 1, minus 2, minus 3 and so on. First center is 3 comma minus 2. So first let us make the points. This is 3 and this is minus 2. So the point will be here, right? This is 3 comma minus 2. And since this is the center of the circle, okay, so let us make the circle here. You can see that this is the center of the circle. Okay, it is a rough diagram just to let you understand, but this is the center of this circle. Okay, now let us talk about the another set, which is Tn. Here the equation is given, which is mod of z minus 2 plus 3i is equal to 1 by n. Again, z and we take minus common, so it will be 2 minus 3i, right? This is equal to 1 by n. This part is representing the center. Okay, when we compare it with x plus iy, then x is equal to 2 and y is equal to minus 3, means we have the center for this circle, which is C2, is 2 comma minus 3. And what is the radius? Radius is 1 by n. So this is R2. Now let us draw another circle whose center is 2 comma minus 3. Okay, so 2 comma minus 3 will have the center here, right? So this will be the circle. You can see that I have not taken the intersection point of this circle. Okay, I have made all these points separate, means I have made both the circles separately. Okay, why? Because a condition is given in the question that the intersection of both the set is equal to 5. It means both the circles will not have any intersecting point. Okay, suppose both the circles are intersecting, then there will be two intersection points, right? This is the first point and this is the second point. But since the intersection is 5, so circle cannot intersect. There is one more way to get an intersection point. The circle will touch each other externally. So there will be a single intersection point here, right? But since the intersection of both the set is 5, it means that in any case, both the circles will not intersect each other. Okay. So this is case 1 when the intersection is 5. Okay. Now when we look at this diagram, if we have this kind of diagram, then there is a condition which is C1, C2 is greater than R1 plus R2. What is C1, C2? The distance between both the centers, and R1 and R2 are the radius of the circles. Okay. So here the center for the first circle is 2 comma minus 3. Okay, the center for this is 2 comma minus 3 and center for another circle is 3 comma minus 2. Okay, so we have to find the distance between both this centers. Okay, so consider this as x1, y1 and x2, y2. All right, we have to use the distance formula. What is the distance formula? D is equal to under root of x2 minus x1 square plus y2 minus y1 square. What is D? D is basically the distance, and we are talking about the distance of C1, C2. So C1, C2 will be equal to under root of x2 minus x1, 2 minus 3 whole square plus y2 minus y1, minus 3 minus minus will be plus. So plus 2 whole square, right? So C1, C2 will be equal to under root of 2 minus 3 is minus 1. Okay. So minus 1 square again. Minus 3 plus 2 is minus 1 square. So minus 1 square is 1. So 1 plus 1 is 2. So we have the value of C1, C2 as root 2. Okay. Root 2 will be greater than what? R1 plus R2. Okay. What is the radius R1? R1 is n by 4 and R2 is 1 by n. So we have n by 4 plus 1 by n, right? So when we take the LCM, we have root 2 is greater than or equal to n square plus 4 upon n, right? It is greater than, okay? So when we take this 4n to the left hand side, LCM is 4n here, okay? And when we take the LCM, the numerator will be n square plus 4, okay? So let us take this 4n to the left hand side. So we have 4 root 2n is greater than n square plus 4. When we take 4 root 2n to the right hand side, then we will have n square, right? N square minus 4 root 2n plus 4 is less than 0. So n square minus 4 root 2n plus 4 is less than 0, right? Now, if we want the value of n here, then we have to use a formula. The formula is x is equal to b plus minus under root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2. This is the formula that is used to find the roots of the equation when we cannot use splitting the middle term method. Okay. So here, what is b? B is the coefficient of n. A is the coefficient of n square and c is the remaining constant. Okay. So b is 4 root 2. 4 root 2 plus minus under root of b square. 4 root 2 square means 4 root 2 into 4 root 2. 4 into 4 is 16. And root 2 into root 2 is 2. 16 into 2 is 32. So 32 minus 4 into a into c. 4 into a. What is a? Coefficient of n square. So the coefficient is 1. So 4 into 1 into c. What is c? 4. So 4 into 1 into 4 is 16 divided by 2. Right. So here n will be equals to 4 root 2 plus minus under root of 32 minus 16 is under root of 16, and we know that root 16 is equal to 4. So we have 4 divided by 2. If we take 2 common, then remaining terms will be 2 root 2 plus minus 2 divided by 2. This 2 and 2 will be cancelled. So we can say that n is equal to 2 root 2 plus minus 2. Okay. Now let us see this representation on the axis. We have two values, positive value and a negative value. Okay. So this is 2 root 2 minus 2 and this is 2 root 2 plus 2, right? This will be plus, minus and plus. We want all the values less than 0, okay? Means we want this particular region, okay? Now, in this region, the values will lie from this point to this point. It means we want the points. So 2 root 2 minus 2 is approximately equal to what? 0. And 2 root 2 plus 2 is approximately equal to 4. Okay, the value of root 2 is 1.414. So when we put the value here, this will be approximately equal to 0 and this will be approximately equal to 4. We want this region, okay, the negative region, because the value is less than 0 here. Okay, so here from 0 to 4, how many possible values are there? We have 4 values, right? 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so what are the values? 1, 2, 3 and 4. So for this case, we have 4 values, right? We have 4 different values for case 1, but another case can be made. Okay, another case will be in this way. Let us draw the coordinate axis first. Okay, suppose for the first circle, we have substituted the value of n in such a way that the circle will be so large. Okay, as I told you that the first set is Sn and it contains of all the numbers which are sitting on these circles. Okay, for the varying values of n, means as the value of n changes, the shape of the circle will also change. So let us do one thing. Let us put some value of n in such a way that the circle will be this large. Okay, and another circle will lie inside this circle. So this is also a case where there is no point of intersection between the circle. Okay, see, this is the circumference of first circle. Okay, and this is the circumference of second circle. You can see that there is no intersection between any points of this circle. Okay, okay, we see that the small circle lies inside the circle. Okay, but we just want that no points should be intersected. Okay, we will not focus on the fact that this circle is lying inside the circle. Okay, there is nothing given about this condition that a circle cannot lie inside another circle. Okay, It is only given that intersection is phi. Means any point on the circumference of this circle will not intersect with any point on the circumference of this circle. So this is second case, right? If we talk about second case, here there are no points of intersection. Okay. Now, if we see a figure in this form, then there is another expression which is C1, C2 is less than mod of R1 minus R. Okay, so this is the basic form that you have to remember. If we look at the figure in this way, we have to use C1, C2 greater than R1 plus R2. And if the representation is in this form, then the formula that we have to use is C1, C2 is less than mod of R1 minus R2. What is C1, C2? Root 2. We have already calculated. It is less than mod of R1 minus R2. Okay. What is R1? Let us check it. What is R1? R1 is n by 4 and R2 is 1 by n. Okay. So we have n by 4 minus 1 by n. So root 2 will be less than. Okay. If we take the LCM here, then it will be n square minus 4 divided by 4n in modulus. If we take this 4 to the left hand side, we have 4 root 2 is less than mod of n square minus 4 divided by n. Right. Now, the value of 4 root 2 means 4 into root 2. What is the value of root 2? 1.414. And 4 into 1.414 is approximately equal to 5.6. So this value is 5.6. All right. And if we talk about this expression, okay, so this expression or condition will be satisfied up to the values of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. As we keep the value n greater than or equal to 7 or 8, 9, 10, okay, then this condition will be satisfied. Okay, we can check it. Let us put 1 here. So 1 square is 1. 1 minus 4 upon 1. Okay, so we have what? 1 minus 4 is minus 3. You can see that 5.6 is less than minus 3 here. Okay, right? So when we keep the values up to 6, we have a different condition. And when the values will change, when the values will start from 7, 8, and so on, it will go up to infinity. Okay, so for this case, we have total infinite values that will satisfy the condition, right? We have infinite values. So if we talk about the answer of this question, then the answer will be 4 and infinite, because in case 1 we have 4 values and in case 2 we have possible infinite values. Okay, but as you can see in the options, we only have 4, right? So if we are looking at this scenario, which is case 1, then the correct answer is 4. Okay, but we also have to think about case 2, okay, which is having infinite values. And this is the detail that is not given in question. So that is why this is a bonus question, right? So I hope you are clear with the fact. Now forget about that this is a bonus question. Just focus on the concept. And I hope you got the concept behind this question. Question is, the number of theta belongs to 0, 4 pi for which the system of linear equations has no solution is. Here we have 3 different linear equations and it is given that this linear equations has no solution. And in this condition, we have to find the number of theta that lies between 0 and 4 pi. So there is a concept that we need to know. If there is no solution for the given system of linear equations, then determinant of coefficient will be 0. So the concept that we have to use for this question is, for no solutions, determinant of coefficient will be 0. It means that we have to form a determinant of coefficient. What is coefficient? For example, let us take this equation. 6x plus 7y plus 7z is equal to 9. If we are talking about the coefficient of x, it means the term or the constant that is present with the x. You can see that with x, the term or the constant that is present is 6. So 6 is the coefficient of x. Similarly, 7 is the coefficient of y and 7 is the coefficient of z. Coefficient is nothing but the term or constant that is present with the variable. All right. So let us first write the given linear equations and then let us form a determinant of coefficient. The given equations are 3 into sine 3 theta into x minus y plus z is equal to 2. Second equation is 3 into cos 2 theta into x plus 4y plus 3z is equal to 3. And the third equation is 6x plus 7y plus 7z is equal to 9. We have to form a determinant. So let D be the determinant. We have to find the determinant of coefficient. So let us focus on the first equation. Here, what is the coefficient of x? 3 into sine 3 theta. So 3 into sine 3 theta. Then what is the coefficient of y? Here, no numbers are present. It means the coefficient is 1. But since we have minus y, means the coefficient is minus 1. Similarly, the coefficient of z will be plus 1. Then for second equation, the coefficient of x is 3 into cos 2 theta. The coefficient of y is 4 and the coefficient of z is 3. For the third equation, coefficient of x is 6, coefficient of y is 7 and coefficient of z is also 7. Okay. So we have formed a determinant of coefficient and we know that if this linear equations have no solutions, then the determinant of coefficient will be equal to 0. Means this determinant will be equal to 0. Now we have to expand this determinant along with first row. Do you know how to expand a determinant? It is very simple. When we have to expand a determinant which is 3 cross 3, means which consists of 3 rows and 3 columns, then we first write the first term. See, we are expanding along the first row, right? That is where we are writing the first term of first row. What is the first term? 3 into sine 3 theta. Now we will eliminate the first row and first column, right? This is the first row and this is the first column. So we have to eliminate this part. After eliminating, what are the remaining terms? 4, 3, 7 and 7. So let us write them. Now with a negative sign, we write the second term of first row. What is second term? Minus 1. So minus of minus 1 will be plus 1. Then we have to eliminate first row and second column. So when we eliminate first row and second column, the remaining terms will be 3 into cos 2 theta, 3, 6 and 7. Then with a positive sign, we write the third term of the first row. What is the third term? 1. Now we have to eliminate first row and third column. After eliminating first row and third column, the remaining terms will be 3 into cos 2 theta, 6, 4 and 7. Now, this is the value of the determinant. Okay, we have expanded this determinant along with row 1. Now what we have to do is 3 into sine 3 theta. Right? Now we have to cross multiply. 4 into 7 is 28. Minus 7 into 3, 21. Plus 1 into 3 cos 2 theta into 7 will be 21 cos 2 theta. 7 into 3 is 21. Minus 6 into 3. So minus 18. Plus 1 into 3 cos 2 theta into 7. Again 21 cos 2 theta. Minus 6 into 4. What is 6 into 4? 24. It is equal to 0. We know that the value of this determinant is equal to 0. Now we have to just simplify this. 3 sine 3 theta multiplied by 28 minus 21, 7, plus 1 into this whole term will be same only, right? Whenever we multiply 1 with any number, then we get the number. So 1 into 21 cos 2 theta will be 21 cos 2 theta. 1 into minus 18 will be minus 18. Plus again, 1 is multiplied here. So the term will be same, which is 21 cos 2 theta minus 24 is equal to 0. Okay. Now 3 sine 3 theta into 7. 7 into 3 will be 21 and sine 3 theta plus 21 cos 2 theta and 21 cos 2 theta. We have 221 cos 2 theta. Okay. So when we add it, it will be 42 cos 2 theta. 21 plus 21 is 42, right? You can see we have two terms, which is 21 cos 2 theta and 21 cos 2 theta. Like x plus x is 2x. Similarly, 21 cos 2 theta plus 21 cos 2 theta will be 42 because 21 plus 22 gives 42 and we have the trigonometric term which is cos 2 theta. Now minus 18 minus 24. Minus minus will be plus. It means we have to add the values. 18 plus 24 is 42. But we have to write the answer in negative sign. This is the basic rule of integers. So minus of 42. It is equal to 0. You can see that 21 is common here. So let us take 21 common. What will be remaining? Sine 3 theta plus 21 into 2 is 42. So 2 cos 2 theta minus 2 is equal to 0. Okay, when this 21 will go to the right hand side, it will be 0. So we have sine 3 theta plus 2 cos 2 theta minus 2 is equal to 0. Now we have to use some basic formulas. The formulas are the formula for sine 3 theta. What is the formula for sine 3 theta? It is 3 sine theta minus 4 sine cube theta. And what is the formula for cos 2 theta? Cos 2 theta will be 1 minus 2 sine square theta. So we have to use both these formulas here. The first term is sine 3 theta. What is the value of sine 3 theta? 3 sine theta minus 4 sine cube theta. Then we have 2 cos 2 theta. So 2 into cos 2 theta. What is cos 2 theta? 1 minus 2 sine square theta. Then we have minus 2. It is equal to 0. Okay. Now 3 sine theta minus 4 sine cube theta plus 2 into 1 is 2 minus 2 into 2 sine square theta. 4 sine square theta and minus 2 is equal to 0. Plus 2 and minus 2 will be cancelled. So we have 3 sine theta minus 4 sine cube theta minus 4 sine square theta. It is equal to 0. Now, if we take the negative sign common, then we have minus 3 sine theta plus 4 sine cube theta plus 4 sine square theta. It is equal to 0. Again, when this negative sign will go to the right hand side, then it will be 0. Okay. So now let us arrange these terms in the form of powers. Okay. Let us write this term first. 4 sine cube theta. Then plus 4 sine square theta and minus 3 sine theta. It is equal to 0. Okay. We have done nothing. Just arranged these three terms in the form of powers, right? The power is 3, then 2, then 1. Now sine theta is also common here. So let us take sine theta common. So what will be remaining? 4 sine square theta. We know that sine theta into 4 sine square theta will be 4 sine cube theta plus. If we take sine theta common, then what will remain in the second term? 4 sine theta, right? Minus. If we take sine theta common from 3 sine theta, then only 3 will remain. So this is equal to 0. Now two cases are equal to 0. Okay. Sine theta will be equal to 0 and 4 sine square theta plus 4 sine theta minus 3 will be equal to 0. Then we will get two different values for sine theta. So let us see. Sine theta will be equal to 0, right? And here 4 sine square theta plus 4 sine theta minus 3 will be equal to 0. Okay, so here directly we have the value of sine theta which is 0. Okay, now let us do one thing. Let us simplify this equation. Let us put sine square theta is equal to t. Okay, we have substituted this value just to make this term easy. Okay, so if sine square theta is t, so we have 4t, right? 4t square, sorry. We have to put sine theta is equal to t. Okay, then it will be 4t square plus 4t minus 3 is equal to 0. Now you can see that this equation has turned into quadratic equation, right? So now we have to find the factors of this equation. We will use splitting the middle term method here. What is splitting the middle term method? We have to split the middle term in such a way that we have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So what is the product of first and last term? First term is 4t square multiplied by last term. What is last term? Minus 3. So it will be minus 12t square, right? The product is minus 12t square. Now we want two numbers whose product should be minus 12t square and whose sum should be 4t. Two numbers can be 60 and minus 2t. 60 minus 2t is 40, which is the middle term, right? And 60 into minus 2t will be minus of 12t square. It means that the middle term here can be written as 60 minus 2t. Okay, that is why this method is known as splitting the middle term method, right? Because you can see that the middle term here is splitted as 60 minus 2t. So 4t square. Now middle term can be written as 60 minus 2t minus 3 is equal to 0, right? Now from first and second term, we can take 2t common. So if we take 2t common, what will remain? 2t plus 3. Similarly, from third and fourth term, if we take minus 1 common, then the remaining terms will be 2t plus 3 and it is equal to 0. Again, 2t plus 3 is common. And what are the remaining terms? 2t minus 1. So 2t minus 1 will be 0. So we will have two different values of t. Okay. Here 2t plus 3 will be equals to 0 and 2t minus 1 will be equals to 0, right? So 2t will be equals to minus 3 and t will be equals to minus 3 by 2. And here 2t will be equals to plus 1 and t will be equals to 1 by 2. Now what is t? T is sine theta, right? So substitute the value again. Here we have sine theta is equal to minus 3 by 2. And here we have sine theta is equal to 1 by 2. But we cannot take this value, which is sine theta is equal to minus 3 by 2. Because in the question it is given that theta belongs to 0 and 4 pi. It means that no negative values will be considered. Okay. So we will neglect this value. The only possible value will be sine theta is equal to 1 by 2, right? Since theta belongs to 0, 4 pi, then this negative value of sine theta will be neglected, right? So now we have two values. First value is what? Sine theta is equal to 0 and second value is sine theta is equal to pi by 2. So let us write it. Sine theta is equal to 0 and sine theta is equal to 1 by 2. Okay, these are the two values. We have to find the values for theta. Okay, so now let us understand this graphically. Let us consider this as the coordinate axis. We know that the graph for sine theta will be from 0 to 4 pi. So consider this as 0 and consider another point as 4 pi. Okay. So we know that the graph of sine theta is always in this form. So this will be the graph of sine theta. Consider this point as 4 pi. So this is the graph from 0 to 4 pi. If we talk about sine theta is equal to 0, so sine theta is equal to 0 will be here. The value 0, 0 is present here, right? Now we have to find the intersecting point. Okay. So what are the intersecting points? 1, 2, and 3. It means that for sine theta is equal to 0, we have 3 solutions, right? Now, if we talk about 1 by 2, what is 1 by 2? It is basically half. So the value half will lie somewhere here, right? So if we talk about half, then this will be the values, right? This is considered as half. Now let us see the intersecting points. The intersecting points are 1, 2, 3, and 4. It means for sine theta is equal to 1 by 2, we have 4 solutions or 4 values of theta, right? So total values are 3 plus 4, which is 7. So we can say that the number of values of theta is 7. I hope you are clear with this question, right? And for this question, the correct option will be option B, which is 7. Next question is, if limit n tends to infinity, under root of n square minus n minus 1 plus n into alpha plus beta is equal to 0, then 8 into alpha plus beta is equal to. We have to find the value for 8 into alpha plus beta. It means we need alpha and beta. And to get the value of alpha and beta, we need to solve this expression, which is in the form of limits. Here, the first thing to notice is the limit is n tends to infinity. So we will not deal with n tends to infinity. We will simply put n is equal to 1 by t here, because we know that if n tends to infinity, then it means that t tends to 0. This is the basic and very simple concept, that whenever n tends to infinity, it means t tends to 0. So the expression will change to limit n tends to infinity means t tends to 0. So we can write t tends to 0. Now, when we put n is equal to 1 by t, then n square will be 1 by t square, right? And we have under root of n square. N square will be 1 by t square minus n. N is 1 by t minus 1 plus n into alpha. What is n? N is 1 by t. 1 by t into alpha will be alpha by t plus beta. See, you can see that beta is a constant here. So we can take it to the right hand side. So it will be minus beta. Okay. Now we have this form. Now let us take the LCM. So it will be limit t tends to 0 under root of LCM will be t square and the numerator will be 1 minus t square. And then we have plus alpha upon t is equal to minus beta. Now you can see that we have t square in under root. So if we take this t square out, then we get t. We know that under root of t square will be equal to t, right? So let us take this t square outside. So we will have limit t tends to 0. Numerator will be in the under root only 1 minus t square divided by t plus alpha upon t is equal to minus of beta. We have taken this under root of t square out. Okay, so under root of t square will be t. Now you can see that the denominator is same here. So it can be written as limit t tends to 0 under root of 1 minus t square plus alpha divided by t is equal to minus of beta. Okay, the denominator is common for both the values. Now you have to focus on this part that when we apply the limit t tends to 0 here, what are the terms? So let us put t is equal to 0. Applying the limits means putting t is equal to 0. So when we put t is equal to 0 here, it will be under root of 1 minus 0 because 0 square will be 0 plus alpha divided by 0 is equal to minus of beta, right? So under root 1 minus 0 will be under root 1 and we know that under root 1 is always equals to 1. So in numerator we will have 1 plus alpha, denominator will be 0 and this will be equals to minus of beta. Now focus on this part. If the numerator 1 plus alpha will give us a non-zero value, right? If this 1 plus alpha will be a non-zero value, it means that the sum will be non-zero. Okay. And it means that we will get non-zero divided by 0. You can see that denominator is 0. So whenever we get non-zero term divided by 0, then it is always not defined. But a not defined value cannot be equal to a constant or a finite value, right? Here we know that beta is a constant. It means that beta is finite. But the concept is if 1 plus alpha upon 0 is the left hand side and if we get 1 plus alpha as a non-zero term, then the form will be what? Non-zero upon 0 and non-zero upon 0 is always equals to not defined. But a not defined value can never be equal to a finite value. Okay, you can see that here 1 plus alpha upon 0 is equal to minus of beta. Minus of beta is a finite value. But if in the left hand side, if 1 plus alpha will be a non-zero value, then we will get a not defined value. Since non-zero upon 0 always gives a not defined value. But not defined can never be equal to a finite value. So what does it mean? We understand that it means that the numerator should be equal to 0. Means the numerator cannot be a non-zero value. Then only it will be equal to what? A finite value. So numerator should be equal to 0. So if 1 plus alpha is 0, then alpha will be equal to minus 1. So in this way, we have the value of alpha which is minus 1. Now let us do one thing. Let us put the value of alpha is equal to minus 1 in this expression. So when we put alpha is equal to minus 1 here, we get limit t tends to 0 under root of 1 minus t square plus alpha. We have to put alpha is equal to minus 1. So plus minus will be minus. So minus 1 divided by t is equal to minus beta, right? So when we put alpha is equal to minus 1, this is the expression. Now let us put the limit again. Means let us put t is equal to 0 again. So it will be under root of 1 minus 0 minus 1 divided by 0 is equal to minus beta. Root 1 is 1. So 1 minus 1 upon 0 is equal to minus beta. 1 minus 1 is what? 0. So 0 by 0. So you can see that this part will be in 0 by 0 form. Okay. And whenever we get a 0 by 0 form in limits, then we do two things. Either we use L'Hospital's rule or we use rationalization. So here we will use rationalization. So we will multiply and divide with its conjugate. So let us see what will be the step when we multiply and divide with its conjugate. Limit t tends to 0, 1 minus t square minus 1 divided by t into under root of 1 minus t square plus 1. And this is equals to minus beta. Okay, what we have done is we have multiplied and divided by its conjugate. Here 1 minus 1 will be 0. Okay, now the numerator is minus t square. So if we take t common, then it will be what? Limit t tends to 0. If we take t common, then remaining terms will be minus 1 minus t. And the denominator will be t into under root of 1 minus t square plus 1. It is equals to minus beta. This t and t will be cancelled, right? Now let us apply limit here. What is limit? T tends to 0 means t is equal to 0. So let us apply t is equal to 0. So numerator will be what? Minus 1 minus t. So minus 0 because t is equal to 0. And what will be denominator? Under root of 1 minus 0 minus 0 and plus 1. So it will be equals to minus of beta, right? So numerator will be minus 1 minus 0, minus 1 divided by root 1 means 1, 1 plus 1 is 2, okay? 1 plus 1 will be 2 and we know that root 1 is always equal to 1. So minus 1 by 2 will be equals to minus beta. This minus and minus will be cancelled. So we have the value of beta which is 1 by 2. Now we have calculated the value of alpha and beta, right? All we have to do is we have to just substitute the value. What is alpha? Alpha is minus 1 and beta is 1 by 2, right? So we have alpha is equal to minus 1 and beta is equal to 1 by 2. Okay. So let us substitute this value here in 8 into alpha plus beta. So it will be 8 into alpha. What is alpha? Minus 1 plus beta. What is beta? 1 by 2. So when we take the LCM, it will be 8 into, LCM will be 2 and numerator will be minus 2 plus 1. So this will be equals to 8 into minus 2 plus 1 is minus 1, right? Divided by 2. 2 ones are 2 and 2 fours are 8. So 4 into minus 1 will be equal to minus of 4. So this is the correct answer for this question, which is minus 4. And hence the correct option will be option C, which is minus 4. I hope you are clear with this question. Moving on to the next question. If the absolute maximum value of the function f of x is equal to x square minus 2x plus 7 into e power 4x cube minus 12x square minus 180x plus 31 in the interval minus 3 comma 0 is f of alpha, then it is given that f of alpha is the absolute maximum value of the function. We have to find the value of alpha here. You can see that a function is given which is f of x. This function is basically the product of two different functions. This is the first function and this is the second function. So let us consider the first function as f1x and let us consider the second function as f2x. If we talk about the first function now, what is the first function? f1x and it is x square minus 2x plus 7. And what is the second function? f2x. It is e power 4x cube minus 12x square minus 180x plus 31. So basically function f of x is the product of f1x and f2x. If we talk about the first function f1x, you can see that it is in the form of a quadratic equation. So f1x is basically a quadratic polynomial and the standard quadratic polynomial is in the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. So if we compare the standard form with the given form, we get the value of a, b and c. What is a here? The coefficient of x square. And what is the coefficient of x square here? 1. So means a is equal to 1. And here a is equal to 1 is the leading coefficient, right? Now b. What is b? B is the coefficient of x. Here the coefficient of x is -2. It means b is equal to -2. And c is the remaining constant. Here in this equation, the remaining constant is 7. So the value of c is 7. Now let us find the discriminant. What is discriminant? It is denoted by d and it is always equals to b square minus 4ac. So let us find the value of discriminant. B square means -2 square minus 4ac. 4 into 1 into 7. So it will be equal to -2 square is -2 into -2. So 4 minus 4 into 7 is 28. It will be equals to minus of 24. So here the value of discriminant is -24. It means that discriminant is less than 0. And since discriminant is less than 0, then this function will be always real, right? This is a case that if discriminant is less than 0, then the function is real. So if the function is real, function will be always greater than 0 for all the values of x belongs to R, right? Now, if we talk about the second function, you can see that in second function, in powers of e, we have another function. And this function will be also real, right? If this function is real, it means that we have a real value in the power of e. So any power which is real for e will be always positive. Means anything real in the powers of e will be always positive. If it will be always positive, then it will be always greater than 0. So this function will be also positive and this function will be also greater than 0 for all the values of x belongs to R. The basic concept is anything real in the powers of e will be always positive. So this function will be also positive and it will be also greater than or R. Okay. So for all the values of x that are belonging to R. So you can see that both the functions f1x and f2x are positive and greater than 0. Now let us do one thing. Let us find the differentiation of both these functions. So if we talk about the first function, what is the first function? f1x. It is equal to x square minus 2x plus 7. If we want to differentiate this function, we need to first understand some basic formulas of differentiation. The formula is d by dx of x power n. It is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. So if we talk about the left hand side here, d by dx of f1x will be f1 dash x. It will be equals to d by dx of x square minus d by dx of 2x plus d by dx of 7. Now you can see that the first term is d by dx of x square. It is in the form of x power n. So we have to use this formula, which is d by dx of x power n is equal to n into x power n minus 1. Here n is the power of x. What is n? It is 2. So the formula is n into, means 2 into x power n minus 1. 2 minus 1. 2 minus 1 is 1. So 2 into x. So differentiation for the first term will be 2x minus d by dx of 2x. This 2 is a constant. So it will come out d by dx of x is always 1. Okay. So 2 into 1 will be 2. Now 7 is a constant. There is another concept that differentiation of any constant is always equals to 0. So this whole term will be 0. So we have the differentiation of first function f1 dash x is equal to 2x minus 2. It will be equal to 0, right? So 2x will be equal to plus 2. If 2x is equal to plus 2, then x will be 2 by 2, which is 1. So we are getting x is equal to 1. Now let us see it graphically. This is the coordinate axis. X is equal to 1 will be here. This will be plus and this will be minus. It means everything less than 1 is negative and everything more than 1 is positive. So it means everything less than 1 is decreasing and everything greater than 1 is increasing. Now let us talk about the interval that is given in the question. What is the interval? Minus 3 comma 0. Okay. So minus 3 comma 0 will be less than 1. So it will be on the left hand side. Here somewhere there will be 0. Here there will be minus 3. Okay. So we can see that it is very clear that minus 3 comma 0 are also decreasing. Means this function, the first function f1x is strictly decreasing in the interval minus 3 comma 0. Because for the value of x is equal to 1, everything less than 1 is decreasing. And you can see that the interval also lies in this portion. So we can say that the function is also strictly decreasing in the intervals minus 3 comma 0, right? So we can write function f1x is decreasing in the interval minus 3 comma 0. See, everything here will be decreasing and everything here will be increasing. You can see that minus 3 comma 0 lies on this side. So for this values or for this interval, the function is strictly decreasing. Now let us differentiate the second function. Okay, what is the second function? This is the second function. So if we talk about differentiation of left hand side, it will be f2 dash x is equal to e power this whole term. So we have to again understand a basic formula, which is d by dx of e power x is always equals to e power x. And after that, we also differentiate x, right? So firstly, d by dx of e power this whole term will be e power 4x cube minus 12x square minus 180x plus 31. Then again, we have to differentiate x. What is the value of x here? The value of x is the power of e. So what is the power of e? 4x cube minus 12x square minus 180x plus 31. It means we want to differentiate this term again. Okay. So let us do it separately. Let us do it here. We have 4x cube minus 12x square minus 180x plus 31. We have to differentiate this term. It means d by dx of 4x cube minus d by dx of 12x square minus d by dx of 180x plus again d by dx of 31. Again, we have to use the same formula for d by dx of x power n. You know the formula is n into x power n minus 1. This 4 is a constant, so it will come out. Then d by dx of x cube will remain. Okay, x cube means x power 3. So it will be n into x power n minus 1. Okay, you have to focus here. We have d by dx of x cube. It is in the same form. So it will be n into means 3 into x power 3 minus 1. So it will be 3 into x square. So 4 is outside and d by dx of x cube will be 3x square minus. Again, this 12 is a constant. So it will be outside. D by dx of x square will be what? It is in the same form as d by dx of x power n, and the formula is n into x power n minus 1. Here what is n? N is 2, right? So 2 into x power 2 minus 1 is 1. So 2x minus 180 is a constant. So it will come out. D by dx of x is 1. So 180 into 1 will be 180. Now d by dx of 31. We know that differentiation of any constant is always equals to 0, right? So this will be the differentiation of this term. So 4 into 3 is 12 and x square minus 12 into 2x will be 24x minus 180. So this is the differentiation of the power of e, which is x. So we can write it here multiplied by what? 12x square minus 24x minus 180, right? So let us write it again. f2 dash x is equal to e power 4x cube minus 12x square minus 180x plus 31 multiplied by, when we differentiate this term, then it was equal to what? It was equal to 12x square minus 24x minus 180. You can see that 12 will be common in this 3 terms. So let us take 12 common. On the left hand here side, we have e power 4x cube minus 12x square minus 180x plus 31. Now, if we take 12 common, then the remaining terms will be x square minus 2x minus 15. This is equal to 0. Okay. So, e power this into 12 will be 12 into e power 4x cube minus 12x square minus 180x plus 31. Then we have x square minus 2x minus 15. Again, you can see that this is in the form of a quadratic equation. So what we can do is we can find the factors. See, we know that this is real and this is the power of E. So anything real in the power of E will be always positive. Okay, so we do not need to solve this portion. So let us solve this portion, which is x square minus 2x minus 15 is equal to 0. See, this portion is always positive. So this portion will be always greater than 0 for all the values of x belongs to R. Now let us solve this part. Let us find the factors of this equation. How to find the factors? We have to use splitting the middle term here. Okay. This method is a very basic method to find the factors of a equation. In this method, you have to split the middle term in such a way that you have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So firstly, let us do the product of first and last term. What is first term? X square multiplied by last term minus 15. So product will be minus 15x square. Now we want two numbers whose sum will be equal to the middle term, which is minus 2x, and whose product will be equal to minus 15x square. Okay. So two numbers will be minus 5x plus 3x. You can see that minus 5x plus 3x gives minus 2x. And when we do the product of these two terms, then minus 5x into 3x will be equal to minus 15x square. So the middle term can be splitted in this part, minus 5x plus 3x. See, this is why this method is known as splitting the middle term, because the middle term is actually splitted. All right. So here we can write x square. Now, in place of minus 2x, we can write minus 5x plus 3x, because minus 5x plus 3x will be equal to minus 2x only. Then we have minus 15 and it is equal to 0. Now, if from first and second term, we take x common, then what are the remaining terms? X minus 5. Then from third and fourth term, we take plus 3 common. So what will be remaining? X minus 5. Again, x minus 5 is common. You can see here. So taking x minus 5 common, what is remaining? X plus 3. This is equal to 0. So from here, we will have two values of x, right? When x minus 5 will be equal to 0, then x will be 5. And when x plus 3 will be equal to 0, then x will be minus 3, right? So here also you can see that one value of x is minus 3. And we know that for minus 3, the function is strictly decreasing. So we can say that the second function, which is f2x, is also decreasing in the interval minus 3 and 0, right? So we can say that this function is basically decreasing for the value minus 3, right? We have already seen it graphically that this interval lies in left hand side, okay, where everything is negative, where everything is strictly decreasing. So this function will be also strictly decreasing. Now notice one thing, that both the functions f1x and f2x are positive and greater than 0, and both the functions are decreasing in the interval minus 3 comma 0. So if both the functions are greater than 0 and both the functions are decreasing in the interval minus 3 comma 0, then their product will be also positive and their product will be also always greater than 0, right? The concept here is, if both these values, both these functions are positive and greater than 0 and both these functions are decreasing, then their product will be also positive and their product will be also decreasing, right? So when we have this condition, then the graph will be in this way. This will be the graph. Here we have minus 3 and 0. This is the interval. So the maximum value will be at minus 3, right? This is f of minus 3 and it is the maximum value. And you can see the minimum value will be at f of 0. This is the minimum value. What we have to find is, we have to find the absolute maximum value of the function. You can see that absolute maximum value is f of minus 3. Okay. And it is given in the question that the absolute maximum value of the function is f of alpha, right? So if we compare both these values, what is alpha? Alpha is minus 3. So the value of alpha is minus 3. I hope the graph is clear to you. By using the condition here, we found that both the functions are positive and greater than 0, and both the functions are decreasing in the interval minus 3 comma 0. And since both the functions are positive and decreasing, then their product will be also positive and decreasing, right? And that is why the graph is made in this form. And by looking at the graph, we can easily say that the maximum value or the absolute maximum value is at -3 and absolute minimum value is at 0. But for this question, we have to find the absolute maximum value. So it is at -3. So the value of alpha will be -3. I hope you are clear with this question. And the correct option here is option B, which is alpha is equal to -3. Next question is the curve y of x is equal to ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus 5 touches the x-axis at the point P -2, 0 and cuts the y-axis at the point Q where y dash is equal to 3. Then the local maximum value of y of x is. So a curve is given to us and the curve is y of x is equals to ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus 5, right? It is given that this curve touches the x-axis at a point P. It means that point P will satisfy the curve. What is the point P? -2, 0. It means x is equal to -2. So this value will satisfy the given curve since the curve touches the x-axis at point P. So let us put x is equals to -2 here. So it will be a into -2 cube plus b into x square means -2 square plus c into x, c into -2 plus 5. Now, -2 cube will be -8. -8 into a is -8a plus -2 into -2 will be +4 and 4 into b is 4b. C into -2 is -2c plus 5. This is equal to 0, right? So it is the value that we have kept here, which is x is equal to -2. Then a equation is formed. Now focus on the question. It is given that the curve touches x-axis at a point P. It means that it is touching x-axis and x-axis is the tangent to the curve at point -2, 0. Since x-axis is the tangent to the curve at a point -2, 0, it means that dy by dx at -2, 0 will be equal to 0. The concept here that you have to understand is slope of the tangent to the curve at a point -2, 0 is equal to slope of x-axis, which is itself 0, right? So this is the concept that you need to remember. Now what is dy by dx? It is basically the differentiation, right? So let us differentiate the given curve. What is the given curve? Ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus 5. To differentiate this curve, we need to understand a formula which is d by dx of x power n. It is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. Now, we have to differentiate this curve. It means we have to differentiate every single term, right? So in the first term, a is a constant, so it will come out. So we have d by dx of x cube plus in the next term b is a constant, so it will come out. So we have d by dx of x square plus c is a constant, so it will come out. Then d by dx of x and plus d by dx of 5, right? Now we have to use this formula, which is d by dx of x to the power n is equal to n into x power n minus 1. Here a is a constant multiplied by d by dx of x cube. It is in the form of x power n. What is the formula? N into x power n minus 1. Here n is 3. So 3 into x power 3 minus 1 plus b into, here we have x square means n is 2. So d by dx of x power 2 will be n into x power n minus 1. And what is n? N is 2. So 2 into x power 2 minus 1 plus c into d by dx of x is always 1 because dx upon dx will be 1, right? And next is d by dx of 5. Whenever we differentiate a constant, then the value is always equals to 0. So no need to write it. Here we have a into 3x power 3 minus 1 is 2 plus b into 2x power 2 minus 1 is 1 and plus c. So a into 3x square is 3ax square, right? Plus 2bx, b into 2x plus c. Okay. But this is the value of differentiation. We have to find this d by dx at point minus 2 comma 0, it means that we have to put the value minus 2 in the place of x here, right? This is just dy by dx, but we have to find dy by dx at minus 2 comma 0, right? So when we put x is equals to minus 2 again here, it will be 3 into a into minus 2 square plus 2 into b into minus 2 plus c. Now this is equal to 0, right? So here minus 2 into minus 2 will be 4. 4 into 3 is 12 and 12 into a is 12a plus 2 into b, 2b, 2b into minus 2 minus 4b, right? And plus c is equal to 0. So the equation is 12a minus 4b plus c is equal to 0. Now focus on the question again. It is given that the curve cuts the y-axis at a point q. Means for q the coordinates will be 0 comma y. Since it cuts the y-axis at point q, right? We have the y-axis. It means the coordinate of x-axis will be 0. Okay. Where y dash is equal to 3. What is y dash? Y dash is basically equal to dy by dx. It means we can say that according to this condition, dy by dx at point q, which is 0 comma y, is equal to what? 3. It is given here, right? You have to understand the concept here. Okay, since the curve cuts the y-axis at point q, it means the coordinates of point q will be 0 comma y. And here y dash is equal to 3. Means at point q, dy by dx is equal to 3. What is point q? 0 comma y. So dy by dx at 0 comma y is equal to 3. Okay, we have the value of dy by dx, right? So let us put this value. Means let us put x is equal to 0. So what is dy by dx here? This is the value of dy by dx, right? 3a x square plus 2bx plus c. Now we have to find at 0 comma y, means x is equal to 0 here, right? Here there are no terms of y, so no need to worry about that. Put x is equal to 0, then this term will be 0 and this term will be 0. What is remaining? C. Now, what is the right hand side here? Dy by dx at 0 comma y is equal to 3. So we have found out dy by dx at 0 comma y, it is c, and c is equal to 3. It means we have found the value of c, which is 3, right? Now we have to put this value of c in this equation, right? So let us put the value of c here. So if we put the value of c here, we have minus 8a plus 4b minus 2c. 2 into c. What is c? C is 3 plus 5 is equal to 0. So we have minus 8a plus 4b minus 6 plus 5 minus 1 is equal to 0, right? So now we have two different equations. First equation is minus 8a plus 4b minus 1 is equal to 0. And what is the second equation? This is the second equation, right? So we have to put it 12a minus 4b plus c. We know that c is equal to 3. So we can write plus 3. This is also equals to 0, right? Now when we add these equations, then minus 8a plus 12a is 4a, right? Plus 4b and minus 4b will be cancelled. Here minus 1 plus 3 will be what? 2, right? So 4a plus 2 will be equal to 0. Okay, from here we will get the value of a. See, 4a will be equals to minus 2 and a will be equals to minus 2 by 4. So it is 1 by 2 and minus. Okay, so we have the value of a, which is minus 1 by 2. Now we can put this value of a in any of these equations and we can find the value of b. Okay, so let us put the value of a in equation number 1. What is equation 1? Minus 8a plus 4b minus 1 is equal to 0. Okay, this is substitution method. We have got a value of variable and we are putting it in any equation to find the value of another variable, right? So minus 8 into a. What is a? Minus 1 by 2 plus 4b minus 1 is equal to 0. 2 ones are 2, 2 fours are 8, right? Minus 4 into minus 1 plus 4 plus 4b minus 1 is equal to 0. 4 minus 1 is 3. So 3 plus 4b is equal to 0. We want to get the value of b. So 3 is equal to minus 4b, right? And b will be equals to what? minus 3 by 4. So the value of B is minus 3 by 4. Now we have all the values for A, B and C. All right, what is A? Minus 1 by 2. What is B? Minus 3 by 4. And what is C? C is 3. All right. So we have all the values. Let us do one thing. Let us put the value of A, B and C in the equation of curve. So let us write the equation of curve again. What is the equation of curve? The equation of curve is y of x is equals to ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus 5. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us assume this y of x as f of x, right? Let this y be equals to f of x. So f of x is ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus 5. Now put the value of a, b and c here, right? So when we put the value of a, b and c here, we have minus of x square upon 2 plus, okay, what is b? B is minus 3 by 4. So plus minus will be minus. So minus 3 by 4 into x square plus c. What is c? 3. 3 into x is 3x plus 5. All right. Now, let us differentiate this function. All right. So how to differentiate it? Differentiation of f of x will be f dash x. It will be equals to what? Minus 3 by 2 x square. Okay, we have to again use d by dx of x to the power n is equal to n into x power n minus 1. Right? Here we have d by dx of x power 3. See here, the power will be 3, right? Because we have cube. Okay, what is a? A is minus 1 by 2. Minus 1 by 2 into x cube will be minus x cube upon 2, right? So here we will have the formula is minus x cube upon 2, right? This minus 1 by 2 is a constant, so it will come out. What is remaining? D by dx of x cube, okay? So it will be 3 into x power, what? 3 minus 1. So it will be 3 into x power 2, okay? And what is outside? Minus 1 by 2. So minus 1 by 2 into 3x square will be minus 3 by 2 x square, right? So we have used this basic formula, nothing else. Here you can see that minus 1 by 2 is a constant. And what is remaining? X cube. D by dx of x cube is in the same form as d by dx of x power n. N is equal to 3. And the formula is n into x power n minus 1. Since n is equal to 3, so it will be 3 into x power 3 minus 1. And here, outside the bracket or outside the differentiation, we have minus 1 by 2 in multiplication. So minus 1 by 2 into 3x square is minus 3 by 2 x square, right? Now, again, minus 3 by 4 is a constant. So it will come out d by dx of x square will be what? 2 into x power 2 minus 1, right? So it will be 2x, all right? Now, this 2 ones are 2 and 2 twos are 4. Plus d by dx of 3x. 3 is a constant, so it will come out, and d by dx of x is 1. And again, at last term is constant, so its differentiation will be 0. So we have f dash x is equal to minus 3 by 2 x square minus 3 by 2 x plus 3. You can see that 3 by 2 is common in two terms. But let us do one thing. Let us take 3 by 2 common from all these three terms. So when we take 3 by 2 common, then the remaining terms are minus x square. See what is remaining in the first term. If we take 3 by 2 out, only minus x square. Then in second term, minus x. And in third term, remaining will be 2. Okay. Because you can see that 3 by 2 into 2 will give 3. So this is the basic way to take the values common, right? Now let this be equal to 0. Now we have to focus on this particular equation. Okay. This is basically in the form of a quadratic equation. So by using this equation, we can find the factors or the values of x, right? So if we take minus common, then it will be x square plus x minus 2 is equal to 0. Now in order to find the factors, we need to use splitting the middle term method here. So firstly, let us understand this method. In this method, we have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle number and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last number. So here, what is the product of first and last term? First term is x square multiplied by last term is minus 2. So product is minus 2x square, right? Now we have to find two numbers whose sum will be equal to x and whose product will be equal to minus 2x square. So two numbers can be 2x and minus x. See, when we add both these values, 2x plus minus x, it is 2x minus x. So it gives x, which is the middle term. And when we multiply both these values, 2x into minus x will be minus 2x square. So the two numbers are 2x and minus x. It means that the middle term can be splitted as 2x minus x. See, that is why it is known as splitting the middle term method, because in this method, middle term is splitted. Okay. So here we have x square. Middle term can be written as 2x minus x and last term is minus 2. From first and second numbers, okay, this is first term and this is second term, we can take x common. So what will remain here? X plus 2. Again, when we take minus 1 common, we will have x plus 2 remaining. Okay. So again, x plus 2 is common. So x plus 2, and what is remaining? X minus 1. So we have two values. X is equal to minus 2 and x is equal to 1. When x plus 2 will be equal to 0, x will be minus 2. And when x minus 1 will be equal to 0, x will be plus 1. All right. But you can see that in the differentiation of the equation of the curve, what is the leading coefficient? Leading coefficient is something that is the first coefficient that is leading all the other coefficients. So leading coefficient is negative. Okay. So the graph will be in this way. This is minus 2. This is 1. Okay. The graph will be minus, plus and minus since the leading coefficient is negative. Okay. So it is very clear that this is the minimum value and this is the maximum value. Okay. Now we have to find the local maximum value of y of x. Okay, we have considered y as the function f of x. It means we have to find the maximum value, and we have recently found that the maximum value is 1. So the maximum value is at f of 1, right? Now we just have to calculate f of 1, nothing else. We have the function. Okay, what is the function f of x? Let us write the function first. The function f of x is minus x cube upon 2 minus 3 by 4 x square plus 3x plus 5. We have to find f of 1. It means that in the place of x, we just have to put 1. So minus 1 cube divided by 2 minus 3 by 4 into 1 square plus 3 into 1 plus 5. We have substituted x is equal to 1 here. So f of 1 will be what? 1 cube is 1 and minus 1 into 1 is minus 1 divided by 2. Minus 3 by 4 into 1 is minus 3 by 4 plus 3 into 1 is 3 plus 5. So it will be equal to minus 1 by 2 minus 3 by 4 plus 3 plus 5 is plus 8. Now we have to take the LCM. LCM of 2 and 4 will be what? 8. Right? Now the numerator will be what? See, 2 into 4 is 8. So minus 1 into 4 is minus 4. Now, 4 into 2 is 8. So, minus 3 into minus 2 will be 6, right? When we multiply 4 with 2, we get 8, right? So, in numerator also, we have to multiply by 2. So, minus 3 into 2 will be minus 6. Now, here the numerator is 1. 1 into 8 is 8. So, 8 into 8 is 64. So, this will be minus 4 minus 6 is minus 10 plus 64 divided by 8. What is minus 10 plus 64? It is 54 divided by 8. Now we have to cancel this. So by the table of 2, it will be cancelled, right? 2 4s are 8 and 2 2s are 4 and the remaining will be 14. So 2 7s are 14. So this will be 27 upon 4, right? So the maximum or the local maximum value of the given curve is 27 upon 4. So for the question here, the correct answer is option A, which is 27 upon 4. In this question, we have used so many basic concepts related to differentiation, right? And some concepts related to slope, tangents that are made to the curve, right? So I hope you are clear with this question, and the correct option here is option A, which is 27 upon 4. Moving on to next question. The area of the region given by A is equal to x comma y such that x square is less than equal to y is less than equal to minimum of x plus 2 and 4 minus 3x is. So we have to find the area of the region bounded by this given values. All these values are in the form of inequalities. And whenever we have the values in the form of inequalities, the first thing that we have to do is we have to convert them or transform them into equalities, right? So if we look at x square is less than equal to y, if we want equality, it means x square will be equal to y. This is the first curve, and we know that x square is equal to y. It is a curve for parabola. Okay, so one thing is clear that this area requires parabola, right? Now, y is less than equal to, okay, we just want equality. So y is equal to what? X plus 2. And again, y is equal to 4 minus 3x. And this is the equations for straight line. Okay, so now firstly, let us draw the required region. Because when we draw the required region, then only we can find the area, right? So consider this as the coordinate axis. X square is equal to y. It is a parabola, and since the parabola is in the form x square is equal to y, so parabola will be in this form, right? And we have two lines, y is equals to x plus 2 and y is equal to 4 minus 3x. So here, this will be the line y is equal to x plus 2, all right? And this will be the line y is equal to 4 minus 3x. So this is y is equal to x plus 2 and this is y is equal to 4 minus 3x, right? And this is the curve for x square is equal to y, okay? Now, what is the area that we have to calculate? See, firstly, we have to find this intersecting point, okay? So how we can find? We have two equations for line, y is equal to x plus 2 and y is equal to 4 minus 3x. Okay, so it can be also written as y is equal to x plus 2 and y is equal to minus 3x plus 4, right? So let us do one thing. Let us multiply this equation by 3, all right? So when we multiply it by 3, it will be 3y is equal to 3 into x is 3x plus 2 into 3 is 6. And what is the another equation? Y is equal to minus 3x plus 4. So when we add this both equations, see 3x minus 3x will be 0. Now 3y plus y is 4y is equal to 6 plus 4 is 10. So y will be equals to what? 10 by 4. And what is 10 by 4? 5 by 2. Now we have the value of y. So we can easily find x. Okay. How we can find x? We can substitute the value of y in any of this equation. So let us substitute the value of y here. So y is equal to x plus 2, right? What is y? 5 by 2 is equal to x plus 2. So x will be equal to what? 5 by 2 minus 2. When we take the LCM, LCM is 2. Numerator will be 5 minus 4, right? So x will be 1 by 2, right? So this point, this is the basic intersection point, right? For this intersection point, we have x is 1 by 2 and y is 5 by 2. Okay, means this is 1 by 2 and this point is 5 by 2, right? If we talk about the other points, the line is intersecting at the parabola also, right? So this point will be 1 and this point will be also 1. And here, this will be minus 1, all right? And here, if we talk about this point, this will be plus 1, okay? So these are the points. Now we have to find the minimum area, right? In the question, it is very clear that we have to find the minimum area. Okay, what is the minimum area? This is the minimum area that we have to find. Okay, but we cannot find it directly. So let us do one thing. Let us form two different trapeziums, right? So let us name the trapezium. See, we have an intersecting point here, okay? And one point is here. Another point is here, okay? So let us do one thing. Let us form a trapezium here. Let us name it A, B, C, and D. Okay, you can see that we have a trapezium in this way, okay? This is the trapezium. I'm highlighting it. This is the first trapezium. All right. In the same way, we can have second trapezium here. Okay. If we name something here, which is like D, okay, and let us name it as E. So we have two trapezium, ABCD and BDEC. Okay. So we have to find the area of this trapezium. And then what we have to do, we have to subtract this portion. See, this is the remaining portion, which is under the parabola, because we only have to find the area, which is the shaded portion here, which is in the form of lines. So what we have done is we have divided this area into two trapezium and this remaining portion. See, you can see here under the parabola, we have some remaining portions. So we have to subtract those portions. So firstly, let us find the area of both the trapezium. Okay. And after finding the area of both the trapezium, we have to subtract the value. This is the remaining portion, right? So we have to subtract it. So what is the formula for area of a trapezium? Do you know what is the formula? Area of trapezium is half into sum of parallel sides multiplied by height. Okay. So when we talk about the first trapezium is ABCD. Okay. Here the parallel sides are what? 1 and 5/2. You can see that this is one parallel side, means this one. Okay. Here the value of this parallel side is 1 and this is another parallel side and this value is 5/2. So sum will be 1 plus 5/2. So we have half into 1 plus 5/2 into height. What is the height? Height is obviously what? 1 plus 1/2. Okay. Here we have 1 and here we have 1/2. So 1 plus 1/2 is 3/2. This is the area of first trapezium. Okay. Now let us find the area of second trapezium. Okay. Here also we have to use the same formula. So area of the trapezium. What is the trapezium? BDEC. So BDEC will be what? Half into sum of parallel sides. Here also the parallel sides are what? You know that this point is 1. Okay. So the parallel sides are 1 and again 5/2. Okay. The side BC is common here. And what is BC? 5/2. So 1 plus 5/2 multiplied by height. What is the height here? Here height is 1/2. Okay. So multiplied by 1/2. Now we have to add both these areas. Okay. Because when we get the total area of both the trapezium, then only we can subtract the remaining portion. Right. I hope you have understood the remaining portion. See, we have the parabola in this form. Okay. This is first line and this is second line. Suppose we need this region, right? And we have drawn some trapezium here. Okay. But this is the remaining portion. Okay. So we have to eliminate this remaining portion. You can see that this portion, particularly this portion and this portion is the remaining portion which is below the trapezium. Okay. All right. So firstly, we have to add the area of both the trapezium. What is the area of first trapezium? 1/2 into 1 plus 5/2 into 3/2 plus what is the area of second trapezium? 1/2 into 1 plus 5/2 into 1/2. Now we have to remove this area, okay, which is the extra area, which is under the parabola. Okay, we have to find the minimum area. Okay, minimum area is this particular area, this whole area. But you can see that below this, we have some extra area, okay, which is in this form. Suppose this is the parabola and this is the line. Okay, so we have some extra area here. This is the extra area. We have to eliminate this area. And what are the values here? From -1 to 1. You can see that the numbers are going from -1 to 1. So its area will be what? Integral of -1 to 1 x square dx. Now we just have to solve this and we will easily get the area of the required region, which is the minimum area. So here 1/2 into 1 plus 5/2. When we take the LCM, LCM is 2. Okay. Numerator will be what? 1 into 2, 2 plus 5 multiplied by 3/2 plus 1/2 into 1 plus 5/2 is what? 2 plus 5/2. Okay. Into 1/2 minus integral of -1 to 1 x square dx. Okay. We will solve this integral at last. Firstly, let us solve this numeral or numerical value. So 1/2 into 2 plus 5 is 7. 7/2 into 3/2 plus 1/2 into 2 plus 5 is again 7. So 7/2 into 1/2 minus integral of 1 to 1 x square dx. All right. Now, this is the first part and this is the second part. So what is the value of first part? 1 into 7 into 3, 21, divided by 2 into 2 into 2, 8, plus 1 into 7 into 1, 7, 2 into 2 into 2, 8, minus integral of minus 1 to 1, x square dx. Again, 21 by 8 plus 7 by 8 will be what? Denominator is same. Numerator will be 21 plus 7, 28, minus integral of minus 1 to 1 x square dx. Now we have to use a very basic formula of integration, which is integral of x power n dx is always equals to x power n plus 1 upon n plus 1. Here we have integral of x square dx. Okay, so here the value of n is 2. So the formula will be what? X power 2 plus 1 divided by 2 plus 1. What is x power 2 plus 1? 3. And numerator will be 3. Okay, so its value will be what? 28 upon 8 minus integral of x square dx is x cube upon 3. And what are the limits? Minus 1 to 1. Okay, now we have to apply the limits here. So we have 28 upon 8 minus, when we apply 1 in the place of x, 1 cube is 1 by 3, minus, when we apply minus 1, so minus 1 cube will be what? Minus 1 divided by 3. So it will be 28 upon 8 minus 1 by 3. This minus minus will be plus. So plus 1 by 3. Now 28 upon 8 can be also simplified, right? 28 upon 8 can be cancelled by the table of 2. 2 4s are 8 and 2 into 14 is 28. Again 2 7s are 14 and 2 2s are 4. So we have 7 by 2 minus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 3 is what? 2 by 3. Yes. Now LCM will be 6 here and numerator will be 21 minus 4. 7 into 3 is 21 and 2 into 2 is 4. So 21 minus 4. What is 21 minus 4? 17 and divided by 6. So this is the area of the required region. So for this question, the correct answer is 17 upon 6. If we look at the options, the correct option is option B here. I hope you are clear with this question. This is the simplest way to solve this question. There are many critical or many difficult solutions for this question, but we have used the simplest form or the simplest solution to solve this question. All right. All you have to do is you have to just make the diagram. Then you have to split this area into two trapezium. All right. We will have some extra area. At last, we have to subtract this extra area. Then we can easily get the required area. Okay. And remember, the extra area is under the parabola. All right. So the formula that we have used here is formula for area of trapezium. I hope you are clear with this question. Again, the correct option is option B here. Next question is, for any real number x, let greatest integer factor of x denote the largest integer less than or equal to x. Let f be a real valued function defined on the interval minus 10 to 10 by f of x is equal to x minus greatest integer of x. If greatest integer of x is odd and f of x is equal to 1 plus greatest integer of x minus x if greatest integer of x is even, then the value of pi square by 10 integral of minus 10 to 10 f of x cos pi x dx is equal to. Okay, so here we have to find the integral part. But firstly, we need to understand the function, that what is the function here. So first thing is, if x belongs to 0, 1, then it means that the greatest integer factor or GIF of x will be 0. Okay, 0 is even. It means that for even, the definition of function will be this. So when we put greatest integer of x is equal to 0, what is the function? 1 plus greatest integer of x minus x. Since we have value of greatest integer of x is equal to 0, it means it will be 1 plus 0 minus x. So the definition of function will be 1 minus x, right? Similarly, when x belongs to 1, 2, then in this case, greatest integer function of x will be 1. 1 is odd. So for odd, the definition of function is x minus greatest integer of x. So x minus 1. So the function will be x minus 1. Similarly, when x belongs to 2 comma 3, then GIF, which is the greatest integer function for x, will be equals to 2. 2 is even. For even, we have to use this function. So when we put 2 here, 1 plus 2 minus x. So 3 minus x. So the definition of function will be 3 minus x. Similarly, if x belongs to 3 comma 4, then GIF of x will be 3, which is odd. So for odd, we have to use this function, which is x minus greatest integer function of x. So x minus 3. So the function will be x minus 3. All right. Similarly, if we find this for negative values, which is if x belongs to minus 1 comma 0, then in this case, GIF of x will be minus 1. Minus 1 is odd. So for our odd, again, the function will be x minus greatest integer function of x. So what is the value here? Minus 1. So x minus minus 1. So it will be x plus 1. So the definition of function will be x plus 1 in this case. Similarly, if x belongs to minus 2 comma minus 1, then GIF of x will be minus 2, which is even. For even, what is the definition of function? 1 plus greatest integer of x minus x. It is given here, right? So if greatest integer of x is minus 2, then we have 1 minus 2 minus x. So we have minus 1 minus x. So the definition of the function is minus 1 minus x. This is the definition of the function f of x. Now let us plot a diagram by using all these values. Okay, let us understand the nature of the given function. Okay. So to understand the nature, we need to plot a diagram. All right. So let us make a diagram here. Consider this as the coordinate axis. This is 0, 1 and 1. For the first condition where x belongs to 0 and 1. And greatest integer of x is 0. Okay. When the nature of the function is 1 minus x, or the definition of the function is 1 minus x. So this will be the graphical representation. Then from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3, from 1 to 2 it will be this way. This is 2. Then from 2 to 3 it will be this way, right? Similarly for the negative values, from minus 1 to 0 it will be this way, right? From minus 2 to minus 1 it will be this way. Then similarly for minus 3 to minus 2. Okay, so you can see that the graph is in mountain form. Okay, it is a continuous graph. It will go on if we apply the values here. So it is very clear that this is symmetric with respect to y-axis. So we can say that the function f is an even function. And here, one more thing is clear, that the period, which is t, is 2. Okay, how the period is 2? You can see that from minus 1 to 1, there are 2 units. Then from minus 3 to minus 1, there are 2 units. Okay, this is 1 unit and this is second unit. Here also this is 1 unit and this is second unit. From 1 to 3, also there are 2 units. So here the period is 2. Okay, now we have to find the value of this integral. Okay, here you can see that we have integral of minus 10 to 10. See, we will deal with pi square by 10 later. Okay, now let us focus on the integral part. We have integral of minus 10 to 10 f of x into cos pi x dx is. Okay, so here we know that f is a even function and cos pi x is also even function. So their product will be also even. It means that the value which we are having in this integral, we are having an even value. And since we are having an even value, so we can transform this integral as pi square by 10, okay, into twice of integral of 0 to 10 f of x cos pi x dx. Since the value inside this integral is even value, that is why we have written this as pi square by 10 into 2 integral of 0 to 10. Here, notice one thing, that the limits are changed. Okay, the limits are less now, just to remove the complicated part. Okay, so now we have to solve this. So let us write it first. We have pi square by 10 into 2 integral of 0 to 10 f of x into cos pi x dx. We know that here the function f of x is a periodic function with periods 2, right? And we know that cos x is also a periodic function with period 2 pi. So if cos x have the period 2 pi, then cos pi x will be a periodic function with period 2 pi upon pi, which is actually equal to 2. So here, the function f of x is a periodic function with period 2, and cos pi x is also a periodic function with period 2. So their product will be also periodic function of period 2, which is the LCM of 2 and 2. LCM of 2 and 2 is 2. So we can say that product will be also periodic function of 2. Okay. Now, what we can do is pi square by 10 into 2. We can write this 10 as 2 into 5. So 2 into 5, right? And here 0. Now, f of x into cos pi x dx. We can write this 5 downside here. We can take 5, which is the integral part, downside. So we will have pi square by 10 into 2 into 5. We have taken this 5 downside. What is remaining? Integral of 0 to 2 f of x cos pi x dx. 2 into 5 is 10, right? So 2 ones are 2, 2 5s are 10, 5 and 5 will be cancelled. So we have pi square into integral of 0 to 2 f of x cos pi x dx. Now focus on the limits here. The limits are 0 to 2. But from the value 0 to 2, we have different definition of function. You can see that when x belongs to 0 to 1, the definition of function is 1 minus x. And from 1 to 2, the definition of function is x minus 1. Okay, so we have different values of function from 0 to 1 and 1 to 2. Okay, it means that we have to break or separate the integration limits here. So we are breaking this limits as 0 to 1 and 1 to 2. So we have pi square into integral of 0 to 1. For 0 to 1, what is the definition of function? For 0 to 1, the definition of function is 1 minus x. And for 1 to 2, the definition of function is x minus 1. So for 0 to 1, the definition of function is 1 minus x and cos pi x dx. Then from 1 to 2, the definition of function is x minus 1 cos pi x dx. All right. Now, to solve this integral part, let us consider this term as I1 and this term as I2. Firstly, let us solve I1. So for I1, there is a shortest trick, which is put 1 minus x is equal to t. Whenever in integral we put some values equal to a variable, then we have to differentiate both the sides. So when we differentiate both the sides here, 1 is a constant, so differentiation of 1 will be 0. Then differentiation of minus x. We know that d by dx of x is equal to 1. Therefore, d by dx of minus of x will be equal to minus 1, right? So, minus 1 multiplied by dx is equal to dt, right? So, we have minus dx is equal to dt, or we can say that dx is equal to minus dt, okay? And here when 1 minus x is equal to t, for this equation, if we put x is equal to 0, then we have 1 minus 0 is equal to t. Then what is the value of t? T is 1. And when we put x is equal to 1, then t will be 0. See, if x is equal to 1 here, 1 minus 1 will be 0, right? So now, similarly, if we have pi x, okay, from here we can get the value of x. We have 1 minus x is equal to t. So x will be equals to 1 minus t. All right. So what will be pi x? Pi x means pi into x. So pi into 1 minus t. So pi x will be pi minus pi t. If pi x is pi minus pi t, then cos pi x will be what? Cos pi minus pi t, which is actually in the form of cos pi minus theta. And we know that cos pi minus theta is always equals to minus of cos theta. We have to use this basic form here. So here cos pi minus pi t will be actually equal to what? Minus cos pi t. And this value is equal to what? Cos pi x, right? So we have the value of cos pi x, which is equal to minus cos pi t. Now let us substitute all this value in the integral part, which is I1. So outside we have pi square, right? So pi square into integral of. Now the limits will change because when x is 0, t is 1. When x is 1, t is 0. So limits will change now. 1 to 0. Okay. Then we have 1 minus x. What is 1 minus x? T. What is cos pi? X minus cos pi t. Okay. So 1 minus x is t into cos pi x is minus cos pi t into dx is minus dt. So multiplied by minus dt. Okay. Now here we have 2 minus. So by using 1 minus, we can change the limit here. So we have pi square integral of 0 to 1. Then we have t into cos pi t into minus dt. Okay, by using 1 minus sign, we have changed the limits. So this is pi square integral of 0 to 1 and taking 1 minus which is remaining outside. So we have minus pi square and the remaining terms will be t cos pi t and dt, right? Now what we can do is we can replace this t by x because this all are dummy values of variables, right? So we have minus pi square integral of 0 to 1 x cos pi x dx. All right, we have replaced t by x. So this is the value of I1. Similarly, for the part I2, we have to apply the same procedure. For I2, we have to put x minus 1 is equal to t. So when we put x minus 1 is equal to t, we will get the exact same value of I2. Means the value of I1 and I2 is equal. All right. When you put x minus 1 is equal to t, then we get the same value of I2, right? So the total part will be what? Minus of pi square into integral of what is I1? 0 to 1 x cos pi x dx, right? Plus I2. As I told you that when we put x minus 1 is equal to t, then we get the same value of I2. So it will be 0 to 1 x cos pi x dx, right? Now we have minus pi square and you see that both the values are same. So we can write twice of this value. Okay. When we have a plus a, then we write twice of a. Similarly, this plus this will be twice of integral of 0 to 1 x cos pi x dx, right? So this will be equal to minus 2 pi square integral of 0 to 1 x cos pi x dx. Okay, now nothing is remaining. Now the question seems very, very simple. All right, we have the value of integration, which is minus 2 pi square into integral of 0 to 1 x cos pi x dx. Now what we have to do is we have to apply by parts here. So by applying by parts, this will be equals to minus 2 pi square into x sine pi x upon pi, right? Plus cos pi x upon pi square. And the limits are 0 to 1. Now, when we put the limits, we have minus 2 pi square into minus 1 upon pi square minus 1 upon pi square. Okay. So it will be minus 2 pi square into minus 1 is minus 2. So minus 2 upon pi square. This pi square and pi square will be cancelled. Minus 2 into minus 2 is plus 4. So this is the value of integration for this question. So I hope you are clear with it. And the correct answer for this question is 4. The value of the integral is 4 here. So the correct option is option A. So the basic thing to understand here is firstly, we need to understand the nature of the graph. Okay, firstly, we have seen that what is the basic definition of the function and what is the nature of the function, whether the function is odd or even. So we have found that the function is even. Then we have simply reduced the limits of the integral to solve it in a simple way. All right. And then we have easily found the value for this integral. So I hope you are clear with this method. And the correct answer is 4 here. Next question is the slope of the tangent to a curve C such that y is equal to y of x at any point x comma y on it is 2 into e power 2x minus 6 into e power minus x plus 9 divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x. If C passes through the points 0, 1 by 2 plus pi by 2 root 2 and alpha, 1 by 2 into e power 2 alpha, then e power alpha is equal to. So in this question, we have the value of dy by dx, which is equal to this. And it is given that C passes through 2 points. First point is this and second point is this. Then we have to find e power alpha. So firstly, let us write the given value, which is dy by dx is equal to 2 into e power 2x minus 6 into e power minus x plus 9 divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x. Now let us do one thing. Let us separate the values. Okay. Let us write this term and this term together. So we have 2 into e power 2x plus 9 divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x minus 6 into e power minus x divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x. What we have done is we have separated the terms for numerator. Okay. So here, if we take e power 2x common from the numerator in this part, okay, then what is remaining terms? 2 plus 9 by e power 2x divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x. We have taken e power 2x common from this term. So when we take common, the remaining terms will be 2 plus 9 upon e power 2x minus 6 into e power minus x divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x. Okay. Now this 9 by e power 2x will be equal to what? 9 into e power minus 2x. Okay. This form is basically equal to 9 into 1 upon e power 2x. Okay. 9 by e power 2x is basically 9 into 1 upon e power 2x. And we know that 1 upon e power 2x can be written as e power minus 2x. Okay. When we will reciprocate this value, then the sign of the power will change. By the concept, 1 by x is always written as x power minus 1, right? 1 by x square will be always equal to x power minus 2. So it means that when we reciprocate any term, then the sign is changed in powers. Okay, so similarly, 1 by e power 2x will be equal to e power minus 2x. That is why we can say that 9 upon e power 2x will be 9 into e power minus 2x. So here we have e power 2x multiplied by 2 plus 9 into 1 by e power 2x will be e power minus 2x divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x. See why we have written this term in this way, just to cancel out both these terms. Okay, minus 6 into e power minus x divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x. Now both these terms will be cancelled. What is remaining? We have dy by dx is equal to e power 2x minus 6 into e power minus x divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x. So this is the remaining term. Now let us do one thing. Let us take this dx on the right side. So we have dy is equal to e power 2x dx minus 6 into e power minus x divided by 2 plus 9 into e power minus 2x dx. Since this dx was in division, so when it will go to the right hand side, it will be multiplied. Okay. Now let us integrate both the sides. So integral, integral and integral. Integral of dy is y is equal to integral of e power x dx is always equals to e power x. And again, we have to integrate x. Don't forget this. Okay. So integral of e power 2x will be e power 2x by 2. Okay. Right. Because since the power is 2x here. Okay. Again, minus. Now for the integral of this term, let us do one thing. Let us take 6 and 2 common. Okay. So when we take 6 common from numerator and 2 common from denominator, the remaining terms will be e power minus x dx divided by 1 plus 3 by root 2 into e power minus 2x. Right. When we multiply these values again inside this bracket, then it will be equal to the previous term. Okay. We have taken 6 by 2 outside. So the remaining terms are this. Now this can be also written as y is equal to e power 2x divided by 2 minus 6 by 2 is 3. So 3 into integral of e power minus x dx divided by 1 plus 3 by root 2 into e power minus x whole square. Okay, we can split this power minus 2x in this way, right? Now to simplify this term, let us do one thing. Let us put e power minus x is equal to t. whenever we put anything equal to t or x, then we have to differentiate both the sides. Okay. So let us differentiate both the sides. D by dx of e power x is e power x. So d by dx of e power minus x will be e power minus x. And again, we have to differentiate minus x. Okay. So d by dx of minus x will be minus 1. So multiplied by minus 1. And dx is equal to dt, right? So minus e power minus x dx is equal to dt. So e power minus x dx will be equal to what? Minus of dt, right? This minus sign is transformed to the right hand side. So here e power minus x dx, this whole term is equal to minus dt, right? So we have y is equal to e power 2x divided by 2 minus 3 into integral of minus dt divided by 1 plus 3 by root 2 into e power minus x. What is e power minus x? It is t. So t and square. Now this minus and minus will be plus. So y will be equals to e power 2x upon 2 plus 3 into integral of dt upon 1 plus 3 by root 2 t square. Okay. Here directly also we can use the formula for tan inverse. But let us simplify this term just to understand it better. Let us do one more thing. Let us put 3 by root 2 t is equal to u. Okay. Since we are putting it equals to u, then again we have to differentiate both the sides, right? So what happens when we differentiate both the sides? Here 3 by root 2 is a constant, so it will come out. Okay. Now differentiation of t will be dt and for u it will be du. Okay. So if we talk about dt, here dt will be equals to what? Du upon 3 into root 2 or dt is equal to du into root 2 upon 3, which is equal to root 2 by 3 du, right? This is the value of dt. Let us do one thing. Let us substitute this value here. So we have y is equal to e power 2x divided by 2 plus 3 into integral of dt. What is dt? Root 2 by 3 du divided by 1 plus root 2 by 3 du is dt, right? And what is the value of 3 by root 2t? 3 by root 2t is u. Okay. So we have u square. Now again, y is equal to e power 2x upon 2 plus 3 into this root 2 by 3 will come out since it is a constant, right? Then we have integral of du upon 1 plus u square. This 3 and 3 will be cancelled. Now this term is in simplified form. Okay, now we can use the formula for tan inverse. What is the formula for integral of dx upon 1 plus x square? It is always equals to tan inverse x plus c, where c is a constant. Here we have integral of du upon 1 plus u square. So it will be equals to tan inverse of u plus c. Okay, this is the basic formula that you have to remember here. So we will have y is equal to e power 2x divided by 2 plus root 2 into, now integral of du upon 1 plus u square is tan inverse u. Okay, what is u? U is equal to 3 by root 2 t. So tan inverse 3 by root 2 t. What is the value of t? We have assumed t is equal to e power minus x. So 3 by root 2 t means 3 by root 2 e power minus x and plus c, where c is a constant, right? So we have an equation which is the equation of the slope. Okay, this is the equation of slope. Now as we have the equation which is y is equal to e power 2x upon 2 plus root 2 tan inverse 3 into e power minus x divided by root 2 plus c. This is the equation for slope. Okay. Now what we have to do is we have to look again at the equation. It is given that point C. Okay. There is a point which is C. It is passing through the point 0 and 1 by 2 plus pi by 2 root 2. What is C? C is the slope of the tangent to a curve. Okay. Means slope is passing through both these points. Since we have the equation of slope and slope is passing through both the points, it means the equation of slope will satisfy both the points, right? So let us write the points first. What are the points? We have 0, 1 by 2 plus pi by 2 root 2. This is x and this is y. Okay. So let us do one thing. Since the slope passes through this point, it means equation of slope will satisfy this equation, right? Okay. So what we have to do is we have to use the concept that if a slope is passing through this point, then this point will satisfy the equation of slope. So we have to put the value of x and y here. Okay. What is y? Y is 1 by 2 plus pi by 2 root 2. So let us put the value here in this equation. We have to put the value in this equation. So left hand side is 1 by 2 plus pi upon 2 root 2, which is the value of y, is equal to, we have to put x is equal to 0. Here we have e power 2x, means e power 0. Anything raised to 0 is always equals to 1. So e power 0 will be 1. So 1 by 2 plus root 2 into tan inverse 3 by root 2. Again, e power minus x. Okay. Again, here we will have e raised to 0. Okay. Anything raised to 0 is 1. So 3 by root 2 into 1 is 3 by root 2 and plus c. Okay. Now, if we want the value of c from here, c will be equal to what? 1 by 2 plus pi by 2 root 2 minus 1 by 2 minus root 2 tan inverse 3 by root 2. This 1 by 2 and 1 by 2 will be cancelled. So what is the value of c? Pi by 2 root 2 minus root 2 tan inverse 3 by root 2. What we have to do is we have to put this value of c again in this equation. So let us put it. But now we have to use the second point, okay, through which the slope passes. What is the second point? Alpha and 1 by 2 into e power 2 alpha. So writing the second point here, alpha and 1 by 2 into e power 2 alpha. It means this is x and this is y now. Okay. Why we are putting these points here? Because it is clearly given that slope passes through this point. And we have the equation of slope. It means that these points will satisfy the equation of slope since slope is passing through this point. Okay. So now let us do one thing. Let us put x is equal to alpha. Let us put y is equal to 1 by 2 into e power 2 alpha. And let us put the value of c in this particular equation. So now what is the value of y? We have to use this values now. Okay. Y is 1 by 2 into e power 2 alpha. Right. This is equal to e power 2x. What is x? X is alpha now. So e power 2 alpha divided by 2 plus root 2 into tan inverse. We are putting all the values in this equation. Consider it as equation number 1. Okay. So y is equal to 1 by 2 into e power 2 alpha is equal to e power 2x. X is alpha. So e power 2 alpha divided by 2 plus root 2 into tan inverse 3 by root 2 into e power minus x, means e power minus alpha. We have to put x is equal to alpha here, right? So plus c. What is c? C is pi by 2 root 2 minus root 2 tan inverse 3 by root 2. All right. Now, here we have e power 2 alpha divided by 2 is equal to e power 2 alpha divided by 2 plus root 2 tan inverse 3 by root 2 into e power minus alpha plus pi by 2 root 2 minus root 2 tan inverse 3 by root 2. This e power 2 alpha by 2 and e power 2 alpha by 2 will be cancelled. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us take this terms of tan inverse on one side. Okay. So we will have root 2 tan inverse 3 by root 2. Since this was negative, so when it will go to the left hand side, it will be positive. This expression is positive. So when it will go to the left hand side, it will be negative. So minus under root 2 tan inverse 3 by root 2 into e power minus alpha. It is equal to pi by 2 root 2. Okay. Root 2 is common in both these terms. So let us take root 2 common. What is remaining? Tan inverse 3 by root 2 minus tan inverse 3 by root 2 into e power minus alpha. It is equal to pi by 2 root 2. Right. Now let us take this root 2 to the right hand side. So we have tan inverse 3 by root 2 minus tan inverse 3 by root 2 into e power minus alpha. is equal to pi by 2 root 2 into 1 by root 2. Why 1 by root 2? Because this root 2 is in multiplication. So when it will go to the right hand side, it will be divided. Okay. This is a very basic rule. Now you can see the left hand side is in the form of tan inverse x minus tan inverse y. So here we have to use the formula for tan inverse x minus tan inverse y. What is the formula? Let us see. Tan inverse x minus tan inverse y is equal to tan inverse x minus y divided by 1 plus x into y. Okay. So this is the basic formula to use here. So here in the left hand side, we have tan inverse. This is x and this is y. So x minus y. So 3 by root 2 minus 3 by root 2 into e power minus alpha, right? Divided by 1 plus x into y. What is x? 3 by root 2 into y. What is y? 3 by root 2 into e power minus alpha. Okay. This is equal to pi by 2 root 2 into 1 by 2 root 2. Okay. So it will be pi by 4. How 4? 2 root 2 into root 2 will be what? See, we have 2. Then root 2 into root 2 is again 2. So 2 into 2 is 4. That is why it is pi by 4. Now let us do one thing. Let us take this tan inverse to the right hand side. So left hand side will be 3 by root 2 minus 3 into e power minus alpha by root 2 divided by 1 plus. Now we have to multiply both this value. 3 into 3 is 9. Root 2 into root 2 is 2 into e power minus alpha is equal to tan of pi by 4. What is tan pi by 4? We know that in trigonometry, tan pi by 4 is equal to 1. Okay. This is the basic term that you should remember. Okay. This is the value that comes from the trigonometric table. Okay. Tan pi by 4 means tan 45 degree. Tan 45 degree is always 1. So here we have 3 by root 2 minus 3 into e power minus alpha divided by root 2 divided by 1 plus 9 by 2 into e power minus alpha is equal to 1. Now we just have to solve this expression and we have to obtain the value for e power alpha. Okay. So let us do one thing. Let us cross multiply. So after cross multiplying, we have 3 by root 2 minus 3 into e power minus alpha by root 2 is equal to 1 into this whole term will be 1 plus 9 by 2 into e power minus alpha. Right. Now let us do one thing. Let us take e power minus alpha terms on one side. So we have 3 by root 2 minus 1 is equal to 9 by 2 e power minus alpha plus 3 into e power minus alpha by root 2. Now, if we take the LCM on left hand side, we have LCM as root 2 and the numerator will be 3 minus root 2. This is equal to, you can see that e power minus alpha is common here. So let us take e power minus alpha common. So what are the remaining terms? 9 by 2 plus 3 by root 2, right? Now, we have 3 minus root 2 divided by root 2 is equal to e power minus alpha. Now, let us take the LCM here. LCM will be 2 root 2 and the numerator will be 9 root 2 plus 3 into 2 is 6. Okay. Now, if we want e power minus alpha, then here e power minus alpha will be equal to what? 3 minus root 2 divided by root 2 divided by this whole term. So 9 root 2 plus 6 divided by 2 root 2, right? This root 2 and root 2 will be cancelled. So we have e power minus alpha is equal to 3 minus root 2 divided by 1 divided by 9 root 2 plus 6 divided by 2. Okay. Now we want the value of e power alpha. Okay. What will be e power alpha? E power alpha will be 1 upon e power minus alpha, right? All right. The value e power minus alpha will be actually the reciprocal. Okay. If we take the reciprocal of this value, then we get e power alpha. As I told you that 1 by x is always equals to x power minus 1. So similarly, x power minus 1 is always equals to 1 by x. Similarly, e power minus alpha will be equal to 1 upon e power alpha. Right? Okay. So here we want e power alpha. Okay. So when we do e power alpha here, this term will be reciprocated. So e power alpha will be 9 root 2 plus 6 divided by 2. Okay. divided by 3 minus root 2 divided by 1. You can see that the values are reciprocated just because of the negative sign of the power. All right. So here, this will be equals to what? You can see that we can take 3 root 2 common from numerator. So when we take 3 root 2 common, the remaining terms will be 3 plus root 2, right? See, 3 root 2 into 3 is 9 root 2 and 3 root 2 into root 2. 3 root 2 into root 2 will be equal to 3 into 2, which is 6, because root 2 into root 2 is 2. Okay. Divided by 2 divided by 3 minus root 2 divided by 1. So it will be equal to what? 3 root 2 multiplied by 3 plus root 2 divided by 2. Okay. And multiplied by 1 upon 3 minus root 2. This is a very basic form. When we have a by b by c by d, then it is always equals to a by b into d by c. This is a, this is b, this is c, and this is d. Okay. So what we have is, we have 3 root 2 divided by 3 divided by 2. Okay. We have divided by 2. Okay. Into 3 plus root 2 divided by 3 minus root 2. Okay. When we multiply this value, 3 root 2 into 3 plus root 2 into 1 gives 3 root 2 into 3 plus root 2. And 2 into 3 minus root 2. This is 2 into 3 minus root 2. Okay. So we can write it 3 root 2 upon 2 into 3 plus root 2 divided by 3 minus root 2. This is the final value for e power alpha. Okay. This is the value for e power alpha. So let us look at the options. Out of all the given options, the correct option is 3 by root 2 into 3 plus root 2 divided by 3 minus root 2, which is option number D here. I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is the general solution of the differential equation x minus y square dx plus y into 5x plus y square dy is equal to 0 is. We have to find the general solution of this given differential equation. This can be also written as x minus y square dx is equals to minus of y into 5x plus y square dy. What we have done is, we have taken this term to the right hand side. So the sign will be changed. That is why it is negative. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us take this dx to the other side. So we have x minus y square is equal to minus of y into 5x plus y square into dy by dx. All right. Since this dx is in multiplication, so when it will go to the other side, it will be divided. All right. This is the basic concept. Now let us take this term to the left hand side. So we have x minus y square divided by minus of y into 5x plus y square is equal to dy by dx. Again, this term was in multiplication. So when it will go to the other side, it will be divided. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us take this y, only this y on the right hand side. So we have x minus y square divided by minus of 5x plus y square is equal to y into dy by dx, right? Now this minus sign will go to the numerator. Okay. So we have minus of x minus y square divided by 5x plus y square is equal to y into dy by dx. Okay. So what is the value? Y into dy by dx is equal to what? Minus into x is minus x, minus into minus y. Okay. So it will be plus, minus minus will be plus. So plus y square divided by 5x plus y square. Right. So this is the value of y into dy by dx. It is actually equal to minus x plus y square divided by 5x plus y square. We can also arrange these terms of the numerator. Y into dy by dx is equal to y square minus x divided by 5x plus y square. The values are not changed. We have just swapped the values. Okay. We know that a plus b is equal to b plus a. So firstly, we have written y square, then we have written minus x. Now let us do one thing. Just to simplify this expression, put y square is equal to t. Whenever we put any value, we have to differentiate both the sides. So when we differentiate here, we have to use a formula which is d by dx of x to the power n. It is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. Here we have d by dx of y square. Okay. So d by dx of y square will be what? N. What is n? N is 2. So 2 into y power 2 minus 1. So d by dx of y square will be 2y. Right. Again, differentiating y. So it will be dy by dx. D by dx of t will be dt upon dx. All right. But we want the value of y into dy by dx. So y into dy by dx will be equal to what? 1 by 2 into dt by dx. Right? We have taken this 2 to the right hand side. So it will be divided. So this is the value of y into dy by dx. Okay. So let us substitute it. 1 by 2 into dt by dx is equal to y square. What is y square? T. So t minus x divided by 5x plus y square. What is y square? Y square is again t, right? So we have 1 by 2 into dt upon dx is equals to t minus x upon 5x plus t. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us put t is equal to vx. Again, we are putting a value, so we have to differentiate it, right? So let us differentiate both the sides. D by dx of t is dt by dx. For the right hand side, we will have d by dx of v into x, which is first term into second term. Here we have to use a formula for the product of two values. Okay, d by dx of v into x is always equals to v into d by dx of x plus x into d by dx of v. Okay, if we are considering this as first and this is second, so the formula is first into d by dx of second plus second into d by dx of first. So it will be equal to what? V into d by dx of x. We know that d by dx of x is 1. So v into 1 is v plus x into d by dx of v will be dv upon dx. Okay. So this is the value for differentiation of v into x. So we have dt upon dx is equal to v plus x into dv upon dx, right? We have already calculated this value. Now let us put this value of dt by dx here. Okay. So what we have is 1 by 2 into dt by dx. What is dt by dx? V plus x into dv by dx. It is equal to t minus x. What is t? Vx. So vx minus x divided by 5x plus t. What is t? Vx. Okay. So it will be equal to 1 by 2 into v plus x into dv upon dx is equals to, when we take x common here, the remaining terms will be v minus 1 divided by, again x is common in the denominator 2. So let us take x common. So we have 5 plus v. This x and x will be cancelled. So we have 1 by 2 into v plus x into dv by dx is equal to v minus 1 upon 5 plus v, right? Okay. So this is the expression here, which is 1 by 2 into v plus x into dv upon dx is equal to v minus 1 upon 5 plus v. Okay. Now we have to rearrange this term. Okay. Let us take this 1 by 2 to the right hand side. Okay. Since 2 is in division, so it will go to the multiplication here. Okay. And 1 will go in division here. So we have v plus x into dv upon dx is equal to 2 into v minus 1 divided by 1 into 5 plus v. All right, this 1 by 2 is taken to the right hand side. So v plus x into dv upon dx will be equals to 2 into v is 2v. Then 2 into minus 1 is minus 2 divided by 1 into 5 plus v will be 5 plus v. Okay. If we want only x into dv by dx on the left hand side, it means this v will also go to the right hand side. Here the v is positive. So in the right hand side, it will be negative. So we have 2v minus 2 divided by 5 plus v minus v. This v has now come to the right hand side, right? Now let us do one thing. Let us take the LCM. All right. So we have x dv upon dx is equal to, the LCM will be 5 plus v. And the numerator will be 2v minus 2 minus v into 5 plus v. So this is basically equal to 2v minus 2 minus 5v. Minus v into v is minus v square divided by 5 plus v, which is equal to what? Minus v square minus 5v plus 2v is minus 3v and minus 2 divided by 5 plus v. This is the value for x into dv upon dx. So x into dv upon dx is equal to what? Minus v square minus 3v minus 2 divided by 5 plus v. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us separate the variables here. You can see that the variables are in the form of x and v. So let us do one thing. Let us separate the variables. Means let us take the variables of x on one side and let us take the variables of v on another side. Okay. Firstly, x into dv upon dx will be equal to, let us take minus sign common. So it is v square plus 3v plus 2 divided by 5 plus v. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us take this 5 plus v to the left hand side. So we have x into dv upon dx into 5 plus v is equal to minus of v square plus 3v plus 2. Now in the next step, let us take this dv. Okay, let us take this dv on right hand side. Okay, so when we take this dv on right hand side, it will be divided. Okay, so let us do one thing. Let us take this x on the right hand side. So when we take this x on the right hand side, it will be also divided. Okay, so we have dv upon dx into 5 plus v is equal to minus of v square plus 3v plus 2 divided by x. Okay, now only one thing is remaining. Here we have this x term and here we have this v term. Okay, so let us swap the values. Let us take this term on the left hand side and let us take this term on the right hand side. So we have 5 plus v into dv, okay, divided by v square plus 3v plus 2 is equal to minus of dx upon x. See, we have taken this term to the left hand side and this term to the right hand side. And now you can see that both the variables are separated. In the left hand side, we have all the variables in the form of v, and in the right hand side, we have all the variables in the form of x. Okay, we have done nothing but simply separated the variables. Okay, now let us do one thing. Let us integrate both the sides. So when we integrate this side, here you can see that denominator is v square plus 3v plus 2. We can factorize this part. Okay, how to factorize? We have to split the middle term here. So let us see v square plus. We have to split this middle term in such a way that the sum of two numbers should be equal to this middle term and the product of those two numbers should be equal to product of first and last term. So the numbers will be 2v plus v plus 2. 2v plus v is 3v and 2v into v is what? 2v square, which is actually equal to product of first and last term. What is first term? V square. And what is the last term? 2. So v square into 2 is 2v square. 2v into v is also 2v square. So from the first two terms, we can take v common. So the remaining terms will be v plus 2. Then from the next two terms, we can take plus 1 common. So the remaining terms will be v plus 2. Again, v plus 2 is common. What is remaining? V plus 1. It means that this expression is actually equal to v plus 2 into v plus 1, right? So let us replace this values. So we have integral of 5 plus v divided by v plus 1 into v plus 2 dv is equal to integral of, see, minus sign is present, and dx upon x. Whenever we see this part, one thing clicks. And what is the thing? This is in the partial form. We know integration by partial form. Okay, what is the partial form? See, 5 plus v divided by v plus 1 into v plus 2 will be equals to what? A upon the first term, which is v plus 1, plus b upon v plus 2. This is the partial form. Okay. Now what we have to do is, this given expression is totally in the partial form. Whenever we have two terms in this way, it means that we have to use the partial form. Okay, means we have to integrate by using the partial form. So partial form is a upon first term plus b upon second term. Now we have to take the LCM. So left hand side will be 5 plus v divided by v plus 1 into v plus 2 And on the right hand side also the LCM will be v plus 1 into v plus 2. And the numerator will be what? A into v plus 2 plus b into v plus 1. This numerator will be calculated and denominator will be cancelled. So we have 5 plus v is equal to a into v is av plus a into 2 is 2a plus b into v is bv plus b into 1 is b, right? So when we compare the coefficient of v here, what is the coefficient of v on the left hand side? The coefficient of v on the left hand side is 1. So 1 will be equal to what? The coefficient of v on the right hand side is a plus b. So we have a plus b is equal to 1. Why we are comparing the coefficient? Just to form a equation. And by using this equation, we can find the value of a and b. Again, we have some constants. So when we compare the constants here, what are the constants? 2a plus b. And on the left hand side, the constant is 5. So we have two equations, right? A plus b is equal to 1 and 2a plus b is equal to 5, right? Now, when we solve this equation, it will be minus, minus and minus. B minus b is cancelled. Minus 2a plus a is minus a. Minus 5 plus 1 is minus 4. So it means that a is equal to 4. Okay. Now, if we have the value of a, we can easily calculate b by putting it in this equation. We have 1 is equal to a. A is 4 plus b. So what will be the value of b? B will be 1 minus 4. So b is equal to minus 3. Now what we have to do is we have to put the value of a and b here. Okay. This was the partial form. This left hand side will be transformed to this part. Okay. It was an integral. So we have integral of a upon v plus 1 dv. Okay. Plus integral of b upon v plus 2 dv is equal to minus of integral of dx upon x. Okay. The left hand side is changed into this form, right? Now we have to put the value of a and b. What is the value of a? 4. 4 upon v plus 1 dv plus b is minus 3. So this plus will be changed to minus. So minus of integral of 3 upon v plus 2 dv. What we have done is the value of b was minus 3. So we have taken minus out. So this is equal to minus of integral of dx upon x. Now it is very, very simple. We just have to use a formula which is integral of 1 upon x dx is equal to log x. Here for the first term, 4 is a constant, so it will come out. Remaining term will be integral of 1 upon v plus 1 dv minus 3 is a constant. Remaining term will be integral of 1 upon v plus 2 dv is equal to minus integral of dx upon x. Okay, what is dx upon x? It is 1 upon x dx. Okay, means this term is equal to integral of 1 upon x dx, right? Now, according to this formula, the first term have 1 upon v plus 1 dv. Here the value of x is v plus 1. So the integral will be 4 into log of v plus 1, right? Minus 3 into log of v plus 2. Okay, this is in the form of 1 by x. This is also in the form of 1 by x. And we know that integral of 1 by x dx is equal to log x. Okay. And the right hand side will be minus of 1 by x dx will be log x plus c. Okay. And we are taking c in terms of log. So we have integrated this whole term. Again, we have to use a basic form, which is what? Which is equal to n log m. N log m is equal to log m power n. Right. Here you can see that we have n log m. So it will be log m power n minus again n log m. So it will be log m power n. It is equal to what? If we take minus common here, then it will be log x minus log c. Okay. Again, we have to use a very basic form here, which is log a minus log b is equal to log a upon b, right? So here for the left hand side, we will have, this is log a minus log b. So we will have log of a upon b. What is a? V plus 1 power 4 divided by what is b? V plus 2 power 3. And the right hand side will be again log a minus log b. So it will be log of A upon B. So log of X upon C, right? Okay. And if we take the minus sign again, so it will be C upon X. Okay. Because the minus sign changes everything. So we have log C upon X. All right. This log and log will be cancelled. So what is the remaining value? V plus 1 power 4 divided by V plus 2 cube is equal to C upon X. Okay. Now what is V? V is actually equal to what? Y square upon X. Let us see how. We have substituted some values here. Okay. We have substituted T is equal to Vx. So from here, V will be equal to T by X. Okay. And what is T? See, we have also substituted another value. T is y square. Okay. It means that V will be actually equal to y square upon X. Okay. So what is the last term we have? We have at last V plus 1 power 4 divided by V plus 2 cube is equal to C by X. Right. Now we have to put the value of V here. V is y square by X. So y square by X plus 1 power 4 divided by y square by X plus 2 power 3 is equal to C by X. Right. Now we have to take the LCM. So let us take the LCM. Y square plus X upon X. LCM will be X in the first part. And the power will be 4 divided by y square plus 2 into X. Okay. Divided by X and the power is 3. This is equal to C by X. Okay. Here, when we open this brackets, okay, then we have y square plus x power 4 will be equal to C into y square plus 2x cube, right? When we cross multiply, okay, then the values will be in this form, which is the final solution of this given differential equation. I hope you are clear with this equation. Now let us have a look towards the options. From all the given options, the correct option is option A, which is y square plus x power 4 is equal to C into y square plus 2x cube. So I hope you are clear with this equation. In this equation, we have used so many basic formulas for integration, right? So you have to remember all those formulas in order to solve this type of questions. Integral is very simple if you know all the formulas. So I hope you are clear with it. Next question is, a line with the slope greater than 1 passes through the point A 4, 3 and intersects the line x minus y minus 2 is equal to 0 at the point B. If the length of the line segment AB is under root 29 by 3, then B also lies on the line. To understand this question, firstly, let us make a diagram. We have two different lines. So consider this as the coordinate axis. For the first line, we only know that it is a line with slope greater than 1. What is slope? Slope means tan theta. So there is a line. Let us consider this as the line. It is making an angle theta here. For this line, slope is greater than 1. It means that tan theta is greater than 1. This line is passing through a point A. So consider this as point A, which is 4, 3 and intersecting another line. So consider this as the second line. Equation of this line is x minus y minus 2 is equal to 0. It is given that it intersects the line x minus y minus 2 is equal to 0 at point B. Means the intersection point is B. And the distance or the length of the line segment AB is given here, which is under root of 29 by 3. It means that point B is this distance from point A. So firstly, let us consider this as R. So we have R is equal to under root 29 upon 3. It is also given that we have to find that on which of the line B point lies. Okay. See, B lies on this line. So B lies on which of the following lines? Okay. The point B is also lying on another equation of line. So we have to identify that equation. So firstly, we need the coordinates of point B, right? Here we will use the distance form. What is the distance form? If we use the distance form, the coordinates of B will be h plus r cos theta and k plus r sin theta. But here you can see that B is downwards and A is upwards. That is why let us use H minus R cos theta and K minus R sin theta. We can also use positive sign, but since considering that B is downwards, let us use negative sign here, right? So the coordinates will be H minus R cos theta and K minus R sin theta. What is H and K? Point A is H and K. So now let us substitute the values. B will be what? H. 4 minus R under root 29 by 3 cos theta. And K. What is K? 3 minus R. R is under root 29 by 3 into sine theta. So these are the coordinates of point B. It means that for point B, this is the value of X and this is the value of Y. It is given that point B is present on the line x minus y minus 2 is equal to 0, right? Means this line passes through point B. That is why point B will satisfy this equation of line, right? Since this line is passing through point B, then obviously point B will satisfy the equation. What is equation? X minus y minus 2 is equal to 0. For B, what is x? 4 minus under root 29 by 3 into cos theta minus y. So minus of y. 3 minus under root of 29 by 3 into sine theta. And minus 2 is equal to 0. Now let us simplify this expression. When we open this brackets, it will be 4 minus under root of 29 by 3 into cos theta minus 3 minus minus will be plus under root of 29 by 3 sine theta minus 2 is equal to 0. You can see that 4 minus 3 is 1. 1 minus 2 is minus 1. So we have minus 1. Then under root of 29 by 3 is common. So let us take under root of 29 by 3 common. Then what will be the remaining terms? Minus cos theta plus sine theta. It is equal to 0. When this minus 1 will go to the right hand side, it will be 0, right? So we have under root of 29 by 3 into minus cos theta plus sine theta. This can be also written as sine theta minus cos theta, right? See, the sign is not changed here. Cos theta is negative and sine theta is positive. We have just swapped this values, right? This is equal to 0. Now let us take this term on the right hand side. So we will have sine theta minus cos theta is equal to 3 is in division. So it will go to the numerator and root 29 is in the numerator. So it will go to the denominator. Now let us do one thing. Let us square on both the sides. So when we square on both the sides, we have this expression and we have to use a basic identity here, which is a minus b whole square. It is equal to a square plus b square minus 2ab. You can see that sine theta minus cos theta whole square is in the same form as a minus b whole square. Here a is sine theta and b is cos theta. So when we apply this identity, we have a square means sine square theta plus b square. What is b? Cos theta. So b square will be cos square theta minus 2 into a into b means 2 into sine theta into cos theta. This will be equals to square of 3 is 9 and square of under root 29 will be 29 because we know that under root 29 into under root 29 will be equal to 29. Now we have to use two more basic identities, which is sine square theta plus cos square theta is equal to 1 and 2 sine theta cos theta is equal to sine 2 theta. So these are the basic identities that we have to use here. So this expression will be equal to 1, right? So 1 minus 2 sine theta cos theta is sine 2 theta. It is equal to 9 by 29. Now, minus of sine 2 theta will be equal to 9 by 29 minus 1. When this positive 1 will go to the right hand side, it will be negative, right? So minus sine 2 theta will be equal to, here we have to take the LCM. LCM will be 29 and the numerator will be 9 minus 29. So we have minus sine 2 theta is equal to minus of 20 upon 29. This minus and minus will be cancelled. It means we have the value of sine 2 theta, which is equal to 20 upon 29. In this question, we have a value in the form of tan theta, which is tan theta is greater than 1, right? So let us do one thing. Let us transform this sine 2 theta in the terms of tan theta. So to transform it, we need to use a formula. Do you know what is the formula for sine 2 theta to transform it to tan theta? The formula is sine 2 theta is equals to 2 tan theta divided by 1 plus tan square theta. So let us substitute the value here. 2 tan theta divided by 1 plus tan square theta will be equal to 20 upon 29. Now let us cross multiply. So 29 into 2 tan theta will be 58 tan theta. This is equal to 1 plus tan square theta into 20. So 1 into 20 is 20 plus 20 tan square theta. Now let us take all the terms on one side. So we have 20 tan square theta minus 58 tan theta plus 20 is equal to 0. Okay, now to simplify this equation, let us put tan theta is equals to t. If tan theta is t, then tan square theta will be t square. So this equation changes to 20t square minus 58t plus 20 is equal to 0. Now you can see that the equation is in simplified form. Now what we have to do is we have to find the value of t. So for that, we need to factorize this equation. So here we will use splitting the middle term method. What is the middle term here? Minus 58t. This middle term will be splitted in such a way that we need two numbers whose sum will be equal to the middle term and whose product will be equal to the product of first and last term. So firstly, let us find the product of first and last term. What is the first term? 20t square. What is the last term? 20. 20 into 20 is 400 and t square. This is the product. Now we need two numbers whose sum will be equal to minus 58t and whose product will be equal to 400t square. So two numbers will be minus 50t minus 8t. See, when we add both these values, it will be equals to minus 58t. And when we multiply both these values, that is minus 50t into minus 8t, then we get plus 400t square, right? So the two numbers are minus 50t minus 8t. It means minus 58t can be written as minus 50t minus 8t, right? So 20t square minus 8t minus 50t plus 20 is equal to 0. See, now we have splitted the middle term. That is why it is known as splitting the middle term method. So from the first and second term, we can take 2t common. So the remaining terms will be 10t minus 4. Similarly, from third and fourth term, we can take minus 5 common. So the remaining terms will be 10t minus 4. This is equal to 0. Again, 10t minus 4 is common. So let us take common. Now what is the remaining term? 2t minus 5. So this is equal to 0. From here, we will have two different values of t. When 10t minus 4 will be equals to 0 and when 2t minus 5 will be equal to 0. So here 10t will be equal to plus 4 and t will be equals to 4 by 10, which is equal to what? 2 by 5. And for this case, 2t will be equals to 5. So t will be equals to 5 by 2. Now consider t is equal to 2 by 5. Its value will be 0.4, right? And when we have t is equal to 5 by 2, then its value will be what? After dividing, its value will be 2 point something, right? So its value will be 2.5, right? And we have a condition which is tan theta is greater than 1. And what is tan theta? We have substituted tan theta is equal to t. It means we have two values of tan theta. Tan theta is equal to 0.4 and tan theta is equal to 2.5. Since it is given that tan theta is greater than 1, so we will accept only the value which is greater than 1. We cannot accept 0.4, right? So let us take tan theta is equal to 5 by 2, okay? Right? 2.5 will be ultimately equal to 5 by 2, right? So we are considering tan theta is equal to 5 by 2. Now, By using this value, we can find the value of sine theta and cos theta. And why we are finding the value of sine theta and cos theta? Because the coordinates of point B are in the terms of sine theta and cos theta. So consider a right angle triangle here. What is tan theta? It is perpendicular upon base. This is the perpendicular. So this is 5 and this is 2. Now what is Pythagoras theorem? It is hypotenuse square is equal to perpendicular square plus base square, right? So what will be hypotenuse square? It will be perpendicular square. What is perpendicular? 25, right? Perpendicular is 5 and 5 square will be 25 plus base square. Base is 2, so its square will be 4. So h will be under root of 25 plus 4. It means h will be under root of 29. So we have the hypotenuse under root of 29. Now sine theta will be equals to what? Sine theta will be equals to 5 upon under root of 29. Because we know that sine theta is always equals to perpendicular upon hypotenuse. Similarly, cos theta will be equal to 2 upon under root of 29. Because cos theta is always base upon hypotenuse. So we have the value of sine theta and cos theta. It means we can easily find the coordinates of point B, right? Firstly, let us write what are the coordinates. So for B, we have the coordinates in this form. So let us write it again. Point B is what? It is 4 minus under root 29 by 3 into cos theta and 3 minus under root 29 by 3 into sine theta. All we have to do is we have to substitute the value for sine theta and cos theta here. So the coordinates of B will be 4 minus under root 29 by 3 into cos theta. What is cos theta? 2 upon under root 29. Then 3 minus under root of 29 by 3 into sine theta. What is sine theta? 5 upon under root of 29. So this root 29 will be cancelled from both the values. So we have 4 minus 2 by 3 and 3 minus 5 by 3. When we take the LCM will be 3 in both the cases, right? And the numerator in the first term will be 4 into 3, 12, 12 minus 2. For the second term, 3 into 3, 9, 9 minus 5. So the coordinates will be 12 minus 10 is this and 9 minus 5 is 4. Okay, 12 minus 2 is 10 and 9 minus 5 is 4. So we have point B 10 by 3, 4 by 3. Since we have the coordinates of point B, we can easily find that point B lies on which of the lines. So all we have to do is we have to hit and try all the given options. And let us see that which equation is satisfied by point B. Now, how we will know that an equation is satisfied? When we put the values of B in equation, then left hand side should be equal to right hand side. So consider this as X and consider this as Y. Now let us look at the first option. What is the first option? 2x plus y is equal to 9. So we have 2x plus y is equal to 9. What is the value of x? 10 by 3. So 2 into 10 by 3 plus y. 4 by 3 is equal to 9, right? So 2 into 10 by 3 will be 20 by 3 plus 4 by 3. It should be equal to 9. But 20 plus 4 is 24 and 24 by 3 is equal to 8. It is not equal to 9. Means point is not satisfied here. So first option is wrong. Now let us consider second option. What is the second option? Let us see. Second option is 3x minus 2y is equal to 7, right? So 3x minus 2y is equal to 7. 3x means 3 into 10 by 3 minus 2y, 2 into 4 by 3 is equal to 7. This 3 and 3 will be cancelled. So we have 10 minus 2 into 4 is 8. 8 by 3 is equal to 7. When we take the LCM, it will be 3 and numerator will be 30 minus 8. What is 30 minus 8? 22 by 3. And 22 by 3 will never be equal to 7. It means this option is also wrong. Now let us consider the next option, which is option 3. X plus 2y is equal to 6. Right? So option 3 is x plus 2y is equal to 6. Let us put the value x is 10 by 3 plus 2y means 2 into y. So 2 into 4 by 3 is equal to 6. So we have 10 by 3 plus 2 into 4 is 8. 8 by 3 is equal to 6. 10 plus 8 is 18. 18 by 3 is obviously equal to 6. It means that the third option is satisfied by the point B. You can see that here left hand side is equal to right hand side. Okay. In the left hand side, we have 10 by 3 plus 8 by 3, which is 18 by 3. And 18 by 3 is equal to 6. And the right hand side is also 6. So we can say that this equation is satisfied by the point B. So for the given question, the correct option will be x plus 2y is equal to 6. Since equation is satisfied, it means point B also lies on x plus 2y is equal to 6. So for this question, the correct option is option C here. Okay. I hope you are clear with this question. In this question, we have used so many basic concepts about trigonometry. Next question is, let the locus of the center alpha comma beta, where beta is greater than 0, of the circle which touches the circle x square plus y minus 1 square is equal to 1 externally and also touches the x-axis be L. Then the area bounded by L and the line y is equal to 4 is. This is a very important question. But before moving on to the solution of this question, we first need to understand the basic concept here. All right. So the concept is, if we have x-axis and we have a circle which is not touching or intersecting the x-axis, then circle will be in this way. Now what we have to do is, in this case, we have to look for the other circles which will touch this circle and the x-axis. So this will be a circle which is touching the given circle and the x-axis. Another circle will be in this way. Similarly, another circle will be in this way. Right? So all these circles are touching the given circle and the x-axis. Now, if we join the centers of all these circles, then a parabola will be formed. Okay. How parabola will be formed? You can see that if we are joining the centers of all the circle, then the figure that is obtained is a parabola, right? It means that the concept says that the locus of center of a circle joining a given circle and the x-axis forms a parabola. So this is the basic concept that we will use here. All right. And if this is the case, then directrix will be at the same distance as the center. Suppose the center here is 0, 2. So the center is at 2 distance from x-axis. So the directrix will be also at 2 units from x-axis. So this will be the directrix. Okay. The distance here will be 2 units. So this is the basic concept that you have to use here. Now moving on to the question. Here you can see that we have an equation of a circle which is x square plus y minus 1 square is equal to 1. And the standard equation is in the form x minus h square plus y minus k square is equal to 1. So when we compare the values here, okay, here we get h is equal to 0 and k is equal to 1, right? And here this right hand side is basically the radius. The equation is in the form x minus h square plus y minus k square is equal to r square. So we have radius is equal to 1. Now what is h and k? H comma k is the center. So we have the center of the circle which is 0 comma 1. Since the center is 0 comma 1, the circle will intersect the x-axis at the origin. Let us see how. Let us consider this as the coordinate axis. This is x-axis and this is y-axis. We have the center 0 comma 1. It means x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 1. So this is 0 and this is 1. So this is the point which is 0 comma 1. This is the center of the circle, right? It means that the circle will be formed in this particular way. And you can see that the circle is touching or intersecting the x-axis at the origin which is 0 comma 0. In this case, if we apply this concept and we look at the other circles which will intersect this circle and the x-axis, then other circles will be present in this way, right? Similarly for the left side too. Now, if we join the centers of this circle, again a parabola will be formed. And how the parabola will be formed? Obviously, the parabola will be formed in this way. So this is the parabola that is formed here, right? And if we talk about the directrix will be 1. Why? Because you can see that the center is 0, 1. It means the distance of the center from x-axis is 1. And as I told you that the directrix will be at the same distance. So the directrix will be also at 1 unit from x-axis, right? So this will be the directrix. Since it is 1 unit from x-axis, so the equation of directrix will be y is equal to -1. All right. And you can see that the parabola which is formed here, it is in the form x square is equal to 4ay. We have the value of a because we know that if y is equal to -1 is the equation for directrix, then a will be equal to 1. If a is 1, then we have x square is equal to 4y, right? Now what we have to do is we have to find the area of the bounded region. So let us understand what is the bounded region between the parabola and the circle if we have another condition which is y is equal to 4. Okay. So at y is equal to 4, a line will be formed. Okay. So consider this as the parabola. Okay. This is the same parabola and y is equal to 4 will be somewhere here. So this is the line. We have to find this region. All right. So let us do one thing. Let us make a line here and another line here. Okay. If this is the origin and this is the point 4, it is basically 0, 4. Okay. It means this distance is 4 and this distance is also 4. And this whole distance will be -4 and 4. Okay. So the distance, if we calculate it in the form of units, 4 units plus 4 units will be 8 units. Okay. And obviously to find this area, we will not use integration here because it is a very lengthy method. We will use the shortest trick. You can see that a rectangle is formed here, right? And in this type of questions, the formula to find the area of the rectangle is 2 by 3 into length into breadth. So for the rectangle, we can see length is 4, okay, and breadth is 8. So 2 by 3 into 4 into 8. All right. So here we will have 2 by 3 into 4 into 8. Okay. So 2 into 4 is 8. 8 into 8 is 64. So 64 by 3. This is the required area for the bounded region. So this is the simplest trick that we have used here, right? So here the length is 8 and breadth is 4. I hope you are clear with this question, and the correct option for this question will be option C, which is 64 upon 3. Question is, let P be the plane containing the straight line x minus 3 upon 9 is equal to y plus 4 upon minus 1 is equal to z minus 7 upon minus 5, and perpendicular to the plane containing the straight lines x by 2 is equal to y by 3 is equal to z by 5, and x by 3 is equal to y by 7 is equal to z by 8. If d is the distance of P from the point 2 minus 5 and 11, then d square is equal to. This question is a very interesting question. It is a little bit lengthy, but it is very interesting. It is given that P is a plane which is containing the straight line, and it is also perpendicular to the plane containing the straight lines, this and this. So let this be L1 and L2. If we talk about plane P, okay, it is containing the straight line. What is the standard form to write a straight line? A standard form is x minus x1 upon a is equal to y minus y1 upon b is equal to z minus z1 upon c. Here a, b and c are the direction ratios. All right. So if we compare this with the given straight line, we get the values of a, b and c and x1, y1 and z1. Okay. So what is x1, y1 and z1? x1 is 3. y1 is -4 and z1 is 7, and a, b and c are 9, -1 and -5. So from the values of a, b and c, we can form a vector, and the vector will be in this way. We have to multiply I with 9 j with -1 and k with -5. So the equation will be what? 9i cap minus j cap minus 5k cap. So this is of the equation of the vector. Okay. And it is given that P is a plane which is containing this straight line. Means this straight line is present inside the plane. So now let us consider a plane. Let this be the plane. Okay. This plane is plane P. And this plane P is containing a straight line. So let this be the straight line. Okay. What are the vectors for this straight line? 9i cap minus j cap minus 5k cap. This is the equation for vector. Let this be equal to B vector. All right. And what are the points on this line? On this line, we have points 3, -4, 7. Okay. Let these points be Q. We have already found x1, y1 and z1, and these are the points on this straight line. Okay. Now, if this is B vector, then obviously normal to this straight line will be perpendicular to this B vector, right? So the first case is normal, which is n vector, is perpendicular to B vector. Consider it as equation number 1. Now, if we talk about this plane P is perpendicular to the plane which is containing both the lines L1 and L2. Okay, it means that B1 cross B2 will be perpendicular to the plane which is containing lines L1 and L2. Okay, understand this concept. We have one plane in this way and one plane in this way. This is the required plane. And this is the plane which is containing L1 and L2. All right. And for both the planes, okay, there is a parallel vector. Parallel vector of one plane is B1 vector and parallel vector of another plane is B2 vector. So it means that B1 vector cross B2 vector will be perpendicular to n vector, right? Because both the planes are having parallel vectors. So we can say that n vector will be perpendicular to B1 vector cross B2 vector, right? Now, this is the second condition. Assume it as equation number 2. Now, if we suppose B1 vector into B2 vector as C vector, then n vector will be perpendicular to C vector also, right? We have two conditions. N vector is perpendicular to B vector and n vector is perpendicular to C vector. So here in both these equations, if we do product of B vector and C vector, then in this case, n vector will be parallel to B vector cross C vector, right? This is the form after doing the product of B vector and C vector here. Since n vector is parallel to both B and C vectors, it means that it will be parallel to their product. That is, n vector is parallel to B vector cross C vector, right? Now, we have to find n vector. So how can we find n vector? We have to use the equations for lines L1 and L2 that is given in the question. Okay, the equation is x by 2 is equal to y by 3 is equal to z by 5. All right, and one more equation is x by 3 is equal to y by 7 is equal to z by 8. Okay, now let us consider A, B and C as the direction ratios of the plane which is containing both these lines L1 and L2. So let the direction ratios be A, B and C. So if the direction ratios of plane is A, B and C, then two equations will be formed, okay, which is 2A plus 3B plus 5C is equal to 0. How we have formed this equation? Here A, B and C are the direction ratio of the plane. And here for line L1, the direction ratios are 2, 3 and 5. So 2 into A is 2A, 3 into B is 3B and 5 into C is 5C, okay. Consider it as equation number 3. Now again from line L2, we can form an equation. So it will be 3A plus 7B plus 8C is equal to 0. Consider it as equation number 4. Remember that here A, B and C are the direction ratios of the plane that is containing both these lines. And 2, 3, 5 and 3, 7, 8 are the direction ratios of line L1 and L2. So by multiplying both these values, we formed an equation. All right. Now, from both these equations, we can get a form which is A divided by 24 minus 35 is equal to B divided by 15 minus 16 is equal to C divided by 14 minus 9. Now, how these values are formed? See, if in the numerator we are writing A, then we have to eliminate this A from here. Just focus on the parts which contain B and C. Okay, now what we have to do is 3 into 8, 24 minus 7 into 5, 35. Similarly, if we are talking about B on the numerator, then eliminate B. Then what are the remaining terms? Here 2 and 8. So 2 into 8 is 16, right? And 3 into 5 is 15. So 15 minus 16, right? Then if we talk about C on the numerator, then we have to eliminate C. Then 2 into 7 is 14 minus 3 into 3 is 9. So this is the way to calculate the direction ratios of plane. Okay. So here we will have A divided by 11 is equal to B divided by 1, right? Is equal to C divided by minus of 5. Okay. So here in this case, we will have the direction ratios 11, 1 and minus 5. Okay. These are the direction ratios of plane. Now, let us do one thing. This is the direction ratio of the plane that is containing both the lines L1 and L2. Now we have to find the direction ratio of the plane P. A plane P is also given, right? We have to find the direction ratios of this plane. So let us consider the direction ratios of plane P1 as A1, B1 and C1. All right. Then from this 11, 1 and minus 5. This is the direction ratios of the plane that is containing L1 and L2. Okay. So we can form an equation which is 11 into A1, then plus B1 into 1 is B1, right? Then C1 into minus 5 will be minus 5 C1. This is equal to 0. All right. And we have the direction ratios of the plane here, which is 9, minus 1 and minus 5. We are talking about plane P, and according to the equation for the straight line, okay, the straight line is inside the plane. So we have to use this direction ratios of the straight line, which is 9, minus 1 and minus 5. So another point is 9, minus 1 and minus 5. These are the direction ratios of the straight line that is present in plane P. So by using all these points, we can form another equation. 9 into A1 is 9A1. Minus 1 into B1 is minus B1. And minus 5 into C1 is minus 5C1. So this is equal to 0. Now from both these equations, again, applying the same form, we get A1 upon minus 5 is equal to B1 upon minus 45 plus 55 is equal to C1 upon minus 11 minus 9. How? Eliminate A1 part. Then what is remaining? Here the coefficient of B1 is 1. 1 into minus 5 is minus 5. Again, here the coefficient is again 1. 1 into minus 5 will be minus 5. Right? Now, if we eliminate B1, then what are the remaining terms? The remaining terms are A1 and C1. So 11 into minus 5 is 55, right? And 9 into minus 5 is minus 45. All right. Then eliminate C1. Then we have the terms of A1 and B1. Okay, 11 into minus 1 is minus 11 and 9 into minus 1 is minus 9. All right. So here we have this terms as minus 10, right? Then 10 and minus 20. So if we take minus 10 common, okay, so what will be remain here? 1, minus 1 and 2. So these are the direction ratios of the plane P. Okay, since we have the direction ratios of plane P, it means that this is n vector, because you can see that here n vector is perpendicular to B vector. All right. And n vector is also perpendicular to B1 vector into B2 vector. Okay. So it means that we can form equation of n vector from here. What will be the equation? Equation will be I cap minus j cap plus 2k cap. What I have done is I have multiplied 1 with I cap, minus 1 with j cap and 2 with k cap. So the equation is formed in the form of a vector. So this is the vector equation for n vector. Okay. Now we have the points and the equation of the vector, that is for the line that is inside the plane. So now we can find the equation of plane, right? So what will be equation of plane P here? The basic formula to calculate the equation of plane is A into x minus x1 plus B into y minus y1 plus C into z minus z1 is equal to 0, right? We have a point Q, which is 3 comma minus 4 comma 7. You can see that inside the plane there is a point Q, okay? And now we have the equation of n vector also, right? So now we can easily find the equation of plane P, okay? Here the values are x1, y1 and z1, okay? And what are the coefficient of I, j and k here? 1, minus 1 and 2. Okay, it means this is A, B and C since these are the direction ratios. And we know that A, B and C are the direction ratios. So now let us put the values. A into means 1 into x minus x1. x1 is 3 plus B into what is B? Minus 1. So plus minus will be minus. So minus B into y minus y1. y1 is minus 4. So minus minus will be plus. So plus 4 plus C. What is C? C is 2. So 2 into Z minus Z1. What is Z1? 7. This is equal to 0. 1 into x minus 3 will be x minus 3. Minus B into Y. What is B here? B is 1. So minus 1 into Y will be minus Y. Then minus 1 into 4 will be minus 4. Plus 2 into Z is 2Z. And 2 into minus 7 is minus 14. This is equal to 0, right? So we have x minus y plus 2z. And now the numbers are minus 3 minus 4. It is minus 7. Minus 7 minus 14 is minus 21. So this is the equation of the plane. Now let us compare this equation of plane with the standard form of equation of plane. What is the standard form of equation of plane? Ax plus by plus cz plus d is equal to 0. So when we compare both this equation here, this is the equation of plane that is given in question, which is plane P. And this is the equation of standard plane, right? So we can say that this is the equation which is standard equation for plane. Okay, so when we compare this value, we get A is equal to 1, B is equal to minus 1, C is equal to 2, and D is equal to minus 21. A is the coefficient of X, B is the coefficient of Y, C is the coefficient of Z, and D is the remaining constant. Okay. So now we have the value for A, B, C, and D. What we want to do is we have to find the distance of a point from this plane. And what is the point? It is given in the question. We have to find distance of this point, 2, minus 5, and 11. So we have to find distance of the point 2, minus 5, and 11 from the equation of plane. So what is the formula to find the distance of a point from the plane? The formula is distance D is equal to mod of AX1 plus BY1 plus CZ1 plus D divided by under root of A square plus B square plus C square. Now what is X1, Y1 and Z1? This point is X1, Y1 and Z1 since we have to find the distance of this point from the plane. Okay, and from the plane we have the values of A, B, C and D. All right. That is why this is x1, y1 and z1. So now let us substitute the value. We have mod of a into x1. A is 1, x1 is 2. 1 into 2 is 2. Plus b into y1. b is minus 1 and y1 is minus 5. Minus 1 into minus 5 is plus 5. Plus c into z1. c is 2 and z1 is 11. 11 into 2 is 22. Plus d. What is d? Minus 21. So plus minus will be minus. Divided by under root of a square plus b square plus c square. What is a? 1. So 1 square plus b square minus 1 square plus c square, 2 square, right? So this will be equal to 2 plus 5 is 7, right? And 22 minus 21 is 1. 7 plus 1 is 8. So mod of 8 divided by under root of 1 square is 1 minus 1 square is 1. So 1 plus 1, 2 and 2 square is 4. So 1 plus 1 plus 4 is 6, right? So the value of D is 8 divided by under root 6. But we have to find D square, okay? So D square will be 8 by root 6 square. What is 8 square? 8 into 8 is 64. Root 6 into root 6 will be 6. So here 2 3s are 6 and 2 into 32 gives 64. So the value of d square is 32 by 3, which is the correct answer for this question. So we can say that the correct option is option C here. I hope you are clear with this question. Here we have to find d square. Okay. So this is a very basic question that we have solved. In this question, we have used basic concept related with equation of straight line and basic concept to find the direction ratio of the plane which is containing a straight line, or the direction ratio of the plane which is containing the normal and the straight line. So I hope you are clear with it. And the correct option is option C here. Next question is, let ABC be a triangle such that BC vector is equal to A vector, CA vector is equal to B vector, and AB vector is equal to C vector. Mod of A vector is equal to 6 root 2. Mod of B vector is equal to 2 root 3. And B vector multiplied by C vector is equal to 12. Consider the statements. Two different statements are given here. Then we have to identify that which statement is true or false. So firstly, it is given that ABC is a triangle. So let us make a triangle ABC. Consider this as A, B and C. The values are given. BC vector is equal to A vector. So this is A vector. Then CA vector is equal to B vector. Then AB vector is equal to C vector. Okay. So this is the required triangle. You can see that the triangle is forming a closed path, right? And since this is a triangle and it consists of a closed path, then we will use the property or the law of triangle addition. Okay. So what is the property of addition in triangles? The property is A vector plus B vector plus C vector is equal to 0. Okay. This is the law of addition for triangles, or we can say that this is the triangle law of addition. If A vector plus B vector plus C vector is equal to 0, then A vector plus C vector will be equal to minus of B vector, right? Because when this plus B vector will go to the right hand side, it will be negative. So we have the value of A vector plus C vector here. Okay. Now let us write the first statement. First statement is mod of A vector multiplied by B vector plus C vector multiplied by B vector minus mod of C vector is equal to 6 into 2 root 2 minus 1. This is the first statement, right? Now this part is basically expansion of A vector plus C vector multiplied by B vector. Let us expand it. A vector into B vector, right? In middle we have the sign of plus, so plus. Then C vector into B vector, which is exactly equal to this term. So basically we can say that this term is expansion of A vector plus C vector multiplied by B vector. It means we can substitute this value in place of the actual term. Okay. So this term is basically equal to A vector plus C vector multiplied by B vector. Then we have minus mod of C vector is equal to 6 into 2 root 2. 6 into 2 is 12 and into root 2 will be 12 root 2. 6 into minus 1 minus 6. Now you can see that we have the value of A vector plus C vector. It is equal to minus of B vector. So let us put this value here. A vector plus C vector is minus of B vector multiplied by B vector minus of mod of C vector is equal to 12 root 2 minus 6. We know that minus B vector into B vector will be equal to 0, right? This is a basic concept. So this value will be 0. So 0 minus mod of C vector will be equal to 12 root 2 minus 6. When we take this negative sign to the right hand side, then we have mod of C vector is equals to 6 minus 12 root 2. Since negative sign will come on the right hand side, then the sign will be changed for both these terms. Okay. So now we have the value of mod of C vector. Okay. Now what is the value of root 2? The value of root 2 is 1.414. So when we apply this, we get 6 minus 12 into 1.414. Okay. And when we solve this, we will get a negative answer. It means that mod of C vector is negative, right? But we know that the values which consist mod can never be negative. Okay, mod of C vector can never be negative. It means first statement is absolutely wrong. So this is a wrong statement. Now let us focus on statement 2. Angle ACB. Okay, if we want angle ACB, then what we have to do is firstly we have to extend this line to a point. Okay, let us name it as D. Angle ACB. What is angle ACB? This is angle ACB. Okay, we know that in a straight line, the sum of this whole angle is 180 degree, or the measure of this whole angle is 180 degree. So here this whole angle will be what? 180 degree, right? And if we want only angle ACB, then angle ACB, okay, is a part of this 180 degree, right? So if we talk about angle ACD, okay, which is the exterior angle, then it will be what? If we talk about only this part, okay, just this part, then it is what? 180 degree minus angle ACB, okay. Suppose we have two angles here. Let us name it B, A, C and D, all right. So if one angle is 90 degree, then other will be also 180 minus 90 degree. Okay, I hope you are clear with this concept. We have to find the value for angle ACB, and we know that in a straight line the whole measure is 180 degree. So if we want this part, this exterior part, okay, then it will be 180 minus angle ACB, right? So now we have to find the exact value of this angle. So again, by this property of addition of triangles, we have A vector plus B vector plus C vector is equal to 0 by triangle law of addition, right? So from here, B vector plus C vector will be equal to minus of A vector, right? Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us multiply B vector on both the sides. So when we multiply here, B vector into B vector plus C vector into B vector is equal to minus of A vector into B vector. B vector into B vector will be mod of B vector square plus C vector into B vector is equal to minus A vector into B vector. Okay, now both these values are given in the question. The value of mod of B is 2 root 3. So mod of B vector square will be 2 root 3 into 2 root 3. All right, 2 into 2 is 4 and root 3 into root 3 is 3. 4 into 3 will be 12. So the value of mod of B vector square is 12 plus C vector into B vector. You can see that B vector into C vector is given, which is equal to 12. So we have 12 plus 12 is equal to minus of A vector. Now what is minus of A vector? It is basically minus of 6 root 2, right? So minus of 6 root 2 multiplied by B vector. B vector will be what? 2 root 3 into cos of pi minus angle ACB, right? You can see that here B vector will be equal to what? Pi minus angle ACB into cos theta into 2 root 3. All right. What is 2 root 3? Mod of B vector. Okay. So we will have B vector is equal to 2 root 3 into cos of pi minus angle ACB. This is the value of B vector and we have substituted it, right? Now left hand side is 12 plus 12. So 24 is equal to minus 6 root 2 into 2 root 3 into cos of pi minus angle ACB. Okay. Now again we know that there is a formula which is cos 180 degree minus theta is equal to minus of cos theta, right? So we have 24 is equal to minus 6 root 2 into 2 root 3. This is cos 180 minus theta, right? What is theta? It is an angle and 180 is pi. So it will be minus cos theta. So minus cos of angle ACB. Okay. When this minus and minus will be multiplied, then this term will be positive. So we have 24 is equal to 6 root 2 into 2 root 3 into cos of angle ACB. All right. Now we want the value of this angle. So cos of angle ACB will be equal to 24 upon 6 root 2 into 2 root 3. Okay. This will be cancelled. Again, this will be cancelled. So we have 2 upon root 2 into root 3. Now, In the numerator, this 2 can be written as root 2 into root 2. And the denominator is root 2 into root 3. See, root 2 into root 2 is basically equal to 2 only. Okay. So in the place of 2, we can write root 2 into root 2. So this root 2 will be cancelled. So we have cos of angle ACB is equal to root 2 upon root 3. Since both the values are in root, so we can combine the root. So it will be root 2 by 3. Now let us check the statement, right? And it will be cos inverse. Okay. The value will be what? Cos inverse, since it has come to the other side. So we have cos inverse angle ACB is equal to under root of 2 by 3. So let us check the statement. Angle ACB is equal to cos inverse under root of 2 by 3. Okay. See, the step is cos of angle ACB is equal to under root 2 by 3. We want the value of angle ACB. So when this cos will go to the right hand side, it will be changed to cos inverse. So angle ACB will be cos inverse under root 2 by 3. So this is the correct angle. And according to this solution, the statement second is absolutely true. So we can say that for this question, the statement that is true is only statement 2. And hence the correct option is option C here. Next question is, if the sum and product of mean and variance of a binomial distribution are 24 and 128 respectively, then the probability of one or two successes is. This is a question that consists of binomial distribution, and here the sum and product of mean and variance of a binomial distribution is given. So firstly, let us understand the basic concepts related to binomial distribution. Here we have the mean and variance of a binomial distribution. So whenever we have the mean and variance of binomial distribution, then mean is always represented as NP and variance is always represented as NPQ. And there is an expression which is P plus Q. It is always equals to 1. Here we have to find the probability of one or two successes. So whenever we have to find the probability for a given binomial distribution, then we use a formula, okay, which is the formula for finding the probability. And the formula is P of x is equal to R will be equal to NCR into P power R into Q power N minus R. Okay. Here we have to find the probability of 1 or 2. Okay. 1 or 2 will be the value of R. It means basically we have to find P of x is equal to 1 or x is equal to 2. Right. This is the value that we have to find. First of all, sum and product of mean and variance is given. Okay. But we don't know the actual value of mean and the actual value of variance. We know that it is represented as NP and NPQ, but we don't know the integral value of mean and variance. So let us suppose alpha be the mean and beta be the variance. If alpha is the mean and beta is the variance, then the sum will be alpha plus beta, right? It is given that sum of mean and variance is 24. Sum means adding both the values. So alpha plus beta is given, which is 24. Also, product of mean and variance is given, which is 128. Product means multiplication. So alpha into beta, this is the product of mean and variance. This is equal to 128. You can see that we have sum of alpha plus beta and product of alpha plus beta. It means that a quadratic equation will be formed here, right? Whenever we have sum as alpha plus beta and product as alpha into beta, then it simply means that we can form a quadratic equation. The standard quadratic equation is in the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. And whenever we have a quadratic equation, then sum of roots, which is alpha plus beta, is always represented as minus b upon a. And the product of roots, which is alpha into beta, is always represented as c upon a. So if we form a quadratic equations using both this value, then the quadratic equation will be x square minus alpha plus beta into x plus alpha into beta. It is equal to 0. Okay, this is the sum and this is the Product, as I told you, that sum will be what? Minus b upon a. Okay. And it is in the same form here. What is a? The coefficient of x square. Here the value of coefficient of x square is 1. It means that for this equation a is 1. Similarly, product is c upon a. So it is c upon a, right? So this is the basic equation, which is quadratic equation, right? Now we have to substitute the value of alpha plus beta and alpha into beta. What is alpha plus beta? The sum of mean and variance. It is 24 and alpha into beta is 128. So when we substitute the values, we have x square minus alpha plus beta is 24x plus alpha into beta is 128. It is equal to 0. Now what we have to do is we have to find the values for x. So let us do one thing. Let us factorize this equation. To factorize this equation, we have to use a method which is splitting the middle term method. The basic steps in this method is we have to split this middle term in such a way that we have to find two numbers whose sum will be equal to the middle term and whose product will be equal to the product of first and last term. So firstly, let us find the product of first and last term. What is first term? X square. What is last term? 128. X square into 128 will be 128 x square. Now we have to find two numbers whose product will be equal to 128 x square and whose sum will be equal to minus of 24x. Two numbers will be 16 and 8. We know that 16 into 8 is 128. So if we take 16x and 8x and we multiply them, then it will be equal to 128x square, right? 16 into 8 is 128 and x into x will be x square. Similarly, when we add both these values, see 16 plus 8, then it gives 24, right? But here we need minus of 24. So let us take them in negative sign. Minus 16x plus minus 8x. So it will be minus of 24x. So the two numbers will be minus 16x and minus 8x. It means that in the place of minus 24x, we can write minus 16x minus 8x. Okay. That is why this method is known as splitting the middle term. You can see that the middle term will be splitted in this two digits. So x square minus 16x minus 8x plus 128 is equal to 0. Now x is common in first and second term. So let us take x common. What will be the remaining numbers? X minus 16. Similarly, if we take minus 8 common from third and fourth term, then remaining terms will be x minus 16 and it is equal to 0. Again, x minus 16 is common. And what is the remaining? X minus 8. So this is equal to 0. So we have two values for x. When x minus 16 will be equal to 0, x will be equal to 16. And when x minus 8 will be equal to 0, x will be equal to 8. We have two different values. Okay. Why we have two values? Because one is the value of mean and another is the value of variance. Okay. So that is why we have two different values. Now we have to decide that which value is mean and which value is variance. It means that which value will be NP and which value will be NPQ. So there is a basic concept that mean is NP and variance is NPQ. Okay. Here this Q is a fractional part. And when we multiply a fractional part with NP, then the whole answer will be actually less than NP, right? So this is the basic concept that NP is always greater than NPQ. So here what is the greatest number, 16 or 18? The larger number is 16. So 16 will be NP and 8 will be NPQ. This is the basic thing that you should remember. NP is always greater than NPQ. Now we have two values, okay, for NP and NPQ. If we divide these two values, NPQ divided by NP. What is NPQ? It is 8. What is NP? It is 16. So this NP and NP will be cancelled and 8 ones are 8, 8 twos are 16. So we will have Q is equal to 1 by 2. See, when we divide both this value, we get the value of Q. Now, if we have Q, we can easily find the value of P because we know that there is a relation which is P plus Q is equal to 1. So let us substitute the value of Q here. P plus 1 by 2 is equal to 1. So P will be equal to 1 minus 1 by 2. If we take the LCM, LCM will be 2 and numerator will be 2 minus 1. So it will be 1 by 2. So we have Q is equal to 1 by 2 and P is equal to 1 by 2. Okay, now we have to find the probability that is asked in the question. Okay, we have to find the probability of one or two successes. It means P of x is equal to 1 or x is equal to 2, right? We have to use this formula to find the probability of the given binomial distribution, right? So let us write the formula again. What is the formula? P of x is equal to R is equal to NCR multiplied by P power R multiplied by Q power N minus R. We have all the values, okay? What is N? We don't have the value of N, right? But we have the value of P and Q, right? So what will be N? N will be 16 into 2, which is 32, right? See, we have NP. Okay, what is NP? NP is 16. And we have the value of P. Okay, we know that NP is the mean and NP is 16. We have the value of P. So let us substitute it. N into 1 by 2 is equal to 16. Okay, so if we want the value of N, this 2 will go to the right hand side. So N will be 16 multiplied by 2. So N will be equals to 32. So now let us substitute the values here. We want the probability of one or two successes. It means x will be equal to 1 or 2. So it will be NCR. What is N? 32. CR. Okay. Firstly, we are finding the probability for x is equal to 1. So in this case, R is 1. So 32C1 multiplied by P power R. P is 1 by 2 power R. We are considering R is equal to 1. So power 1 multiplied by Q. What is Q? 1 by 2 power N minus R. N is 32 and R is 1. Okay. Now we have to also find for 2. Okay. It will be combined probability. That is why we are doing addition here. Okay. Now we have to consider the value of R as 2. So we have again NCR. So 32C2 multiplied by P power R. 1 by 2 power R multiplied by again Q power N minus R. So 1 by 2 power 32 minus 2. Okay. So now we just have to solve it. You have to remember one more thing, that NCN. Okay. NCN is always equals to 1. Okay. NC0 is always equals to 1 and NC1 is always equals to N. Here we have the form of NC1, which is 32C1. It is in the form of NC1. So its value will be equal to N. What is N? 32. So 32 multiplied by, you can see base is same. Whenever base is same, then the power will be added, right? So 1 by 2, and what are the powers? 1 and 32 minus 1. 32 minus 1 is 31. 31 plus 1 will be 32 plus 32C2. Now we have to solve this part. We have to use the formula for NCR. What is NCR? N factorial divided by R factorial into N minus R factorial. We have 32C2. It means that the value of N is 32 and the value of R is 2. So N factorial means 32 factorial is equal to and divided by R factorial. What is R? 2 factorial into N minus R. 32 minus 2. So 30 factorial. 32 factorial can be written as 32 into 31 into 30 factorial, right? Divided by 2 factorial means 2 into 1 multiplied by 30 factorial. So 30 factorial and 30 factorial will be cancelled. 2 and 32 will be cancelled. Here we will have 16, right? Now we have to find the product for 16 and what is remaining? 31. What is 16 into 31? It is 496. So the value of 32C2 is 496. Then again, base is same, which is 1 by 2, right? Base is same here. So power will be added. So writing base once, what is the power? 2 and 32 minus 2. 32 minus 2 is 30. 30 plus 2 will be 32. Now you can see that 1 by 2 power 32 is again common. So let us take it common. 1 by 2 power 32. What are the remaining terms? 32 plus 496, right? Now 32 plus 496 will be 528. So we have 1 by 2 power 32 multiplied by 528. Now when we open this brackets, 1 power 32 will be 1 and 2 power 32 into 528. Now let us do one thing. Just to cancel 528, let us split the powers of 2. Okay. 2 power 32 can be also written as 2 power 28 multiplied by 2 power 4. When the base will be same, then the power will be added, right? So let us split this in this way. Okay. So we will have 1 by 2 power 28 into 2 power 4 into 528. Now what is 2 power 4? 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. So it will be 1 by 2 power 28 multiplied by 528, and in the denominator we have 2 power 4. So 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. Okay, now we will cancel it by the table of 2. So 2 ones are 2, and here we will have 2, 6 and 4, right? When 528 is divided by 2, then we get 264. Again, 2 ones are 2, 2 ones are 2, 2 threes are 6 and 2 twos are 4. Again, 2 ones are 2 and we will have 66. Again, 2 ones are 2 and 2 into 33 is 66. So numerator is 33. And what is the denominator? 2 power 28. So this is the answer for this question. I hope you are clear with this question. Now let us have a look towards the options. If we look at the options, the correct option is option C here, which is 33 upon 2 power 28. In this question, we have used so many basic concepts, but the main formula that we have used is the formula for finding the probability of a binomial distribution. I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is, if the numbers appeared on the two throws of a fair six-faced die are alpha and beta, then the probability that x square plus alpha x plus beta is greater than 0 for all x belongs to R is. It is a very, very simple question. In this question, it is given that we have a six-faced die, okay? And we have two throws of that die where the outcomes are alpha and beta. So we can say that alpha and beta will belong to 6 numbers, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, because in a die there are 6 faces. Okay. Now, if we talk about first throw, then let us consider the first throw for alpha. So when there is a first throw, alpha has 6 possible chances to get any of these faces. Okay. Similarly, beta will also have 6 possible chances to get all these faces, right? So 6 into 6 will be 36. So total options are 36 options for alpha and beta. It means this is the sample space. So n of s is 36. Sample space is denoted as n of s. Now we have to find the favorable outcomes. Okay. So here an equation is given. We have to find the values which will satisfy this inequality here. Okay. What is the inequality? X square plus alpha into x plus beta is greater than 0. You can see that this is in the form of a quadratic equation, right? And since alpha and beta belongs to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, all right? And here we have to find the value of alpha and beta. And here it is given that its value is greater than 0. This quadratic equation is positive since it is greater than 0. So whenever a quadratic equation is positive, then it is made in this way, which is it is always made above the x-axis, and this condition is possible only and only when the discriminant is less than 0. Now what is the discriminant? Discriminant is b square minus 4ac. What is b square? B is the coefficient of x, a is the coefficient of x square, okay, and c is the remaining constant. So let us find the value of discriminant first. Discriminant will be b square. What is b? Alpha here. You can see that the coefficient of x is alpha. As I told you, coefficient of x is equal to b, because the standard equation is in the form ax square plus bx plus c is greater than 0. Since here there is a sign of greater than, so that is why we are writing here this sign. Okay. So here the coefficient of x square is a. So we can say that a is equal to 1. Coefficient of x is b. So b is equal to alpha. And the remaining one is c, which is beta. So b square means alpha square minus 4 into a into c. What is a? 1 into c. What is c? Beta. So discriminant is alpha square minus 4 beta. Now we know that since this quadratic equation is greater than 0, means it is positive. It will be only satisfied when discriminant is less than 0. Means this condition is only possible when the discriminant will be less than 0. What is the value of discriminant? Alpha square minus 4 beta. It should be less than 0. It means that alpha square should be less than 4 beta. Okay. So this is the condition we have formed. Now all we have to do is we have to try all this given numbers and we have to satisfy this given inequality. All right. It means we have to put such value of alpha and beta that left hand side should be less than right hand side. Okay. So let us put alpha is equal to 1 here. Okay. Or let us check it by putting both the values. Okay. We are making the columns for the values of alpha and beta, right? So when we keep beta is equal to 1, then what will be right hand side? See, when we keep beta is equal to 1 here, right hand side will be 4. We want left hand side less than 4. It means the values of alpha that we can substitute here will be only 1, because if we put 2 here, then we get 4. It means both the sides will be equal, but we want left hand side less than right hand side. Okay. So let us put alpha is equal to 1 and beta is equal to 1 here, right? So we have 1 square, 1 less than 4 into 1, 4. Okay. You can see 1 is less than 4. If we put alpha is equal to 2, then what happens? 2 square will be 4. 4 will be less than 4, right? So we cannot put 2 here. Okay. So the possible value of alpha is 1 when beta is 1. Now if beta is 2, then the right hand side will be 4 into 2, which is 8, right? So the value of alpha that we can keep here is 1 and 2, because we know that 1 square is 1. So let us put 1 here. Okay. When alpha is 1, we get 1 is less than 8. It is correct. Why 8? Because beta is 2. So 4 into 2 will be 8. Similarly, when we put 2, so 2 square will be 4. 4 is also less than 8. We cannot put 3 because 3 square will be 9 and 9 is not less than 8, right? So the possible values of alpha here is 1 and 2. Similarly, when beta will be 3, the possible values will be 1, 2 and 3, right? See, when beta will be 3 here, the right hand side will be what? 4 into 3, 12. So alpha can be what? 1. See, 1 square is less than 12. 2 square, 4 is less than 12. 3 square is 9. 9 is less than 12. Okay, it means for the values of 1, 2 and 3, this condition is satisfied. Means when alpha is 1, 2 and 3, then the condition is satisfied. Okay. Now when beta will be equals to 4, then the numbers that we can keep in the place of alpha is again 1, 2 and 3. Why we can't keep 4? Because if we keep 4 on the left hand side, 4 square will be 16. And since beta is also 4, so here 4 into 4 will be also 16, right? Let us check it. See, 4 square means 16. Will be less than what? 4 into 4. But you can see that 16 is not less than 16. Okay. So condition is not satisfied here. We want to get the left hand side less than right hand side. So we can only keep 1, 2 and 3. Okay. The square of 3 is 9 and 9 will be less than 16, right? See, beta is 4 and alpha is 3. Let us check it for 3. When alpha is 3, we have 3 square, 9 less than. Beta is 4, so 4 into 4, 16, right? If we take 4 in the place of alpha, then here also we get 16. So the condition will be not satisfied. Okay, the condition will be absolutely wrong. That is why for beta is equal to 4, the possible values of alpha is 1, 2 and 3. Similarly, when beta is equal to 5, the possible values will be 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so let us check it. When beta is equal to 5, the right hand side will be 4 into 5. So it is 20. Okay, now 1 square is less than 20. 2 square means 4 is less than 20. 3 square means 9 is less than 20 and 4 square means 16 is less than 20. We cannot take 5 here because 5 square is 25 and 25 is not less than 20. So the possible values for alpha is 1, 2, 3 and 4 when beta is 5. At last, if beta is 6, then what are the values for alpha? Alpha will be 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, because if we put 6 here in the place of beta, then 4 into 6 is 24. Means we have to get the left hand side less than 24. Okay, so we can take 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1 square is 1, 1 is less than 24. 2 square is 4, 4 is less than 24. 3 square is 9, 9 is less than 24. And 4 square is 16, 16 is less than 24. If we take 5 here, 5 square is 25, but 25 is not less than 24. Okay, so the possible values are 1, 2, 3 and 4 when beta is 6. So let us count the possible number of values here. Here we have one value. Here we have two values. Here we have three values. Again, three values, four values, and four values. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So the number of possible values are 17. Okay, we have to count the number of possible values for alpha. And what is the sample space? Sample space is 36. So the required probability will be the number of possible values divided by total number of values or total sample space. So it is 36. So the probability is 17 by 36. So for this question, the correct answer is option A, 17 upon 36. In this question, we have used basic concepts about probability and about the quadratic equation. Okay, the main concept is here you can see that the quadratic equation is greater than 0. It means it is positive. And when the quadratic equation is positive, then the curve will be always above the x-axis. And this condition is only possible when discriminant is less than 0. Okay, so I hope you are clear with this question. Moving on to the next question. The number of solutions of mod of cos x is equal to sin x such that x lies between minus 4 pi to plus 4 pi is. It is a very simple question. We have to find the number of solutions for the given condition. So firstly, let us do one thing. Let us draw the graph for sin x from 0 to 2 pi. So consider this as the coordinate axis. If we are drawing the graph of sin x from 0 to 2 pi, it will start from here, right? And we know that the graph of sin x is in this form. So this will be the graph of sin x for 0 to 2 pi, right? Now, in same Cartesian plane, let us make the graph of mod of cos x. Since there is mod of cos x, so the graph will be in this form. It will be this way, right? Now we have to find the intersection point of both these curves. We know that this is the curve for sin x and this is the curve for mod of cos x. The points at which both these curves are intersecting is 1 and 2. You can see that at 2 points, both these curves for sin x and mod of cos x are intersecting. Okay, means the intersection point is 2, right? But this is one cycle. This cycle is from 0 to 2 pi. So from 0 to 2 pi, we have 2 points, right? But here the value of x is given, which is lying between minus 4 pi to plus 4 pi. So here we will have total 4 cycles. What will be the 4 cycles? Minus 4 pi to minus 2 pi, right? Then minus 2 pi to 0. Then 0 to 2 pi and 2 pi to 4 pi. So this will be the 4 cycles. You can see that we have found out the value of one cycle. In one cycle, we have 2 points. And what is the cycle? 0 to 2 pi. But total, we have 4 cycles. So if in one cycle, we have 2 intersection points, then in 4 cycle, we will have 4 into 2, which is 8 intersection points. So 8 is the correct answer here. And also we know that mod cos x is periodic with period pi and sin x is periodic with period 2 pi. So same pattern will be repeated. It means same graphs will be there. Okay, so we will have similar 4 graphs due to 4 different cycles. Okay, so by making a single graph, we found the value of one cycle, which is 2 points. In one cycle, there are 2 intersection points. So in 4 cycles, there will be 4 into 2, which is 8 points. So for this question, the correct option will be option C. I hope you are clear with it. Next question is, a tower PQ stands on a horizontal ground with base Q on the ground. The point R divides the tower in 2 parts such that QR is equal to 15 meter. If from a point A on the ground, the angle of elevation of R is 60 degree and the part PR of the tower subtends an angle of 15 degree at A, then the height of the tower is. This is a very interesting question. This is a question that comes from 9th class and 10th class. We have studied a topic which is angles of trigonometry, and we know about the angle of elevation and angle of depression. So this is a question that comes from that particular part. Firstly, let us make the required diagram for this question. It is given that there is a tower PQ that stands on a horizontal ground. It means the tower is vertical and the base of the tower is Q. It is also given in the question. So firstly, let us make a tower. So consider this as the vertical tower P and Q. Q is the base, right? Then it is given that point R divides the tower into two parts. So consider a point R. You can see that this point is dividing the tower PQ into two parts, but it is not given that it is dividing into two equal parts. Okay. We just know that point R is dividing the tower into two parts and the value of one part is given, which is QR. So QR is 15 meter. Now, from a point A on the ground, point A is also on the ground. So consider a point A here. Let us join QA. Now, it is given that angle of elevation of R is 60 degree. Means from R, an angle is made which is 60 degree at A. So this is the angle 60 degree. It is also given that the part PR of the tower subtends an angle of 15 degree at A. This is PR. It is subtending an angle of 15 degree at A. So firstly, let us join point P to A. So this is the angle which is 15 degree. Then we have to find the height of the tower. So firstly, let us consider, let H be the height of the tower. This is the height. So it means this will be H. And let X be the base. What is base? You can see that base is QA. So let this be X. You can see that we have two different triangles here. First triangle is AQR and second triangle is AQP. In both the triangles, we have some angles. Okay, so if we talk about the triangle AQR, then the angle here is what? 60 degree. So theta is 60 degree. Now let us do one thing. Let us take tan theta. So what is tan theta? Tan theta is perpendicular upon base. What is the perpendicular in triangle AQR? You can see that in AQR, perpendicular is QR and base is QA. What is the value of QR? It is given 15. And what is the base? Base is X. Now, if we talk about theta, theta is 60 degree here. Okay, it means this value will be equal to tan 60. So tan 60 degree is equal to 15 upon X. Now, what is the value of tan 60 degree? Tan 60 degree is root 3. You have to remember this value. Tan 60 degree will be root 3. So we have root 3 is equal to 15 upon X. If we want the value of X, then X will be equal to 15 upon root 3. Okay. So this is the value that we have obtained by using the triangle AQR. We have another triangle which is AQP. Okay. So in AQP, this whole angle is angle A. Okay. And this whole angle will be what? 60 plus 15. What is 60 plus 15? It is 75. So consider this triangle. So in triangle AQP, if we take tan theta, then tan theta will be again equals to perpendicular upon base. What is perpendicular? Perpendicular is PQ, right? And base is QA. What is the value of PQ? We have considered PQ as H. So H upon QA. QA is X. Now let us substitute the value of theta. We know that in this triangle, you can see in the figure AQP, angle A is 75 degree, right? It means that theta will be 75. So tan theta, theta means 75 degree will be equals to H upon X. What is the value of tan 75? Tan 75 degree is 2 plus root 3. This is the value that you have to remember. So let us substitute it. 2 plus root 3 is equal to H upon X. If we want the value of H, this X will be multiplied. Whenever a term is in division and when the term goes to the other side, then it will be always multiplied. So H will be equals to 2 plus root 3 into X. We know that we have found the value of X here. So let us do one thing. Let us substitute this value of X in this part. So H will be equals to 2 plus root 3 into X. What is X? 15 upon root 3, right? Now, this 15 upon root 3, okay? It can be also written as what? 15 root 3 upon 3. See, we have 15 upon root 3. When we multiply and divide by root 3 and root 3, then the numerator will be 15 root 3 and denominator will be root 3 into root 3, which is 3, right? Again, 3 and 15 will be cancelled, so it will be 5. So this will be equal to 5 root 3. So basically 15 upon root 3 will be equal to what? 5 root 3. So h will be equals to 2 plus root 3 into 5 root 3, because we know that 15 upon root 3 will be equal to 5 root 3. So see, here we have done the rationalization, okay? That is multiplying and dividing by root 3, okay? And here if we take the negative sign, then it will be already cancelled. So now we have to multiply. H will be equals to 2 into 5 root 3 is 10 root 3 plus root 3 into 5 root 3. See, root 3 into 5 root 3. 5 will remain as it is. Root 3 into root 3 will be 3. 5 into 3 is 15. So here we have 15. Now we can take 5 common from both these terms. Okay. So when we take 5 common, what will remain here? 2 root 3 and plus 5 into 3 is 15. So 3 will remain here. So this is the required height for the tower. So for this question, the correct answer is 5 into 2 root 3 plus 3. And since it is height, so it will be in meters. So therefore, if we look at all the options, the correct option is 5 into 2 root 3 plus 3, which is option number A here. I hope you are clear with this question. Whenever we get the questions that are related to angles of trigonometry, then all you have to do is you have to look for the angle which is theta, and you can take tan theta. Okay. You can see that here we have two triangles. In both the triangles, we have taken tan theta. And then simply we have found the value for height of the tower. So I hope you are clear with this question. And the correct option is again option A. Next question is, which of the following statements is a tautology? What do you understand by the word tautology? In simple words, a tautology is a statement in mathematics whose result is always a truth value. All right. Or we can say a universal solution. So we have to find that which of these following statements is a tautology. In order to find that statement, we need to use a concept which is if P, then Q. If we have this form, then it is always equivalent to negation of P or Q. So this is the basic concept that will be used for this question. You can see that all the options are in this form. Okay. This is P and this is Q. This is P and this is Q. This is P and this is Q. Again, this is P and this is Q. Okay. Before the symbol, whatever term is present, it is P, and after this symbol, whatever term is present, it is Q. So all these options are in the form of if P, then Q. It means that all the options will be equivalent to negation of P or Q, right? So the option or the statement which is a tautology is option D here. Let us see how. Option D is Q, then negation of P or Q. It is in the same form. If P, then Q. It means here the value of P is Q. And what is the value of Q? Negation of P or Q. So if we have to find its equivalent term, then it will be what? Negation of P or Q. What is P? P is Q. Means negation of Q or Q. What is the value of Q? This is the value of Q. So it will be negation of P or Q. Okay, now if we consider P as A and Q as B, then negation of Q will be what? B complement. So B complement, or negation of P will be A complement or Q. Okay, so it will be B, because we are considering P as A and Q as B. Okay, so it is basically in the form of union, right? Or means union and means intersection. So we can write it as B complement union A complement union B. Okay, it is equals to A complement, then we will have a union, then B complement union B. Okay, this is a basic form of mathematics that you have to remember. Whenever we have B complement union A complement union B, then it will be always equals to what? A complement union B complement union B. Now B complement union B will be what? It will be universal. So this value will be equal to what? A complement union universal. It means universal, right? So we are getting a universal solution here. You have to remember this concept too. Whenever we have this concept, suppose A complement union A, it will be always equals to U. What is U? U is a universal set. Okay. Similarly, B complement union B will be also U. So when we do a union of universal with any set or any element, then it will be universal, right? So here we have the universal solution. So we can say that option D is a tautology, right? So for this question, the correct option is option D. Moving on to the next question. Let A be a matrix which is equal to 2 minus 1 minus 1, 1 0 minus 1, 1 minus 1 0, and B is equal to A minus I. If omega is equal to root 3 into I minus 1 divided by 2, then the number of elements in the set n belongs to 1, 2, so on up to 100, such that A power n plus omega into B power n is equal to A plus B is equal to. A condition is given here. Firstly, we have to understand that condition. Then only we can solve this question. What is the condition? A power n plus omega into B power n is equal to A plus B. In which condition this left hand side will be equals to A plus B? The condition will be when an will be equals to A, omega power n will be equals to 1, and B power n will be equals to B. Okay, let us substitute the values. When A power n is equal to A, then we have A plus omega power n. See, omega into B power n. When we open this brackets, then it will be omega power n into B power n, right? So what is omega power n here? 1. 1 into B power n is B. So it is equals to A plus B, right? So in these three conditions only, this equation is satisfied. It means we need these three conditions to be proved, right? So now let us do one thing. Let us first find A. Okay, this is A matrix, and let us find the value of B. What is B? A minus I. A minus I means matrix A minus identity matrix. Okay. So B will be what? A. What is A? 2, 1, 1, minus 1, 0, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, and 0. Minus I. Identity matrix is in the form 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, and 0, 0, 1. So first let us find the value of matrix B. So B will be equal to what? Now we have to subtract this. 2 minus 1 is 1. Minus 1 minus 0 is minus 1, right? Minus 1 minus 0 again minus 1. 1 minus 0 is 1. 0 minus 1 minus 1. Minus 1 minus 0 minus 1. 1 minus 0 is 1. Minus 1 minus 0 minus 1. And 0 minus 1 is again minus 1. All right. So this is the value of B. Now let us do one thing. Firstly, let us calculate A square. Why we are calculating A square? Because see, we want the condition A power n. Means we need something in the power, which will be equal to what? A. So let's start with A square. So A square is basically A into A, right? What is A? The value of A is 2 minus 1 minus 1, 1, 0 minus 1, 1 minus 1 and 0. Again multiplied by A. So 2 minus 1 minus 1, 1, 0 minus 1, and 1 minus 1 and 0. Do you know how to solve the product for two given matrices? It is very simple. We have to multiply first row with first column, then first row with second column, and then first row with third column. And same for second row and third row. Okay. So let us first multiply first row with first column. So 2 into 2 will be 4. Minus 1 into 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 into 1 is minus 1. Then now multiplying first row with second column. So 2 into minus 1 is minus 2. Minus 1 into 0 is 0. Minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. Again multiplying this first row with third column. 2 into minus 1 is minus 2. Minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. And minus 1 into 0 is 0. Repeating the same process for second row and third row, multiplying second row with first column. So we have 1 into 2, 2 plus 0 into 1, 0 plus minus 1 into 1, minus 1, right? Multiplying second row with second column. 1 into minus 1, 0 into 0 is 0. And minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. Again, multiplying second row with third column. So 1 into minus 1 is minus 1, right? 0 into minus 1 is 0. And minus 1 into 0 is again 0. Multiplying third row with first column. 2 into 1 is 2. Minus 1 into 1 is minus 1. And 0 into 1 is 0. Again, multiplying third row with second column. 1 into minus 1, minus 1. Minus 1 into 0 is 0. 0 into minus 1 is again 0, right? Again, multiplying the third row with third column. 1 into minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. And 0 into 0 is 0. So what will be the values? 4 minus 1 minus 1. 4 minus 2 is 2. Minus 2 plus 1, minus 1. Minus 2 plus 1, again minus 1. 2 minus 1 is 1. Minus 1 plus 1 will be 0. Minus 1 plus 0 is minus 1. 2 minus 1 is 1. Then minus 1 plus 0 is minus 1. Minus 1 plus 1 is 0. So this is the value for a square. But you can see that a square is actually equal to a. This is matrix A, right? So we can say that a square is equal to a. Okay. So one condition is satisfied, which is a power n will be equal to a. But when a power n will be equal to a, we can say that a square is equal to a. It implies that a power n is equal to a only when we have n is greater than or equal to 2. All right. If n will be less than 1, then this condition will not be satisfied. So a square is a, which implies a power n is equal to a, is satisfied for all the values of n which are greater than or equal to 2. Okay. Now let us talk about b. Okay, we want b power n is equal to b. So let us do one thing. Let us find b square. So firstly, let us write the matrix b. Okay. So matrix b is 1 minus 1 minus 1, 1 minus 1 minus 1, and 1 minus 1 minus 1. If we are talking about b square, then it will be b into b. So again 1, 1, 1, minus 1 minus 1 minus 1, minus 1 minus 1 minus 1. Okay, now let us multiply both these matrices. First row with first column, 1 into 1 is 1. Minus 1 into 1 is minus 1. Then minus 1 into 1, again minus 1. Multiplying first row with second column. 1 into minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. Minus 1 into minus 1 is again plus 1. Multiplying first row with third column. 1 into minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. And again minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. Similarly, multiplying the second row with first column. 1 into 1 is 1. Minus 1 into 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 into 1 is minus 1. All right. Again, multiplying second row with second column. So 1 into minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. Again, minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. Multiplying second row with third column. 1 into minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 into minus 1 plus 1. Minus 1 into minus 1 plus 1. All right. Similarly, multiplying the last row, it is also same. So we will have 1, then minus 1, minus 1, minus 1 plus 1 plus 1, and minus 1 plus 1 plus 1. So it will be equal to what? 1 minus 1 is minus 2. 1 minus 2 is minus 1. Then minus 1 and plus 1 will be cancelled. Here we will have 1. Here also minus 1 plus 1 will be 0. Remaining is 1. Here we will have minus 1 and again 1, 1, minus 1, 1 and 1. So this is the value of b square. So if from this value we take minus common, then it will be equals to b. Okay, let us take minus common from b square. So it will be 1, 1, 1, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, and minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, which is actually equal to what? This matrix is actually equal to b. So we can say that b square is actually equal to minus of b. So we have a condition which is b square is equal to minus of b. Okay, but we do not want negative sign here. We want a condition where b power n should be equal to b, right? So if we calculate b cube here, okay, what will be b cube? B cube will be b square into b. right? B cube means B square into B. So B cube will be what? Minus of B square. When we calculate B cube, the value will be minus of B square. Okay. Now what is B square? B square is actually minus B. So let us substitute it. B cube will be what? Minus of minus B. So B cube will be actually equal to B. All right. So for this condition, the second condition will be satisfied, which is B power n is equal to B. Okay, you can see that the power is 3 here. And for power 2, the condition was not satisfied. It means that B cube is equal to 3 is satisfying this condition, which is B power n is equal to B for all the odd values. It means for the values of n, which is starting from 3 and 5, 7, and so on. For the odd values, B power n will be equals to B, starting with 3. All right. Now, two conditions are satisfied. Third condition is omega power n is equal to 1. This condition will be satisfied if and only if n is a multiple of 3. Now, what are the multiples of 3? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, and so on, right? We want all these three conditions. See, what is the first condition? First condition is a power n will be equal to a only if n is greater than or equals to 2. Here, n will be a even number. For the second condition, n is odd number. For the third condition, n is a multiple of 3. Okay, means it is a combination of odd and even numbers. So if we take the intersection of all these three values, the intersection will be the set of odd numbers, right? So what will be the intersection? Intersection will be 3, 9, 15, and so on up to 99. Okay, why up to 99? Because it is given that the set consists of n, which is starting from 1 to 100. We cannot take 100. 100 is an even number. Okay, the intersection of all these three conditions will be the set of odd numbers. Okay, so up to 99. This is forming a series. Okay, so we can find that total how many numbers are present in the series. Here the first term is 3. Okay, it is an AP. What is the common difference? Common difference is second term minus first term, third term minus second term. Common difference is actually the difference between two numbers. So 9 minus 3 is 6. 15 minus 9 is also 6. So common difference is 6. Okay, and what is the last term here? Last term is 99. We know that we have a formula which is an is equal to a plus n minus 1 into d, right? So let us apply the values here. What is an? An is the last term here, okay? So last term is 99. 99 is equal to a, 3 plus 99 minus 1 into d. What is d? D is 6, all right? So we have 99 is equal to 3 plus 99 minus 1 is 98 into 6. All right. Now we just have to calculate the values. Okay. What are the values? The values are 99 is equal to 3 plus 98 into 6. 98 into 6 is 588. Right. What is the value here? This is the value. All right. And this is the values for calculating the last term. Okay. The total number of terms here means we have to find n. See, this is the basic mistake that generally most of the students do. Okay. N here is the number of elements of the AP, right? So, an is equal to a plus n minus 1 into d. What is an? The last term. 99 is equal to a plus n minus 1 into d. Okay. So, let this be n minus 1. And what is d? D is 6. Okay. This is the general mistake which so many students do. Okay. So that is why don't consider n is equal to the last term. N is the total number of elements in the AP. Okay. We know that the starting term is 3 and the ending term is 99. But we don't know total how many numbers are there. Okay. So n is the total numbers that are present in that AP. All right. So here 99 will be equals to a. What is a? 3 plus n minus 1 into 6. So let us take this 3 to the left hand side. 99 minus 3 will be 96. 96 will be equal to n minus 1 into 6. Okay. Now we have to find the value for what? N. So firstly, n minus 1 will be equal to 96 upon 6. What is 96 upon 6? It is equal to 16. So n minus 1 is equal to 16. N will be equal to 16 plus 1. So n is 17. What is n? The total number of terms that are present in the AP. Okay. So the value of n is 17. Therefore, we can say that the correct answer for this question will be 17. All right. The number of all the elements in the set are 70. I hope you are clear with this question. In this question, we have used so many basic concepts related to matrix, finding the product of matrix, and understanding the terms of an AP, or finding the total number of terms in an AP. So I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is, the letters of the word mankind are written in all possible orders and arranged in serial order as in an English dictionary. Then the serial number of the word mankind is. This question is a very interesting question. We will use the simplest trick to solve this question. Firstly, let us write all the alphabets. Okay. M, A, N, K, I, N, D. Now let us do one thing. Let us arrange these letters of the word in ascending order. Okay. What are the letters? M, A, N, K, I, and D. Okay. See, N is repeated 2 times, but we will just consider it at once. Okay. So when we arrange these letters in ascending order, then A comes first, right? Then comes D, then comes I, then comes K, then comes M, and at last comes N. Okay. So if we consider only these 6 alphabets and we arrange them in ascending order, then the number for A is 1, the number for D is 2, similarly 3, 4, 5, and 6. So now let us first write the numbers for this alphabet. M is at 5, A is at 1, N is at 6, K is at 4, I is at 3, N is again at 6, and D is at 2. Okay. Now comes the main part. Let us draw columns accordingly. So the first alphabet is M. Okay. Here the number is 5. We have to look for the numbers which are less than 5. Okay. We have to look for all this columns. Okay. So from here, if we start from M, okay, the number is 5. So in this portion, the numbers which are less than 5 is 1, 4, 3, and 2. Means there are 4 numbers. And it will be divided by 2 factorial. Why? Because this 6 is repeated here. Okay, 6 is 2 times. That is why we have to divide by 2 factorial. Now we come at A. So now we will not include this first column. Okay, you have to remember one thing, that if we are at second column, then we will not go backwards. Okay, we are just moving forward. So now we are at A. Here the number is 1. You can see what is less than 1 here? Nothing. Okay, the numbers are 6, 4, 3, 6, and 2. So nothing is less than 1. So 0. Now comes 6, which is the number for N. So again, we will not include the first and second column. Okay, we are at N now. The number is 6. So from here, if we look, okay, now we have to include this portion. Remember that we will not go backwards. Okay, so the numbers which are less than 6 is 4, 3, and 2. Means 3 numbers are less than 6. And you can see that in this portion, from here to here, 6 is 2 times. So divided by 2 factorial. Now K, the number for K is 4. Okay, now what are the numbers less than 4 here? 3 and 2. Means there are 2 numbers. So 2. And you can see that in this portion, 6 is not repeated. Okay, 6 is only present 1 time. So we will not divide with 2 factorial, right? Now comes I, whose number is 3. Now we have to look for this portion, right? We are not moving backwards. So we are at I, the number of I is 3. What is less than 3 in this portion? Only 2. Means only 1 digit is less than 3. So we will write 1. Okay. We are writing the numbers which are less than the numbers for the alphabet. Okay. In the first column, we had 5. So the numbers less than 5 is 4. And divided by 2 factorial, because if we look at this point, okay, if we look from this point, then 6 is repeated 2 times. Similarly, We have found out up to I. Now comes n. Now we have only this portion remaining. The number of n is 6. What is less than 6? Only 2. So only one number. Now comes d. The number of d is 2. But you can see nothing is present here. It means that nothing will be less than 2 because there are no columns remaining. So here we will have 0. Okay. Now what we have to do is we have to start from last position and we have to write 0 factorial, 1 factorial, 2 factorial, 3 factorial, 4 factorial, 5 factorial and 6 factorial. Okay. Now what we have to do is we have to multiply this with this, 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 this with this and this with this. And we have to add all the values. And after adding the values, we will obviously get a number. And at last we have to add 1 to that number. Okay, so this is the concept. So now let us multiply these terms and add these terms. We have to multiply 4 by 2 factorial with 6 factorial. Then we have to add, then 0 into 5 factorial. See, we have to multiply 0 with 5 factorial. It will be 0. So no need to write it. Now next is 3 by 2 factorial into 4 factorial plus 2 into 3 factorial plus 1 into 2 factorial plus 1 into 1 factorial plus, you can see at last 0 into 0 factorial will be 0. So no need to write it. So this will be equal to 4 upon 2 factorial means 2 into 1 multiplied by 6 factorial. 6 factorial means 6 into 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 plus 3 by 2 factorial. So 3 by 2 into 1 multiplied by 4 factorial. What will be 4 factorial? 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 plus 2 into 3 factorial. So 2 into 3 factorial. 3 factorial will be 3 into 2 into 1 plus 1 into 2 factorial. So 1 into 2 plus 1 into 1 factorial will be 1, right? Now you can see that the terms will be cancelled. 2 ones are 2 and 2 threes are 6. So we have 4 into 3 into 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 plus again 2 ones are 2, 2 twos are 4, right? So we will have 3 into 2 into 3 into 2 into 1 plus 2 into 3 into 2 into 1 plus 1 into 2 is 2 and plus 1. Now we have to multiply these values, right? 4 into 3 is 12. 12 into 5 is 60. 60 into 4 is 240. Okay. Now 240 into 3 will be 720. 720 into 2 will be 1440. And when it will be multiplied by 1, it will be 1440 plus. Next is 3 into 2. 3 into 2 is 6, right? 6 into 3 is 18. 18 into 2 is 36. Plus 2 into 3 is 6. 6 into 2 is 12. Plus 2 plus 1 is 3. So when we add all this value, which is 1440 plus 36 plus 12 plus 3, then we get 1491. Okay, this is the sum of all these values. Remember that according to concept, we have to add 1 at last. Okay, so 1491 plus 1 will be 1492. All right, this is the shortest trick to solve this kind of questions. So for this question, the correct answer is 1492. I hope you are clear with this question. And this is the correct answer for this question. Okay, this is the shortest trick to solve this question. And remember, at last you have to add 1 to the value. Then you will get the absolutely correct answer. So this was the best trick for this question. I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is, if the maximum value of the term independent of t in the expansion of t square into x power 1 by 5 plus 1 minus x power 1 by 10 divided by t whole power 15, where x is greater than or equal to 0 is k, then 8k is equal to. You can see that here expansion is given, which is a binomial expansion. It is given that the maximum value of the term is independent of t. Whenever we have a binomial expansion, the first thing that we do is we find the general term. So let us understand the concept first. If we have the binomial expansion in the form x plus y power n, then the formula to calculate the general term will be tr plus 1 is equal to ncr multiplied by x power n minus r multiplied by y power r. All right, here also you can see that the expansion is given in the form of x plus y power n. This is the value of x and this is the value of y and the power is n. All right, so the expansion is what? T square into x power 1 by 5 plus 1 minus x power 1 by 10 divided by t whole power 15. This is the binomial expansion. So firstly, let us find its general term. So general term for the expansion of this term will be tr plus 1 is equal to ncr. What is n? 15. 15cr multiplied by x. What is x? First term is x. This is the value of x. So t square into x power 1 by 5 power n minus r. What is n? 15. So 15 minus r multiplied by y. What is y? This is y. So 1 minus x power 1 by 10 divided by t whole power r. Okay, y power r. This is the value of y power r. Now we have to separate the powers. All right. So we have tr plus 1 is equal to 15cr multiplied by t square power 15 minus r multiplied by x power 1 by 5 whole power 15 minus r. We have separated the powers, right? Multiplied by 1 minus x power 1 by 10 whole power r. All right. And 1 by t power r. So this will be equals to 15cr. T square power 15 minus r. So it will be t power 2 into 15 minus r. Right. Multiplied by x power 1 by 5 and whole power 15 minus r. Okay. So it means x power 1 by 5 into 15 minus r. What is 1 by 5 into 15 minus r? 15 minus r upon 5 multiplied by 1 minus x power 1 by 10 into r. So r by 10 multiplied by 1 by t power r. This 1 by t can be written as t inverse, right? T inverse power r. Okay. So this will be equals to 15cr multiplied by t power 2 into 15 minus r multiplied by x power 15 minus r upon 5 multiplied by 1 minus x power r by 10 and t power minus 1 into r will be t power minus r, right? Now you can see that here in two terms, the base is same. So the power will be added. Whenever we have two terms in this way, x power a multiplied by x power b, then the base will be written once and the power is added. Here we have in terms of t, the base is same. All right. So 15cr multiplied by, we are writing base once. Powers will be added. This is the power 2 into 15 minus r plus minus r. Plus minus will be minus. So minus r multiplied by x power 15 minus r upon 5 multiplied by 1 minus x power r by 10. Okay. So this is the expression that we have formed here. All right. Now let us arrange these terms. 15cr. Let us first write the terms of x multiplied by x power 15 minus r upon 5 multiplied by 1 minus x power r by 10 multiplied by t power 2 into 15 minus r minus r. We have just arranged the terms, nothing else. All right. Now it is clearly given that the term is independent of t. Okay, means we do not want this term here, which is this term. If we do not want this term, then it means we have to put the power of t 0 because anything raised to 0 is always equals to 1. So when we put the power equal to 0 here, this term will be eliminated, right? So what is the power? 2 into 15 minus r minus r. This will be 0 because this term of t will be eliminated only when t power 0 will be formed. Okay, because t power 0 is 1. Okay, means the power should be equal to 0 here. That is why 2 into 15 minus r is 0. 2 into 15 is 30, minus 2 into r is 2r, minus r is equal to 0. So 30 minus 3r is equal to 0. 30 will be equal to 3r and r will be equals to 30 by 3. So r will be equals to 10. Right, now let us substitute the value of r here. So it will be 15c10 multiplied by x power 15 minus 10 upon 5. Since the power was 15 minus r upon 5, multiplied by 1 minus x power r upon 10. What is r? 10. So 10 by 10 multiplied by t power 0. Okay, we have substituted this power equal to 0, right? So it will be 15c10 multiplied by 15 minus 10 is 5. 5 by 5 will be 1. So x power 1 is x multiplied by 1 minus x power 10 by 10. 10 by 10 is also 1, right? And t power 0 is also 1. So this is the remaining term now. Okay. So it is equal to 15c10 multiplied by x into 1 minus x. Now let us do one thing. Let us take this terms of variables as a function. Okay. So let f of x be equal to x into 1 minus x. Now let us multiply it. So the value of f of x will be x minus x square, right? Now let us differentiate this function. So when we differentiate it, it will be f dash x is equal to 2x minus of 2x plus 1, okay? And since we are differentiating, this will be equals to 0. Here we have used the formula for d by dx of x to the power n. It is equal to n into x power n minus 1. Here you can see that we have minus of x square. Okay, so minus will come out. And what will be the differentiation of x square? It will be 2 into x power 2 minus 1. Okay, and d by dx of x is always 1. So plus 1. So that is why we have f dash x is equal to minus 2x plus 1. When minus 2x plus 1 is equal to 0, then minus 2x will be equal to minus 1. Minus and minus will be cancelled. X will be equal to 1 by 2. So this is the value of x which we have found. Okay. Now let us see it in the axis. This is 1 by 2. This will be minus and this will be plus. So obviously the value 1 by 2 is the maximum, or it is the maximum value of the term in the expansion of the given binomial expansion, right? So we have now the maximum value of the term x. Okay, what is the maximum value? 1 by 2 is the maximum value. So here, if in this function we want the maximum value, then f of x will be what? F of x is x into 1 minus x, right? If we want f of 1 by 2, because the maximum value is attained at x is equal to 1 by 2. So f of 1 by 2 will be 1 by 2 into 1 minus 1 by 2. Simply we have to put x is equal to 1 by 2 in the given function, right? So this will be equal to 1 by 2 into 1 minus 1 by 2 is 1 by 2. So the maximum value for this function is 1 by 4. Okay. And it is given that the maximum value for this function is what? It is k. It means we have found the value of k. What is k? K is 1 by 4, right? What is k? K is 1 by 4. This is the maximum value, right? So now how we will assume this value? Okay, it is given that the term is independent of t. So we cannot take directly k is equal to 1 by 4. Okay, don't do this mistake. Generally students do this mistake. But what we have found is the maximum value of the function. Okay, not the value of k. We have found the maximum value of this function. Okay, it means in place of this we can write 1 by 4, right? What was the term? 15c10 into x into 1 minus x. So we can write 15c10 into x into 1 minus x. Okay, we have found the maximum value for this part. What is the maximum value? 1 by 4. So we have 15c10 into 1 by 4. Now this is the value of k. All right. If we have the value of k, we can simply find 8k. We have to multiply 8 in both the sides, right? So what will be the value of 8k? Let us solve it. 4 ones are 4 and 4 twos are 8. Now how to solve 15CR? We have to use a basic concept for NCR. NCR is always equals to n factorial divided by r factorial into n minus r factorial. Here we have 15, C 10. It means n is 15 and r is 10. So it will be what? 15 factorial divided by r factorial. What is r? 10. So 10 factorial multiplied by 15 minus 10 factorial, which is n minus r factorial multiplied by 2, right? So this will be 15 factorial divided by 10 factorial into 15 minus 10 is 5 factorial multiplied by 2. 15 factorial can be written as 15 into 14 into 13 into 12 into 11 into 10 factorial divided by 10 factorial into 5 factorial can be written as 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Okay. This 10 factorial and 10 factorial will be cancelled. 5 ones are 5, 5 threes are 15, right? 4 ones are 4, 4 threes are 12, 3 and 3 will be cancelled. 2 ones are 2 and 2 sevens are 14. And here we have into 2. Okay. So what are the remaining terms? 3 into 7 into 13 into 11 into 2. Okay, let us check it once more. 3 into 7 into 13 into 11 into 2. All right. Don't forget this 2. We also have 2 at last. So 7 into 3 into 13 into 11 into 2 will be equal to 6006. So this is the final answer for this question. So for this question, the correct answer is 6006. I hope you are clear with this question. The main formula that we have used is the formula to find the general term of a binomial expansion. Next question is, let A and B be two non-zero real numbers. If P and R are the roots of the equation x square minus 8ax plus 2a is equal to 0, and Q and S are the roots of the equation x square plus 12bx plus 6b is equal to 0, such that 1 by P, 1 by Q, 1 by R and 1 by S are in AP, then A inverse minus B inverse is equal to. It is a very, very different question from all the questions that we are solving up to now, right? Here it is given that P and R are the roots of this equation. It is a quadratic equation, right? So P and R are the roots of the quadratic equation x square minus 8ax plus 2a is equal to 0. And it is also given that Q and S are the roots of another quadratic equation, which is x square plus 12bx plus 6b is equal to 0. Also 1 by P, 1 by Q, 1 by R and 1 by S are in AP. Okay, so here we have to use a concept which is transformation of quadratic equation. Understand this concept very carefully. We have to use the concept which is transformation of quadratic equation. Transformation means some changes, right? It is given that P and R are the roots of this equation. So 1 by P and 1 by R will be the roots of which equation? So to get the equation for both these roots, we have to do one thing. We have to replace x square by 1 by x square. It means we have to replace x by 1 by x. Okay, because see, we are replacing P by 1 by P. So similarly, we have to replace x by its reciprocal, which is 1 by x. So when we put x is equal to 1 by x in this equation, the equation will be what? We have x square means 1 by x square minus 8a into x. What is x? 1 by x. So 8a into 1 by x will be 8a by x plus 2a is equal to 0. When we take the LCM, LCM will be x square and the numerator will be what? See, this is the LCM. Here numerator will be 1 minus 8ax plus 2ax square. It is equal to 0. When this x square will go to the right hand side, then the equation will be 2ax square minus 8ax plus 1 is equal to 0. So 1 by P and 1 by R are the roots of this equation. This is known as transformation of a quadratic equation. Okay. Again, if P and R are the roots of this equation, then 1 by P and 1 by R are the roots of this equation. How we have found this equation? We have just replaced x by 1 by x. Similarly, let us find 1 by Q and 1 by S are the roots for which equation? So in order to find that, we have to substitute x is equal to 1 by x here, right? So let us substitute x is equal to 1 by x. When we substitute x is equal to 1 by x, the first term is x square, means 1 by x square plus. Second term is 12b into x. What is x? 1 by x. We have to replace x by 1 by x. Okay. So 12b into x means 12b into 1 by x. So 12b upon x plus 6b is equal to 0. Again, when we take LCM, LCM will be x square. And the numerator will be 1 plus 12bx plus 6bx square is equal to 0. So the equation will be 6bx square plus 12bx plus 1 is equal to 0. X square into 0 will be 0. So we can say that 1 by q and 1 by s are the roots of this equation. But it is given that 1 by p, 1 by q, 1 by r and 1 by s are in AP. Means its values are some distinct terms, right? It is given that these 4 terms are in AP. Now the second concept that we have to use here is we have to use the concept to assume the values of a AP. Okay. So how we can assume? First term will be a minus 3d. Second term will be a minus d. Then a plus d and a plus 3d. This is the second concept that you have to remember. And the concept is about how to assume the terms in an AP. All right. So it means 1 by p is equal to what? A minus 3d. 1 by q is equal to a minus d. 1 by r is equal to a plus d and 1 by s is equal to a plus 3d. All right. Now we have two quadratic equations, right? Whose roots are 1 by p and 1 by r. Okay. And for this quadratic equation, the roots are 1 by q and 1 by s. So whenever we have two roots of a quadratic equation, we generally find sum of the roots and product of the roots. What is sum of the roots? Minus b upon a. Okay. And sum of the roots means adding both the roots, right? And product of the roots is basically equal to c upon a. Okay. Now let us understand the standard form first. The standard form is ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. Here a is the coefficient of x square, b is the coefficient of x, and c is the remaining constant. So for the first equation, which is 2ax square minus 8ax plus 1 is equal to 0. The roots are 1 by p and 1 by r, right? You can see that 1 by p and 1 by r are the roots of this equation. So if we find the sum of the roots here, then sum of the roots means adding both these roots, it will be equals to what? Minus b upon a. What is the value of a here? A is the coefficient of x square. A is 2a. B is the coefficient of x. So b is minus 8a, right? And c is what? It is 1. All right. So minus of b upon a. Basically, according to formula, sum of roots is minus of b upon a. So minus of minus 8a upon 2a. This minus minus will be plus. So it will be 8a upon 2a. A and a will be cancelled. So the sum will be equal to 4. But technically, what is the value of 1 by p and 1 by r? A minus 3d and a plus d. Okay. So technically 1 by p is a minus 3d and 1 by r is a plus d. Okay. So if we solve it, we have 2a minus 2d, right? A plus a is 2a minus 3d plus d is minus 2d. So we have two values of the sum. One is the value according to the formula and one is the technical value. Okay. We have assumed this value for AP. So we can say that 2a minus 2d is basically equal to 4 because both are the values for sum. This is also the value of sum of 1 by p and 1 by r, and this is also the value of sum of both the roots. So we can say that 2a minus 2d is equal to 4. Similarly, let us find it for second equation. Let us write the second quadratic equation that we have formed. 6bx square, right? Then plus 12bx plus 1 is equal to 0. The roots of these equations are 1 by q and 1 by s. Sum will be what? Sum of the roots will be equal to 1 by q plus 1 by s. Okay. What is the technical value for 1 by q plus 1 by s? The technical value will be what? A minus d plus a plus 3d. So a minus d plus a plus 3d. So here a plus a is 2a. 3d minus d is 2d. Right. So we have 2a plus 2d. But if we use the formula here, sum of the roots is minus b upon a, right? What is b? B is the coefficient of x. So minus 12b divided by a. What is a? Coefficient of x square. So 6b, right? This b and b will be cancelled. 6 ones are 6 and 6 twos are 12. So this value is equal to minus 2. This is also the value for sum and this is also the value for sum. It means we can say that 2a plus 2d here, it is equal to what? Minus 2. We have two different equations. 2a minus 2d is equal to 4 and 2a plus 2d is equal to minus 2, right? When we add both these equations, 2a plus 2a will be 4a, minus 2d plus 2d will be 0. This is equals to 4 minus 2 is 2. So a will be what? 2 by 4. So the value of a is 1 by 2. If we have the value of a, we can easily find the value of d. Okay, let us put this value of a in any of this equation. So now we are putting it in this equation. What is a? A is 1 by 2. And what is the equation? 2a minus 2d is equal to 4. Now let us put the value of a. A is 1 by 2. 2 into a means 2 into 1 by 2. Minus 2d is equal to 4. This 2 and 2 will be cancelled. 1 minus 2d is equal to 4. Right? So minus 2d will be equal to 4 minus 1. Okay. Now minus of 2d will be equals to 4 minus 1 is 3. So here d will be equals to minus 3 by 2. Okay. So when a is 1 by 2, d is minus 3 by 2. Since we have the value of a and d, we can find the actual terms of AP. Okay. You can see that we have assumed the terms in this form. Let us write this form. For 1 by P, 1 by Q, 1 by R and 1 by S, we have written the values A minus 3D, A minus D, A plus D and A plus 3D. Now let us put the value of A and D here. What is A? 1 by 2. Minus 3 into D. What is D? Minus 3 by 2. Right? So 1 by 2 minus minus will be plus. 3 into 3 is 9. So 9 by 2. 1 by 2 plus 9 by 2 is 10 by 2. And what is 10 by 2? 5. So this is the first term of the AP. Now A minus D. A is 1 by 2 minus D. Minus of minus 3 by 2. So it will be 1 by 2 plus 3 by 2. So it is 4 by 2. 4 by 2 is 2. This is the second term of the AP. Now A plus D. A is 1 by 2 plus. What is D? Minus 3 by 2. So 1 by 2 minus 3 by 2. Okay. So we have 1 minus 3 by 2. So it is what? Basically minus 2 by 2. So it is equal to minus of 1. So this is the third term of the AP. Now about the last term. What is last term? A plus 3D. Okay. Let us solve it here. A is 1 by 2 plus 3D. 3 into D. What is D? Minus 3 by 2. So we have 1 by 2 minus 3 into 3 is 9 by 2. Okay. Denominator is same. It means numerator will be 1 minus 9. What is 1 minus 9? Minus 8 by 2. So we will have minus 4. So minus 4 will be the fourth term of AP. Okay. What is the first term of AP? 1 by P. Means 1 by P is 5. 1 by Q is 2. 1 by R is minus 1 and 1 by S is minus 4. Right. You can see that A minus 3D is the value for 1 by P. This is the value for 1 by Q. This is the value of 1 by R and this is the value for 1 by S. So in this way, we have the value for all these terms. 5, 2, minus 1 and minus 4. See, we have found the sum, but we also have to find the product of the roots, right? Because if we have a quadratic equation whose roots are given, then we basically find the sum and the product. Now, what is the product? Product means multiplication. Okay. For the first equation, the roots are 1 by P and 1 by R. Product will be 1 by P into 1 by R. What is the value of 1 by P? 5. Multiplied by 1 by R. 1 by R is minus 1. So this is equals to minus 5. This is the technical value, right? Now, according to the formula, what is the product of two roots? Product of the roots is C upon A. Okay. So again, consider this equation. The equation is 2A x square minus 8ax plus 1 is equal to 0. What is the product? According to the formula, the product is C upon A. What is C? The constant. So 1 upon A. What is A? Coefficient of x square. Here, what is the coefficient of x square? 2a. Okay, it means the product is basically 1 upon 2a according to the formula. And technically the product is minus 5. Since both are the values of product, it means 1 upon 2a is equal to minus 5. Right? So here, a will be equal to what? 1 upon 2 into minus 5. So a will be equal to minus 1 upon 10. This is the value of a, which is minus 1 upon 10. Similarly, let us find the product for the roots 1 by q and 1 by s. 1 by q into 1 by s. What is the value of 1 by q? 2, and 1 by s is minus 4. So 2 into minus 4. It is equal to minus 8. This is the technical value, but according to the formula, product will be what? Product of roots will be c upon a. What is the equation? What is the second quadratic equation whose roots are 1 by q and 1 by s? This is the quadratic equation. Let us write it. So the equation is 6bx square plus 12bx plus 1 is equal to 0. Here, the value of c is 1, which is a constant. And what is a? A is the coefficient of x square. So 6b. Both are the values of product, right? This is the value of product technically, and this is the value of product according to the formula. Since both are the product of the same roots, it means both are equal. So minus 8 is equal to 1 upon 6b, right? It implies that b will be equals to minus 1 upon 6 into 8. Okay, so what is the value of b? Minus 1 upon 6 into 8 is 48. We have the value of a and b. A is minus 1 by 10 and b is minus 1 by 48. What we want to calculate is a inverse minus b inverse. So if a is minus 1 by 10, a inverse will be minus 10, right? Inverse means the reciprocal. Similarly, b inverse will be minus 48, right? So substitute the values. A inverse is minus 10 minus b inverse is minus 48. So minus 10 minus minus will be plus 48. Minus 10 plus 48 will be 38, which is the required answer for this question. So we can say that for this question, the correct answer is 38. I hope you are clear with this question. In this question, we have used two main concepts. The first concept is transformation of a quadratic equation, and the second concept is how to assume the values of a AP or the terms of a AP. So I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is, let A1 is equal to B1 is equal to 1, AN is equal to AN minus 1 plus 2, and BN is equal to AN plus BN minus 1. For every natural number, n is greater than or equal to 2, then summation of n is equal to 1 to 15, AN into BN is equal to. This is a very, very simple question. All right. Here we have two different values, which are AN and BN. So firstly, let us write the values. AN is equal to AN minus 1 plus 2 and BN is equal to AN plus BN minus 1. It is also given that A1 is equal to B1 is equal to 1. Firstly, if we look at this value of AN, we find that here the constant is 2. It means that basically it is forming an AP whose common difference is 2, right? It means AN will be equal to what? 1, 3, 5, 7 and so on. You can see that this is an AP of odd numbers. So basically AN will be equal to 2n minus 1, where every n belongs to a natural number. For example, if we put n is equal to 1 here, then 2 into 1 minus 1 will be 1, which is the first element of AP. If we put n is equal to 2, then we have 2 into 2 minus 1, which is 4 minus 1. So 3. 3 is the second element of AP. Similarly, when we put n is equal to 3, we have 2 into 3 minus 1. 2 into 3 is 6. 6 minus 1 is 5, which is the third element of AP, right? So basically this AN is equal to 2n minus 1. Okay, and here the common difference is 2. 3 minus 1 is 2. 5 minus 3 is 2. 7 minus 5 is 2. Okay, so we have the value of AN. AN is equal to 2n minus 1. Now similarly, let us look at the second expression, which is given for BN. But here there is a little bit trick. Okay, this expression is given just to confuse you. All right. Here you can see that we have all the terms in the form of A. And here we have Bn, then An, then Bn minus 1. So how can we find the value of Bn? It is very simple. Let us do one thing. Let us take all the elements of B on one side. So Bn minus Bn minus 1 will be equal to An, right? When we take this term to the left hand side, it will be negative, right? Now what is An? An is 2n minus 1. So let us substitute the value. Bn minus Bn minus 1 is equal to 2n minus 1. Now what we have to do is we have to do some brainstorming here and think of a term that should be placed in the place of Bn to get the difference equal to 2n minus 1. It means that we have to put a term in the place of Bn here to get the value equal to 2n minus 1. Okay, means a value or a term that will satisfy this equation. Okay, so if we think about it, Bn should be equal to n square. If Bn is equal to n square, then the expression changes to what? N square minus n minus 1 n square. Okay, now when we solve this, we will get 2n minus 1. Let us check it. N square minus of n minus 1 square. Here we have to use a basic identity, which is a minus b whole square. A minus b whole square is a square plus b square minus 2ab. This is a very, very basic identity that is used for polynomials, right? So here you can see that n minus 1 whole square. It is in the same form of a minus b whole square. Here a is equal to n and b is 1. So the formula will be a square means n square plus b square means 1 square. So 1 square is 1 minus 2 into a into b. So 2 into n into 1. Okay, 2 into n into 1. So it will be equal to what? N square plus 1 minus 2n. So let us write it. The value will be n square plus 1 minus 2n. Okay, now when we open the brackets, then it will be equal to n square minus 1 and minus will be plus 2n. Okay, so here you can see that n square and n square will be cancelled because n square minus n square is 0. So the remaining terms are minus 1 plus 2n. We can also write it as 2n minus 1. Okay, so this is the value of what? This is the value of the given expression, which is n square minus n minus 1 whole square. Okay, you can see that we have proved left hand side is equal to right hand side. It means that if we put Bn is equal to n square, then this equation, this particular equation will be satisfied. Okay, so we can say that if we put Bn is equal to n square, then this particular equation will be satisfied. Okay, this is the observation that you have to think of. Okay, if you have solved this part, then this question is very, very simple. Here you have to just use your brain, right? So here we have the value of Bn. What is Bn? N square. And what is An? 2n minus 1. An is 2n minus 1 and Bn is what? N square. Okay, what we have to find is summation of n is equal to 1 to 15 An into Bn. We just have to substitute the values now, right? So it will be summation of n is equal to 1 to 15. What is An? 2n minus 1 into Bn is n square. Let us multiply this value. Summation of n is equal to 1 to 15. 2n into n square is 2n cube minus 1 into n square is n square. Now, for n cube, there is a formula which is n into n plus 1 by 2 whole square. All right. And for n square also there is a formula which is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So let us substitute the value here. So we have summation of n is equal to 1 to 15, 2 into n cube. What is the formula for n cube? It is n into n plus 1 divided by 2 whole square minus n square. What is the formula for n square? N into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Now, we have n is equal to 1 to 15. It means we have to put n is equal to 15 here. So let us put n is equal to 15. Before that, these are the very, very important concept or the formulas that you have to remember. All right. So now let us put n is equal to 15. So we have 2 into 15 into 15 plus 1 divided by 2 whole square minus 15 into 15 plus 1 into 2 into 15 plus 1. We are putting n is equal to 15 here. So it will be 2 into 15 into 15 plus 1 is 16 divided by 2 and whole square minus 15 into 15 plus 1 is 16 into 2 into 15 is 30. 30 plus 1 is 31 divided by 6. Okay, this term will be cancelled. 2 ones are 2 and 2 8s are 16. Again, 3 2s are 6 and 3 5s are 15. 2 1s are 2 and 2 8s are 16. So the remaining terms are 2 into 15 into 8 square minus 5 into 8 into 31. All right. So now let us multiply this value. Okay. We have 2 into 15 into 8. What is 15 into 8? 120. So 120 square minus 5 into 8. 5 into 8 is 40. 40 into 31 is 1240. So now 2 into 120 square means 120 into 120. It is 14,400 minus 1240. Right. Now 14,400 into 2 will be equals to what? 28,800 minus 1,240. Right. Now we have to subtract this value, which is 1,240. So it will be equals to 27,560. So this is the correct value for this question. So we can say that the correct answer for this question is 27,560. There is a little bit of calculation, but if we use this method to solve this question, it is very, very simple. The main part is you have to get the value of Bn. Okay, this was a little bit tricky, but once you know the concept, it is very easy. So I hope you are clear with this question. Moving on to the next question. Let the function f of x is equal to mod of 4x square minus 8x plus 5 if 8x square minus 6x plus 1 is greater than equal to 0 and greatest integer of 4x square minus 8x plus 5 if 8x square minus 6x plus 1 is less than 0, where alpha in the brackets denotes the greatest integer less than or equal to alpha, then the number of points in R where the function f is not differentiable is. So here we have a function which is given in this form. It is given in the form of quadratic expressions, right? So let us talk about this first quadratic equation. It is mod of 4x square minus 8x plus 5. But if we talk about its discriminant is negative. Okay. How to find the discriminant? Discriminant is denoted by D and it is equal to B square minus 4AC. Okay. B is the coefficient of X, A is the coefficient of X square and C is the remaining constant. So what is B here? Minus 8. Minus 8 square is 64 minus 4 into A into C. A is 4 and C is 5. So 64 minus 4 into 4 is 16, right? So 16 into 5. All right. Now, this will be equals to what? 64 minus 16 into 5. What is 16 into 5? It is 80. So 64 minus 80 is minus 16. You can see that the discriminant is negative. Okay. And here, for this condition, it is given that this quadratic equation should be greater than or equal to 0. But here, since the discriminant is negative, it means that here this value 4x square minus 8x plus 5 will be always greater than 0 for all the values of x belongs to R. Okay. Now, this expression should be greater than or equal to 0. So let us find the roots for this equation. 8x square minus 6x plus 1. Okay, this is the equation. How to find the roots? We have to factorize this equation. Okay, so we have to split the middle term here. So let us split it. We have 8x square minus 4x minus 2x plus 1. All right. We have to split this middle term in such a way that the sum of these two numbers should be equal to the middle term and the product of these two numbers should be equal to product of first and last term. You can see that 8x square into 1 is 8x square and minus 4x into minus 2x is also 8x square. Now from the first two terms, 4x is common. So let us take 4x common. What are the remaining terms? 2x minus 1. Then from minus 2x plus 1, we can take minus 1 common. So we have 2x minus 1. It is equal to 0. What is common here? 2x minus 1. Again, what is remaining? 4x minus 1. It is equal to 0, right? So when 2x minus 1 will be equal to 0, we have 2x is equal to 1 and x is equal to 1 by 2. And when 4x minus 1 will be equal to 0, we will have 4x is equal to 1 and x will be 1 by 4. So if we talk about the roots of this equation, the roots are 1 by 2 and 1 by 4. Okay. So its graph will be in this form. This is 1 by 4 and this is 1 by 2. Now, if we talk about at which region this will be greater than or equal to 0, here and here, means minus infinity, from minus infinity to 1 by 4 and 1 by 2 to plus infinity. So we can say that here x belongs to minus infinity, comma 1 by 4, then closed interval, union 1 by 2, comma infinity. Okay. Now, if we talk about the second expression here, okay, here we want the greatest integer factor. Okay. So here the second expression is 4x square minus 8x plus 5. Okay. If we talk about the greatest integer factor, which is GIF. So for this condition, it is given that 8x square minus 6x plus 1 is less than 0. So where it will be less than 0? Here, which is strictly lying in 1 by 4 and 1 by 2. So we can say that for this equation, x strictly belongs to 1 by 4 comma 1 by 2, right? So we have formed two basic situations, okay, which is the function f of x will be equal to 4x square minus 8x plus 5 when x belongs to minus of infinity, comma 1 by 4, union 1 by 2, comma infinity, right? And f of x will be equal to 4x square minus 8x plus 5 in the greatest integer if and only if x strictly belongs to 1 by 4 and 1 by 2. These are the two values which we have found. Okay. Now what we can do is we can understand this graphically. Okay. We have two values, 1 by 4 and 1 by 2 here, right? So let us do one thing. Let us make a graph. Let us consider this as the coordinate axis and this will be the graph in this case. For the second case, this will be the graph. So consider 1 by 4 here and 1 by 2 is somewhere here, right? Now, for 1 by 2, the value will be somewhat 3.2, okay? And for 1 by 2, the value will be 2, okay? So, the value that is equivalent to 1 by 4 is 3.2 and the value for 1 by 2 will be 2. But we have to break in between at 3 to find the GIF, right? The concept is clear here that we have to break at 3 in between to find the GIF because we know that from 2 to 3, the GIF is 2 and from 3 to 3.2, the GIF is 3. So we have to find that where its value is 3, means we have to find 4x square minus 8x plus 5 is equal to 3 where? Okay, where this value is equal to 3. Okay, means here somewhere in middle we have to break at 3. We have to find that at which value of x this particular expression will be equal to 3. Okay, so the value comes to be x is equal to 2 plus minus root 2 upon 2. But here this value will be 2 minus root 2 upon 2. Okay, so the value 2 minus root 2 upon 2 gives 3. Okay, so this is the value at which this expression will be equal to 3. All right, so we can say that the value is 3 when x belongs to 1 by 4 and 2 minus root 2 upon 2. Okay, you can clearly see from the graph when x is 2 minus root 2 upon 2 here, then it belongs to 3. And also when x is 1 by 4, it belongs to 3. Okay. Similarly, it will be 2 when x belongs to 2 minus root 2 upon 2 and 1 by 2. Right? You can see that at 1 by 2 here and 2 minus root 2 upon 2, the value is 2. Okay. So these are the basic conditions. So what we have found is we have found that the function f of x is basically equal to 4x square minus 8x plus 5 if x belongs to minus infinity, comma 1 by 4, union 1 by 2, comma infinity. And the function is 3 if x belongs to 1 by 4, comma 2 minus root 2 upon 2, right? And 2 when x belongs to open interval 2 minus root 2 upon 2 and 1 by 2, which is closed. Okay. So we can understand this again by making a graph. Okay. Let us make a graph. Let us consider this as 2 and 3. We also have to take 3.2 because we know that from 3 to 3.2, GIF is 3. Okay. It means that from 3 to 3.2, when x belongs to 1 by 4 and 2 minus root 2 by 2, it can take values up to 3.2. It can take values from 3 to 3.2. Okay, that is why we have to include 3.2 also. Now, what are the remaining values? We have 1 by 4. Then we have 1 by 2. And in middle, we have 2 minus root 2 by 2. Okay, now focus carefully. When x belongs to 1 by 4 and 2 minus root 2, then the function is 3. Means the function is 3 at 1 by 4 and 2 minus root 2 by 2. Okay. Then, similarly, the function is 2 when x is 2 minus root 2 by 2 and 1 by 2. So the function is 2 when x is 2 minus root 2 by 2 and 1 by 2. Also, as I told you that at this point where x belongs to 1 by 4 and 2 minus root 2 by 2, the function can take the values from 3 to 3.2. Okay. Because the GIF from 3 to 3.2 is 3. Okay. So at 3.2 also there will be a point. Now, if we look at all the points here, we can easily identify the points which are not differentiable. This is the first point, this is second point, and this is the third point in the function, which is not differentiable. Okay. So the number of points for the function f which are not differentiable are 3, right? You can see there are 3 points. So this is the answer. It was a very, very basic concept. So for this question, the correct answer is 3, which is the number of points where function f is not differentiable. I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is, if limit n tends to infinity, n plus 1 power k minus 1 divided by n power k plus 1 into nk plus 1 plus nk plus 2 plus so on up to nk plus n, then the integral value of k is equal to 33 into limit n tends to infinity 1 upon n power k plus 1 into 1 power k plus 2 power k plus so on up to n power k equal to. For this question, we have to find the integral value of k for which this left hand side is equal to this right hand side. Okay. So you have to understand that here left hand side is equal to right hand side. So firstly, let us do one thing. Let us solve one side, which is the left hand side. In the left hand side, you can see we have limit n tends to infinity n plus 1 power k minus 1 divided by, we have n power k plus 1. Okay. So n power k plus 1 can be also written as n power k into n power 1. We have splitted the powers because when the base is same, the power is added. So again, it will be equals to n power k plus 1 only. So we can write it in this form, right? But here we have this value in the denominator, means we have 1 upon n power k plus 1. Okay. So 1 upon n power k plus 1 will be equal to 1 upon n power k into 1 upon n power 1. So I'm writing 1 upon n power k here and 1 upon n power 1 here. N power 1 is n, right? Now again, let us balance both these powers. Means let us make both the powers same. Okay. In the numerator, we have k minus 1. Okay. So let us do one thing. In the denominator also, let us make the power k minus 1. Now how we can make n power k as n power k minus 1? Okay. We can do one thing here. We can put a minus 1 here. If we are putting a minus 1, we also have to put plus 1 just to balance it. Okay. So this can be also written as n power k minus 1 into n power 1, because when base is same, again the powers will be added. So we will have n power k minus 1 plus 1, which is actually equal to this term. So we can write this n power k as n power k minus 1 here, and again 1 upon n power 1 will be here. Okay, I hope the concept is clear to you. Okay, n power k can be written as n power k minus 1 in this way. Okay, if in n power k we are subtracting a 1, then we also have to add 1. And we can write this as n power k multiplied by n power 1 because base is same, then the power is added. And you can see power is added here. So I have written n power k minus 1 here and 1 upon n power 1 here, right? This is also 1 upon n power k minus 1. Okay. Again, the remaining part in the left hand side is this part. What is this part? This part is nk plus 1 plus nk plus 2 plus so on up to where? Nk plus n. So again, if we take one n common from this term, then what will remain here? K plus 1 by n plus k plus 2 by n. We have taken n common from all these terms. Okay, so the remaining terms will be k plus 1 by n, k plus 2 by n, so on up to k plus n by n. So let us write it by taking one more n common. So what we will have is we will have limit n tending to infinity. Now both the powers are same, so we can combine the powers. So we can write n plus 1 divided by n whole power k minus 1 multiplied by 1 by n into 1 by n. Again, we are taking n common from this part. Okay. So when we take n common from this part, what will be the remaining part? K plus 1 by n plus k plus 2 by n plus so on up to where? K plus n by n. Okay. So this is the expression that is formed here. This n and n will be cancelled. Now focus on this part. This full term will be 1 plus 1 by n. Okay. This full term will be ultimately equal to 1 plus 1 by n because n approaches infinity and 1 by n approaches 0. So this whole term will be equal to 1. Okay. So there is no significance of these terms. 1 into 1 by n will be 1 by n. So we have limit n tending to infinity 1 upon n multiplied by this term. Now focus on this term. What is this term? Here, this term is basically a summation. Summation of what? Here this 1, 2 and n. These values are the values of r, which is starting from 1 and going up to n. So we can write summation of r is equal to 1 to n. And what are the terms here? K plus r by n, right? The summation is for what? The summation is for k plus r by n only, where r is 1, 2, 3 and so on up to n. So we can write this in the form of summation. Okay. Now what will be this equal to? This will be equal to limit n tends to infinity. Summation of r is equal to 1 to n. K plus r by n into 1 by n. Okay, we have taken this 1 by n inside. So this whole value will be ultimately equals to what? Integral of 0 to 1 k plus x dx. Right? Now let us take the integral. Integral of 0 to 1 k dx plus integral of 0 to 1 x dx. K is a constant, so it will come out integral of dx is x. So we have kx, right? Now, plus integral of x dx. What is the formula for integral of x dx? Here the power is 1. So we have to use the formula for integral of x power n dx. It is always equals to x power n plus 1 upon n plus 1. Here n is 1. So it will be x power 1 plus 1 divided by 1 plus 1. So we have x square by 2. Okay. So here we have x square by 2. And the limits are 0 to 1. When we apply the limits, it will be k plus 1 by 2, which is equal to 2k plus 1 by 2 after taking the LCM here. Okay. See, when we put limit 1, then this term will be k into 1k and this term will be 1 square by 2. So 1 by 2. And when we put 0, both these terms will be 0. So the value is k plus 1 by 2, which is equal to 2k plus 1 by 2. So we have LHS is equal to 2k plus 1 by 2. Now let us focus on the right hand side. Okay. This is the right hand side. So let us write it first. Right hand side is 33 into limit n tends to infinity 1 upon n power k plus 1 multiplied by 1 power k plus 2 power k plus so on up to n power k. Okay, this is the right hand side. Now we have to solve this side. Okay, here you can see that we can write this n power k plus 1 again in the form of n power k and n power 1. So we have 33 into limit n tends to infinity 1 upon n power k into 1 upon n. And here you can see that again we have summation of this values. And here what is r? R is 1, 2, so on up to n. So we can say that this is basically the summation of r power k, right? So we can write this value or this whole term as summation of r power k, where r is going from 1 to n, right? So we can write this as summation of r is equal to 1 to n r power k, all right? So now let us take this r power k and n power k together. So we will have 33 into limit n tends to infinity summation of r is equal to 1 to n. Let us take both these values inside. So we have r power k upon n power k into 1 by n. Okay. So 33 into limit n tending to infinity summation of r is equal to 1 to n r by n power k. Since both the powers are k, so we can combine the powers. Okay. Into 1 by n. Okay. Now this value will be equal to what? 33 into integral of 0 to 1 x power k dx. All right. Now, when we integrate this value, we have 33 into x power k plus 1 divided by k plus 1. And the limits are 0 to 1. Here also we have used the formula for integral of x power n dx. What is the formula? It is equal to x power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1. Here, in the place of n, we have k. That is why it is equal to x power k plus 1 upon k plus 1. When we put the limits here, this will be equal to what? 33 only divided by k plus 1. All right. So this is the right hand side. It is given in the question that both left hand side and right hand side is equal. And for this condition, we have to find the integral value of k. So let us equate left hand side and right hand side. What is the left hand side? 2k plus 1 upon 2. So 2k plus 1 upon 2 is equal to right hand side. What is right hand side? 33 upon k plus 1. Now let us cross multiply and find the value of k. So 2 into 33 is equal to 2k plus 1 into k plus 1. Okay. So 2k plus 1 into k plus 1 is equal to 2 into 33, which is 66. Now we have to multiply both these values. 2k into k is 2k square. Then 2k into 1 is 2k plus 1 into k is k and 1 into 1 is 1. Okay, this is equal to 66. So we have 2k square plus 2k plus k is 3k plus 1 is equal to 66. Now let us take this 66 on the left hand side. So we have 2k square plus 3k plus 1 minus 66 is equal to 0, which is equal to 2k square plus 3k plus 1 minus 66 is minus 65. It is equal to 0. Now we have to find the factors for this equation. We have to use splitting the middle term method here. In this method, we have to split this middle term in such a way that we have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So firstly, let us do the product of first and last term. What is first term here? 2k square multiplied by last term minus 65. So 65 into 2 is 130. And since there is a negative sign, so minus 130 and k square. All right. Now we have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to middle term, which is whose sum should be equal to plus 3k and product should be equal to minus 130k square. So the two numbers can be minus 10k and plus 13k. You can see that 13 minus 10k will give plus 3k, right? When we add both these terms, it is equal to plus 3k. And when we multiply minus 10k and 13k, then it is equal to what? Minus 130k square. So the two numbers are minus 10k plus 13k. So we can split this middle term as 2k square minus 10k plus 13k minus 65. You can see that minus 10k plus 13k is actually equal to 3k. And in this way, the middle term is splitted. That is why this method is known as splitting the middle term method. Now from first and second term, we can take 2k common. So remaining terms will be k minus 5. Then from here we can take plus 13 common. So the remaining terms will be k minus 5 because 13 into k is 13k and 13 into minus 5 is minus 65. Now what is common here? K minus 5. So let us take k minus 5 common. What is remaining? 2k plus 13. This is equal to 0. Now we will have two values of k. Okay. First value will be when k minus 5 will be equals to 0 and second value will be when 2k plus 13 is equal to 0. All right. So here when k minus 5 will be equal to 0, k will be equals to 5. And when 2k plus 13 will be equals to 0, 2k will be equals to minus 13 and k will be equals to minus 13 by 2, which is not an integral value. We only have to find the integral value of k. It is very clear in question. And what is the integral value from both these values? K is equal to 5 is the integral value. Means this value is not acceptable. So for this question, the correct value of k is 5. Therefore, the correct answer is k is equal to 5. This is the integral value of k for which left hand side is equal to right hand side. I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is, let the equation of two diameters of a circle x square plus y square minus 2x plus 2fy plus 1 is equal to 0 be 2px minus y is equal to 1 and 2x plus py is equal to 4p. Then the slope m belongs to 0 comma infinity of the tangent to the hyperbola 3x square minus y square is equal to 3 passing through the center of the circle is equal to. In this question, we have equation of two diameters. What are the equations? 2px minus y is equal to 1 and 2x plus py is equal to 4p. Let us do one thing. Let us multiply this equation with p. So it will be 2px plus py into p is p square y is equal to 4p into p is 4p square. Now by using both these equations, we have to find the value of x and y. Okay. So when we solve these equations, this will be minus, minus and minus. 2px minus 2px will be 0. Then minus y minus p square y will be equal to 1 minus 4p square. Right. So when we take minus y common here, in the left hand side, remaining terms will be 1 plus p square. It is equal to 1 minus 4p square. So minus y will be equal to 1 minus 4p square divided by 1 plus p square. So y will be equal to what? When this negative sign will go to the right hand side, it will be 4p square minus 1 divided by 1 plus p square. This is the value of y. Now to get the value of x, we simply have to put this value of y in any of these equations. So let us put the value of y in the equation 2px minus y is equal to 1. So 2px minus y. What is y? 4p square minus 1 divided by 1 plus p square. This is equals to 1, right? So 2px will be equal to 1 plus 4p square minus 1 divided by 1 plus p square. Since this term is negative, when it will go to the right hand side, it will be positive, right? Now let us take the LCM. So 2px will be equal to, here the LCM will be 1 plus p square and the numerator will be 1 into 1 plus p square. So 1 plus p square plus 4p square minus 1. 1 minus 1 will be cancelled. So 2px will be equal to p square plus 4p square. 5p square divided by 1 plus p square, right? Now this p and p will be cancelled. Again, x will be equal to 5p divided by 2 into 1 plus p square. When this 2 will come to the right hand side, it will be in the division because here this value is in multiplication. So we have x is equal to 5p divided by 2 into 1 is 2 plus 2 into p square is 2p square. So this is the value of x and this is the value of y, right? Now again, the equation of circle is given. Means by this equation, we can get the center. What is center? Center is always equals to minus g comma minus f. What is g? G is the half of the coefficient of x. Here, what is the coefficient of x? Minus 2. What is half of 2? 1. All right. What is half of 2? Half of 2 is 1. And the value here is minus. So we have minus 1. G is minus 1. So minus of minus 1 will be plus 1, right? And for f, what is f? F is the coefficient for y, okay? But we do not need f now. So let it be minus f. The value of g is 1. What is this value? It is the x coordinate for center and this is the y coordinate for center. And we have just found the x coordinate. What is x coordinate? 5p upon 2 plus 2p square. It means this is equals to 1, right? So when we cross multiply here, we get 5p is equal to 2 plus 2p square. So 2p square minus 5p plus 2 will be equal to 0 when we take all the terms on one side. Now what we want to do is we want to find its factors to get the value of p here. So we will use splitting the middle term method. So middle term can be splitted as 2p square minus 4p minus p plus 2 is equal to 0. You can see that minus 4p minus p is minus 5p and minus 4p into minus p is plus 4p square, which is actually equal to product of first and last term. What is first term? 2p square multiplied by last term. So it is plus 4p square. Okay. In this method, we just have to split the middle term in such a way that the sum of these two numbers should be equal to the middle term and product of these two numbers should be equal to the product of first and last term. So product of minus 4p and minus p is plus 4p square. Okay. Now from the first two terms, 2p is common. So let us take 2p common. Remaining terms will be p minus 2, right? Then when we take minus 1 common, remaining terms will be p minus 2. This is equal to 0. Again, p minus 2 is common. You can see what are the remaining terms? 2p minus 1. So this is equal to 0. So when p minus 2 is equal to 0, p will be equals to plus 2. And when 2p minus 1 will be equals to 0, 2p will be equals to 1 and p will be equals to 1 by 2. So we have two different values of p. P is 2 and 1 by 2, right? Now let us put the values of p in the equation for y. We have p is equal to 2 and p is equal to 1 by 2. When we put p is equal to 2, then y is equal to 4 into p square. We are putting p is equal to 2, so 2 square will be 4 minus 1 divided by 1 plus p square. P square will be 4. So 4 into 4 is 16. 16 minus 1 is 15. 15 divided by 1 plus 4 is 5. So y will be 3. Means when p is 2, y will be 3. Now let us put p is equal to 1 by 2. So when we put p is equal to 1 by 2, 4 into p square, 1 by 2 square means 1 by 4 minus 1 divided by 1 plus p square. Okay. What will be 1 plus p square? P square will be 1 by 2 square and 1 by 2 square is 1 by 4. This 4 and 4 will be cancelled. Numerator is 1 minus 1. 0. 0 divided by anything is equal to 0. So when we put p is equal to 2, we get y is equal to 3. And when we put p is equal to 1 by 2, we get y is equal to 0. Okay. And the values of p are obtained from this particular portion. Okay. Means when the value of x is 1, then we have two different values of p. And by using this two different values of p, we get two different values of y. It simply means when x is equal to 1, then there are two values of y, 3 and 0. Okay. It means we have two different centers. What are the two centers? 1 comma 0 and 1 comma 3. When x is equal to 1, y is 0 and when x is equal to 1, y is 3. Okay. Now let us look at the equation of the hyperbola here. This is the equation. So let us write it. 3x square minus y square is equal to 3. But we know that the standard equation of hyperbola is always in the form of x square upon a square minus y square upon b square is equal to 1. Means on the right hand side, we should have 1. So let us do one thing. Let us take this 3 on the left hand side. Okay. So when it will come to the left hand side, it will be divided. Okay. So 3x square by 3 minus y square by 3 is equal to 1. This 3 and 3 will be cancelled. So we have x square upon 1 minus y square upon 3 is equal to 1. Now this equation of hyperbola is in the standard form. If we compare both these equations, then this is the value of a square and this is the value of b square. A square is equal to 1 and b square is equal to 3. Right? Now, if we talk about its tangent, then the formula of tangent is y is equal to mx plus minus under root of a square into m square minus b square. This is the basic formula that you have to use here. So y will be equals to mx plus minus Under root of a square. A square is 1. 1 into m square will be m square minus b square. What is b square? 3. Right? But this is the equation for slope. Okay, it means this is the equation of slope that is passing through the center of the circle. But we have two different centers, 1 comma 0 and 1 comma 3. But 1 comma 0 will not be able to satisfy this equation. Okay, so what we have to use here is we have to use 1 comma 3 as the center, because 1 comma 0 will not satisfy this equation. So we have to use 1 comma 3. Okay, means x is equal to 1 and y is equal to 3. So let us substitute the value. Y is 3, means 3 is equal to m into x. What is x? 1. So m into 1 is m plus minus under root of m square minus 3. All right. Now let us do one thing. Let us take this m on the left hand side. Okay. So we will have 3 minus m is equal to plus minus under root of m square minus 3. Now let us do one thing. Let us square both the sides. So when we square both the sides, here we have 3 minus m whole square is equal to, when we square this side, then this under root will be cancelled. So the remaining terms will be m square minus 3. Okay. Now here we have to use the formula for a minus b whole square. What is the formula for a minus b whole square? It is a square plus b square minus 2ab. Okay. So here it will be 9 plus m square minus 2 into 3 into m. 2 into 3 is 6. So minus 6m is equal to m square minus 3. Right. So it will be equals to, see, this m square and m square will be cancelled here. Right. And we have 9 minus 6m is equal to minus of 3. Right. So minus 6m is equal to minus 3 minus 9. So minus 6m is equal to minus 12. Minus and minus will be cancelled. So 6m will be equals to 12 and m will be equals to 12 by 6. So m will be equals to 2. Therefore, the value of m is 2. All right. And what is m? M is the slope. So we can say that for this question, the correct answer is 2, which is m is equal to 2. I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is, the sum of diameters of the circles that touch the parabola 75x square is equal to 64 into 5y minus 3 at the point 8 by 5, 6 by 5 and the y-axis is equal to. We have an equation of parabola here and the equation of line is touching the parabola at point P, which is 8 by 5 and 6 by 5. So if we want the equation of line, firstly we need to understand what is the line. The line that is touching the parabola at point P is actually the tangent. So the equation of tangent that is touching the parabola at point P will be formed by t is equal to 0, right? So let us form the equation first. We have left hand side, which is 75x square. So 75, replace x square by x. So x into x1. See, we have two different points. Let us consider this as x1 and y1. So what is x1? 8 by 5. It is equal to what? 64 into 5 into y. So in place of y, we have to put y plus y1 upon 2. What is y1? 6 by 5 divided by 2. And then at last we have minus 3. All right. We have just substituted the points x1 and y1 to form the equation of tangent. So here in the left hand side, we have 75 into x into 8 is 8x divided by 5 is equal to 64 into 5 into y is 5y plus 5 into 6 by 5 will be 6 divided by 2 minus 3. So here left hand side will be 5 ones are 5 and 5 into 15 is 75. 15 into 8x. It is equals to 64 into, now we have to take the LCM. LCM will be 2 and the numerator will be 5y plus 6 minus 3 into 2 is minus 6 plus 6 and minus 6 will be cancelled. So we have 15 into 8x is equal to 64 into 5y divided by 2. Right. Now 2 ones are 2 and 2 into 32 is 64. So we have 15 into 8x is equal to 32 into 5y. Right. Now 15 into 8x is 120x. 32 into 5y will be 160y. The 0 and 0 will be cancelled, right? 4 3s are 12 and 4 4s are 16. So we have 3x is equal to 4y. 3x is equal to 4y is the tangent line to the parabola at point P. All right. Now you can see that in the question it is given that the diameters of the circles, okay, we have to find the sum of diameter of the circle which is touching the parabola at point x1 and y1. It means that now there is a circle which is also touching the line at point P. And we also have the coordinates of P. So let us do one thing. Let us first write the equation of circle that is touching the given parabola at point P. So what is the equation? The standard form is x minus x1 square plus y minus y1 square plus lambda into L is equal to 0. What is L? This will be L. See, we have 3x is equal to 4y. It can be also written as 3x minus 4y is equal to 0. Okay. So let us substitute the values. What is x1 and y1? x1 and y1 is the point P, which is 8 by 5 and 6 by 5. All right. So we have x minus x1 square means 8 by 5 square plus y minus y1. What is y1? 6 by 5 square plus lambda into L. This is L, which is 3x minus 4y. This is equal to 0, right? It is also given that the circle also touches the y-axis. If the circle is touching the y-axis, right, then it means that the coordinates will be 0, y. If the circle is touching the y-axis, then the x coordinate will be 0, right? So let us do one thing. Let us put x is equal to 0 here. So when we put x is equal to 0, then we have 0 minus 8 by 5 square. So it will be minus 8 by 5 square. 8 square is 64 divided by 5 square is 25 plus y minus 6 by 5 whole square plus lambda into x will be 0. So 3 into 0 will be 0 minus 4y. So when we put the point x is equal to 0 here, then this will be the formed equation, right? Now, when we simplify this equation, then it will be equals to y square minus 2y into 2 lambda plus 6 by 5 plus 4 is equal to 0. Okay, so this is the simplified equation. Okay, and you can see that this equation is in the form of ax square plus by plus c is equal to 0. Here, what is a? A is the coefficient of y square. What is b? B is the coefficient of y. All right. This is the value which is b. And what is c? C is the constant. So here, if we want to find two values, then the discriminant should be equal to 0. What is discriminant? B square minus 4ac. Why it should be equal to 0? Because we cannot have two different distinct values, right? Two equal real values should be there. That is why d should be equal to 0. So let us do d is equal to 0. Okay. So d will be 2 lambda plus 6 by 5 square is equal to 4. Okay. So when we solve this expression, we will have two different values of lambda. The values of lambda will be 2 by 5 and minus 8 by 5. Okay, since we have two different values of lambda, we will have two different radius, which will be the radius of both the circles, right? So by using this values of lambda, we can find the radius. What we have to do is we have to put the value of lambda here in this equation, okay? And when we put the value here, then by general form, we get two values of radius, okay? 1 and 4. This is the radius of first circle and this is the radius of second circle. Okay, since we have two values. So when we put lambda is equal to 2 by 5 and minus 8 by 5, the radius will be 1 and 4. Okay, we want the diameter. What is diameter? See, consider this as the circle. We know that the distance from the center to any point on the circle is radius. And the diameter is this whole distance. All right. This full part is diameter. So it means that diameter is twice of radius. Okay. So for first circle, diameter will be 2 into 1, which is 2 into radius. So for first circle, diameter will be 2. For second circle, the radius is 4. So diameter will be its twice. So 2 into 4, it is 8. Now we have the diameter. We just want the sum. Sum means adding both these values. Okay. So first diameter is 2 and second diameter is 8. So 2 plus 8 is equal to 10. So sum of diameters of the circles that touches the parabola and the y-axis is equal to 10. Therefore, we can say that for this question, the correct answer is 10. I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is, the line of shortest distance between the lines x minus 2 upon 0 is equal to y minus 1 upon 1 is equal to z upon 1 and x minus 3 upon 2 is equal to y minus 5 upon 2 is equal to z minus 1 upon 1 makes an angle of cos inverse under root of 2 by 27 with the plane P ax minus y minus z is equal to 0 where a is greater than 0 if the image of the point 1 comma 1 comma minus 5 in the plane P is alpha, beta and gamma, then alpha plus beta minus gamma is equal to. This is a bonus question because there is a slight mistake in this question. Okay. And let us see what is the mistake here. We have two equations of line. What is the standard form to represent a line? It is x minus x1 upon a is equal to y minus y1 upon b is equal to z minus z1 upon c. Here a, b and c are the direction ratios of the line. So we have these two lines. Listen very carefully. We have to find the line of shortest distance between these lines. Okay, it is making an angle of cos inverse under root 2 by 27. Okay, the line of the shortest distance, which is perpendicular to both these lines, L1 and L2, will obviously be sitting along B1 cross B2. Okay, it means that the line which is perpendicular to line L1 and L2 will be parallel to B1 cross B2. So B1 cross B2 is actually a vector which is parallel to the line of shortest distance. Now, what is B1 and what is B2? We have two direction ratios here. For the first line, we have 0, 1, 1. And for the second line, we have 2, 2, 1. As I told you, A, B, and C are the direction ratios. So, if we transform this into a vector equation, then B1 will be what? 0 into I cap is 0, 1 into j cap is j cap, plus 1 into k cap is k cap, right? And B2 vector will be equals to 2 into I cap plus 2 into j cap plus 1 into k cap. So this is the value of B1 and B2. As I told you that the line of the shortest distance, which is the perpendicular to both the lines L1 and L2, will be sitting along B1 cross B2. It simply means that the line which is perpendicular to both the lines L1 and L2 will be parallel to B1 cross B2. Now what is B1 cross B2? B1 cross B2 is actually equals to B. And how to find the value of B1 cross B2? We have to find its value by using the determinant I cap, j cap and k cap. Okay. Here what we have to do is we have to write the coefficient of I, j and k. For B1 the coefficient of I is 0. Then the coefficient of j is 1. The coefficient of k is again 1. For B2 the coefficient of I is 2. The coefficient of j is 2 and the coefficient of k is 1. Okay. Or the shortest trick is that you can write the given direction ratios. Because by using that direction ratios only we have formed this equation for B1 and B2. Right. Now we have to expand this determinant. How to expand the determinant? If we are expanding it along row 1, then firstly we have to write the first element of row 1, which is I cap. Now we have to eliminate first column and first row. After eliminating this, what are the remaining terms? 1, 2, 1 and 1. Now with a negative sign, you have to write the second term of first row, which is j cap. Then you have to eliminate first row and second column. Okay. So when we eliminate first row and second column, the remaining terms will be 0, 2, 1 and 1. Then with a positive sign, you have to write the third term, right? Then you have to eliminate first row and third column. So when you eliminate first row and third column, the remaining terms will be 0, 1, 2 and 2. Now what you have to do is I cap. 1 into 1 minus 2 into 1. Okay. So 1 into 1 is 1. 1 minus 2 is minus 1. So I cap into minus 1 minus j cap into 0 into 1 is 0. Minus 2 into 1 is minus 2. Right? Plus k cap into 0 into 2 will be 0. Minus 2 into 1 will be minus 2. So we have I into minus 1. This is minus 1. All right? Because 2 into 1 is 2 and 1 into 1 is 1. Okay, so 1 into 1. 1 minus 2 into 1. 2. So 1 minus 2 is minus 1. I into minus 1 is minus I cap. Minus j cap into minus 2 is plus 2j cap. K cap into minus 2 will be minus 2k cap. So this is the value of B1 cross B2, which is actually equal to what? B. So B is equal to minus I cap plus 2j cap minus 2k cap. This is the value of B, right? Now, one more thing is given here, which is cos inverse of root 2 upon 27. Okay. The line is making the angle of cos inverse under root 2 upon 27. So let the angle be equals to theta. So cos inverse under root 2 upon 27 is equal to theta. When we take this cos inverse to the right hand side, okay, then we have root 2 upon 27 is equal to cos theta, right? And what is cos theta? Cos theta is basically base upon hypotenuse. Consider a right angle triangle here. This is base. So base is root 2. Hypotenuse is under root 27. Easily by using the Pythagoras theorem, we can find the value for perpendicular. So by Pythagoras theorem, hypotenuse square is equal to perpendicular square plus base square, right? So perpendicular square will be h square minus b square. So perpendicular square will be h square. What is hypotenuse? Under root 27. So under root 27 square minus base square. Base is under root 2. So under root 2 square. So perpendicular square will be under root 27 into under root 27 is 27 minus root 2 into root 2 is 2. So p square will be 25 and p will be equals to under root of 25, which is actually equal to 5. So we have the value of perpendicular, which is 5. Now we can easily find sine theta, right? What is sine theta? Sine theta is perpendicular upon hypotenuse. What is perpendicular? 5. What is hypotenuse? Under root of 27. This is the value of sine theta. But if we are talking about the angle between B1 cross B2 and the plane P, then we have to use a different formula for sine theta. So let us see what is the formula. We are talking about angle between B1 cross B2 and the plane P. Plane P is given in the question. All right. Means we are talking about B1 cross B2. What is B1 cross B2? B. And what is the plane P? This is the plane P, right? So firstly, let us make a vector equation from this plane. So what is the vector equation? The equation is ax minus y minus z. If we want to write it in the form of vectors, then what we have to do is we have to multiply this coefficient of x, y, and z with I, j, and k. A into I is ai cap, right? Minus 1 into j is minus j cap. Minus 1 into k is minus k cap. So this is the equation for the plane in the vector form, right? And this is equals to n. So we are talking about the angle between B and n. Since the angle is between B and n, so the formula for sine theta will be equals to B into n divided by mod of B into mod of n. What is B? B is B1 cross B2. This is the value of B. Okay. So let us write it again. Minus I cap plus 2j cap minus 2k cap. So minus I cap plus 2j cap minus 2k cap. Right. This is the value of B vector. Now what we have to do is B into n. How to multiply two given vectors? All we have to do is we have to multiply the coefficient. Okay. Minus 1 into A will be minus A. Then 2 into minus 1 will be minus 2. Minus 2 into minus 1 will be plus 2, right? And the value is in mode. Okay. So let us write this value in mode. divided by mod of b into mod of n. Now, how to calculate the mode? Okay. Calculating mode is very simple. You just have to take all the coefficient of I, j, and k, and you have to do sum of the squares of those values. Okay. If we are talking about mode of n, then it will be equals to under root of, what is coefficient of I here? A. So a square plus coefficient of j is minus 1 square plus coefficient of k is again minus 1. So minus 1 square. So mod of n will be equal to under root of a square, right? Plus 1 plus 1. So mod of n will be equals to under root of a square plus 2. Okay, similarly, let us find the mod of b. So mod of b will be under root of coefficient of I is minus 1. So minus 1 square plus coefficient of j is 2. So 2 square. Coefficient of k is minus 2. So minus 2 square. What we are doing is we are just squaring all the coefficient and adding all the values. In this way, we can find the mod of any given vector. So minus 1 into minus 1 is 1 plus 2 into 2 is 4 plus minus 2 into minus 2 is 4. 4 plus 4 is 8. 8 plus 1 is 9. So we have under root 9. Under root 9 is actually equal to 3. Okay, so mod of b is 3. Now let us substitute the values. What is mod of b? 3. 3 multiplied by mod of n. Mod of n is under root of a square plus 2. All right. But we have another value for sine theta. Okay. According to this form, which is the trigonometric form, sine theta is 5 upon root 27. Okay. It means that this value will be equal to what? 5 upon under root of 27. Now we have to solve this part. All right. So let us solve it. Here minus 2 and plus 2 will be cancelled. So we have mod of minus a divided by 3 into under root of a square plus 2. This is equal to 5 upon under root of 27. Mod of minus a will be a. So a divided by 3 into under root of a square plus 2 is equal to 5 divided by under root of 27. Now this root 27 can be also written as 3 root 3. How? See, let us take the LCM of 27. So it will be 3. 3 into 9 is 27. Again 3. 3 3s are 9. Again 3. 1. Okay. So this is forming a pair. Okay. So it will come out as 3. And what is remaining? 1 3. So 3 into root 3. Whenever a pair is formed, then the number is written once. And if a single number is remaining, it is always written in under root. So 27 is basically equal to 3 root 3. Okay. So we have a divided by 3 into under root of a square plus 2 is equal to 5 divided by 3 root 3. This 3 and 3 will be cancelled. Now let us do one thing. Just to remove this square root, let us square on both the sides. So if we square on both the sides, we have a square divided by a square plus 2 is equal to 5 square is 25 divided by root 3 square is 3. Root 3 into root 3 is 3. Now let us cross multiply. So 3 into a square is 3a square. 25 into a square is 25a square plus 25 into 2 is 50. Right? Now 25a square minus 3a square is equal to minus 50. 25 minus 3 is 22. Okay. And a square, this is equal to minus 50. If we want the value of a square will be what? Minus 50 upon 22, which is further equals to minus of 25 upon 11. You can see that a square is what? Minus 25 upon 11, which is a negative value. It is not acceptable. Why it is not acceptable? Because it is clearly given that a is greater than 0. It means in any case, a is always positive. The condition is a is greater than 0. But since here, the value of a will be negative, it means that this condition or this part is absolutely wrong here. We cannot accept negative value for a because it is clearly given in question that a is greater than 0. So this is the mistake for this question. And that is why this is a bonus question. So forget about the fact that it is a bonus question. I hope that the concept is clear to you. All right. So this was a bonus question. I hope you are clear with all the questions for this paper. Keep learning more and keep scoring high.